China. The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibananitsa, Kosteniuk, Si Jun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 candidates finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello everyone, and we are back in Chongqing for the moment we have all been waiting for. It's been 17 days, 2 locations, 11 games of classical chess, and today in the 12th and final game we could see who will be crowned Women's World Champion. Nothing separates Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun from Lei Tingjie, the challenger. But a decisive result today will see dreams being made and broken. Will this match end today, or will tie breaks tomorrow decide the crown? Well, we will find out. I for sure am excited, and I'm your host, International Master Ivan Gahauska, and it is a great pleasure and honor to be commentating alongside one of the most iconic and also innovative voices in women's chess and in chess in general today. She's a US 2-time champion. She's also written many bestsellers, Chess Bitch, Play Like a Girl, and of course the new one, Chess Queens. And oh my God, I'm just so pumped for today's action. I am commentating alongside the one and only woman grandmaster, Jennifer Shahade.
I am so excited, Jovi. No matter what happens, today is going to be thrilling. That's what I love. We're either going to have a world champion, reigning champion Ju Wenjun will extend her legacy, or Lei Tingjie is going to take it down, creating an 18th champion. Or the tension is going to mount even more and we get to see playoffs tomorrow. So it's like win-win-win. Well, for the women, it's more of a zero-sum game. But for us as viewers, it really is. All roads lead to thrilling chess. And I just can't wait to see it get going, Jovi. Do you have any predictions yourself about the opening today?
Oh, I think this one is so tough because we can see, as you said, this is the 12th and final game. If someone makes a mistake, they could walk away with nothing. Yes, okay, second place is not that bad and there are some perks to it, but ultimately the dream is to either retain becoming Women's World Champion or becoming the 18th new Women's World Champion in the case of Lei Tingjie. And this match has been so hard fought. It's been intense at times, and there we can see the scoreboard. The games 1 to 6 was played in Shanghai, and it's been very close. A lot of fighting draws that have been played to the bitter end. But in game 5, it was Lei Tingjie that broke through. But when it comes to game 7 to 12, that was played in Chongqing. And this time it was all about Ju Wenjun. She leveled up. She understood she needed to change up her strategy. And she struck back in game 8. And that's how it stands. We have like 11 games. Each player has won 1 game each. And now 12th game. This is it. And I am so pumped for this. I mean, like you say, whoever wins, it's going to be a victory for chess overall. And there we see Ju Wenjun, reigning women's world champion. She has the white pieces. I predict that we're going to see something very safe, very stable. And if Lei Tingjie knows what she's doing, I think the game will fizzle out pretty quickly into a draw. And I think it's going to be Operation Reset and all systems go for tomorrow in the tie breaks. But these two players, they promised us fighting chess, and they have delivered on that front at every level. And there we can see on the camera Lei Tingjie with the black pieces. What do you expect for Lei Tingjie? She's come so well prepared.
Oh, that's true. And I think it's all about, well, let's see what the first move of the game is first, as I see there's a poll actually in our Twitch chat. Is it going to be D4, E4, or something else? Well, E4 would be a real shocker because we haven't seen that yet. But hey, prepare to be surprised. But I had noticed that Ju Wenjun has been playing this cagey knight move, knight to F3, for the last few games where she had the white pieces, including the game that she won. So I suspect we're going to see that again.
I suspect that we might see something like that again. But then again, you know, Lei Tingjie, again, she always tells us, you know, she's well prepared. She plays the opening very quickly. She's full of expressions. And what are we seeing? We're seeing, well, Ju Wenjun is indicating that she intends to open up with the queen's pawn. And here we've seen Lei Tingjie also indicate that she intends to follow suit. So could we see a repeat of the first round where Ju Wenjun played Tarrasch? Or could we see like a Vienna Argentine variation? Oh, this is exciting. And Lei Tingjie turns and gives a smile to the audience. This is going to reveal the player's strategies, especially Ju Wenjun. Is she going to try to nurture an advantage, set the pace of the game, or will she say, no, today it's all about resting, playing a quick game that ends peacefully, and then tomorrow the action begins for real?
Well, we haven't seen a quick draw yet in this event, and technically not part of the rules, but there is, of course, ways where you could repeat, or you could just play a position that is less exciting and you make it to move 40, but there's just little risk for both sides. We could see that, but prepare to be surprised. I also wouldn't be shocked if somehow this game ends up blowing up and we see the World Championship end today. So, yesterday, the position really blew up out of nowhere, and Ju Wenjun got, I think, a sizable advantage with a lot of pressure on Lei Tingjie. But if we see it, this is what it's going to look like, the tie-break format. First, it's going to be the best of 4 rapid games. That's 25 minutes plus a 10-second increment, and that's going to be an epic battle. Hours of thrilling chess. If that's still deadlock 2-2, we go to blitz game, mini matches, best of 2, and finally they keep swapping colors and continue until there's a decisive result. I do like these tiebreak rules, but I will say something. It is very grueling. This is not a quick tiebreak. It's way more grueling. Yeah. So that is probably one of the reasons where a lot of people are predicting a draw today, not only because they're great players, great defenders, but with that intense and exhausting tiebreak looming, they are going to need a lot of energy for tomorrow, if we have it tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to kind of just pull up the time controls, normally when it comes to the rapid, you play at a time control of 50 minutes plus 10 seconds. Here it's 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. So yeah, this is a way longer time control than most people are used to. But before those tie breaks can even occur, well, we have a 12th game, and the players will be playing at a very standard FIDE classical time control of 90 minutes for 40 moves. And once they reach move 40, they will get a half-hour time bonus. But as always, there is a time increment more from move 1 of 30 seconds. And the tension is rising. The excitement is just pumping through my veins, Jen. I can't wait for this moment. And we can see the players. They're looking around. And again, Lei Tingjie does not know what to expect from Ju Wenjun. She does not know whether Ju Wenjun wants to push for that win, or she is content with a quick draw or a draw and move it to tomorrow for some tie breaks. Hoi,
Yeah.
What do you predict, Jen?
Well, I do predict that it's going to be a safe game. But I think that the players have not made any short draws so far. So I think it's just going to be one of those games where it's pretty safe. But if Ju Wenjun finds an opportunity, she will pounce. And there we have it,
Yeah.
d4, d5.
Yep, and knight f3 on the board. So Ju Wenjun delaying with pushing the c-pawn 2 squares. And are we going to see... Okay, which is Lei Tingjie so far copies. And is the bishop going to come out to f4? e3 played.
Oh, okay.
This is not the most ambitious move, and in fact, I think Tan Zhongyi employed something very similar when she played Lei Tingjie in their match for the candidates finals. And well, we can see from the camera that Lei Tingjie not surprised at all and immediately playing her favorite move when she has this pawn structure, c5.
Yeah, I mean, when your opponent plays more on the passively side, let's go get some. Right, let's go get some center control. Plays e6, the idea of recouing that pawn with the bishop. Right here, and looks like we're getting those moves now. Okay, b4, holding on to it.
Well, that's a very committal idea, actually, to play b4. Let me check. b4. Okay, very much in the realm of theory. A favorite of Liam Lei, actually, top Vietnamese grandmaster. Very strong. He's played it a few times. He's played it against Aronian, also against Wesley So. And obviously, white does have a pawn advantage, but of course it's going to get destabilized. And I say that, and there I see that Lei Tingjie has played a5, which is the main move, and we're expecting Ju Wenjun to hold on to that pawn with c3.
You mentioned Liam Lei. He's well known here in the United States as he is a Webster grad. And he's also the director of their program, actually, as Grandmaster Susan Polgar retired from coaching the chess club Dynasty, and Liam Lei has taken over.
And we see pawn takes pawn on played, and pawn takes pawn, and I'm expecting b6. And there we see b6 played. I mean, black's moves are very straightforward. White has won a pawn, is trying to hold on to it, and black is like, no, you're not gonna get that pawn. And well, okay, some big moves here, and we can also see players and people in chat also having their fingers crossed for a decisive result. Yes, that would be definitely something that we all want to see.
Why? I want to wake up in the middle of the night again tomorrow to see all the playoffs, Jovi. You know, I can go either way. But again, a win-win for us. It's good either way. But let's see what happens. So after this move b6, this is all about attacking the pawn chain, right? Because white is still underdeveloped. So you can't just take on b6 because there's bishop takes b4 check, little in-between move before we recapture on b6. Instead, it looks like bishop b5 check has already been played. Oh, and we've got a few more moves on the board, don't we? No. Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me. After bishop b5 check, just now, bishop d7, I believe, was played.
Bishop
See
d7,
bishop
and so far, again, checking the databases, very much theory. GM Lei, as you mentioned, Webster graduate, also in charge of the Webster training program. He has played this against Vidit, and also I see a long list of players like Kramnik, Bluebaum, and bishop takes bishop, played again the main move, and it does appear that Ju Wenjun has chosen a very forcing variation, knight bd7, and here after this move the top idea is to play a4 and just to get this pawn majority there on the queen side.
Wait, what is
very
a4?
spicy.
Why is a4? Let me try to understand that move, because it's knight bd7. I understand a4's theory, but let's try to understand why we're playing it. So if we play c6 in this position, again, there's bishop b4 check, and correct, I guess that's annoying. Suppose if we play bishop d2, even that line though, I am a little curious. If c6, well, they are playing moves fast and furious, so I guess we can keep up with them, and I'll philosophize about the opening later. But we have a4 and so many fast moves here, Jovi. B takes c5, b5. Okay, so that's part of the idea of this a4, that we can play this move b5 and queen a5 check doesn't win the pawn back. Okay, now I understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is a really, really dangerous variation for both sides. Black, of course, has this overwhelming pawn center there in the middle of the board. But in the endgame, if it gets to an endgame, these pawns, a4 and b5, are going to be killers. There's no hiding that. So big decision here for Lei Tingjie. I'm just, again, looking at the database and say the most popular move is the most natural move, to go bishop d6 in order to support an e5 and obviously get the king to safety. c4 is another idea that has been played to lengthen this dark squared bishop's diagonal. And get this one, I wouldn't be surprised to see Lei Tingjie play this. g5 has been played.
Whoa, that's now if she plays that move, we might have to adjust our prediction that the game's going to be quiet, drawish, because g5, bang. I presume the idea is that if knight takes pawn, there's rook g8, and we are eyeing that g pawn, because white hasn't castled yet, so kind of punishing this very focused queen side expansion here. And after rook g8, I guess you would be in a bit of trouble, actually, because moving the knight and allowing us to crash through rook takes g2 can't be very good for white.
No, exactly. It's not going to end well. I mean, after all, just take a look at white's king safety. Something that I bang on about like so many times. The king is nervous king. You always have to justify your placement of the pieces, and this king just doesn't have a home. So yes, in theory, these guys are very good in the endgame, but before the endgame, as Alexandra Kostanyk's father reminded us, the gods have placed the middle game. And yeah, if this one survives, it will be a miracle. And so I'm not expecting knight takes g5 if g5 does make an appearance, but certainly this is a really forcing. Let's go back to the game position, because Lei Tingjie has taken a pause, so this is a really forcing variation, and it's certainly caught Lei Tingjie unawares. It's very sharp, something that Ju Wenjun hasn't been doing straight out of the opening. She's been, especially these last two games with the white pieces, she's just been playing very natural positions, just trying to get a game that she can then outplay Lei Tingjie from. Here, this is war immediately from the beginning.
It is, and I really am kind of surprised. I expected something more balanced today. Instead, it's there's just so much going on, on white side. What do we have going for us? Well, we got this beautiful pawn on b5, right? So that's definitely something to write home about. If we can consolidate the position and start pressuring black and pushing those connected pass pawns forward, we could win the game in tremendous fashion, making an extra queen to become the next women's world champion and chess queen. But on the other hand, Black is going to, as you mentioned, play for that middle game and that center control. And look at this. She's playing the move queen c7. I don't think that was one of the main moves that you suggested, was it?
No, it wasn't. And again, looking at the database, I can see that knight e4 had been played. Rook a7 had even been tried. And this one is way down on the list, queen c7. And I'm kind of curious as to why it wasn't so popular. Maybe the queen didn't necessarily belong on c7. Maybe if you'd backed it up with bishop d6, the queen might find herself wanting to be on e7, or maybe even on b6 at some point. But okay, queen c7 it is, and now it is Ju Wenjun's turn to unpack. And I'm sure her main preparation would have centered either on g5, which is again the most active thrust in the position, or she would have looked at how to play after bishop d6. And I'm kind of curious, so I'm looking at what was White's plan after the most natural move, and it was to go after bishop d6. The plan was simply to go, okay, so White's plan, so instead of after queen c7, because the reason I'm talking about this is because often you do comparisons in your mind. So bishop d6 was the main move, and there White was wanting to fight for control over e5 by playing bishop b2. Ironically enough, even g5 has been played in this position. But okay, let's say Black plays very naturally, and then the plan is simply to go knight to bd2, and then queen c7 is a move, and then castles is played, and Black's main plan is to go c4. So this, we might just see a simple transposition. And
yeah, I see. So c4, we're threatening the c3, and then queen c2 prevents it. And okay, so again, there's that tension where Black has beautiful center control, and the more trades I think that are in this position, the more it will end up favoring White, right? So Black wants to keep that potential for complication. I see this idea like knight c5 to d3, which looks really nagging. Of course, there is that knight on f6 that the bishop on f6 could take to change the pawn structure. Not a move that I'd be super keen to make unless I had a good follow-up, but definitely something to keep us on our toes. Bishop d6 hasn't been played yet, right? So it's White's move here, and after queen c7, we're expecting either castles or maybe a bishop b2 before castling, before officially revealing the address of the king.
Right. So yeah, it could be queen c2, could be bishop b2, and we have Cartier Tank telling us that g5 is a key move in many of these positions, and that's very good to know, because I must admit g5 is not something I would instinctively play, and there we see Lei Tingjie opt for bishop to d6.
Right. Well, bishop b2.
It's very important that the knight comes to d2. Oops, not like that. The knight comes to d2. If you put the knight on c3, it just blocks in this bishop on b2, which Jennifer has highlighted is such a beautiful piece, and it's on a wonderfully long diagonal. And there we see castles from Ju Wenjun. So it looks like we are heading into one of the main positions, and that's why the players are playing really quickly.
That's right. Well, bishop to b2, very discouraging for your idea to play g5, right? With that luscious diagonal from a1 to h8 kind of staring back at you. So this move, I like bishop d6, and it looks like we also have castles on the board.
We do, which is interesting because, okay, so I'm looking over at the computer suggestion, and you would never guess what the computer's main suggestion is. g5.
even with our bishop on b2, I really thought I'd get you to stop playing that, but apparently not. So wait, what's going on? So I get the main thing that I can't take on g5 because you take a even more important pawn from my king shelter with bishop takes h2 check. So
right,
and then meanwhile you're threatening g4 yourself with the same idea.
Totally. So, okay, bishop takes, but maybe Ju Wenjun by playing super quickly, because we saw in the other lines that white was waiting. So, say for instance, we saw that white was playing knight d2 first and not castling so quickly. So, in this position, this was the main move. And then meeting c4 with queen c2. But Ju Wenjun in playing castles does allow this g5 idea, and now I'm seeing here that this position has been reached 4 times in my database, and everyone, and I mean everyone, has played g5. So, and black has a good score, 3 points out of 4. The last game was in 2020. So every chat is also going all roads point to g5. But then I also saw a point earlier from someone in chat that said, do you want to play g5 in the final game of the Women's World Championship? And some people are praying for it, saying, please, 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 give us some fireworks. We want that last huzzah, But I don't know whether I would have the guts to play g5. And again,
well,
it feels really committal, right?
I think it's all about how much she's prepared it, or how much she's looked at this exact type of position before, because if so, yeah, let's go. But, to kind of like conjure it and go for it when it's Ju Wenjun who's surprised her, seems like a risk she might not want to take. She might just want to castle, which of course would then eliminate the possibility of playing g5, right? Once you castle, g5 is off the table. So big moment here for Lei Tingjie. Any other moves besides castles and g5? When you ask me, guess what the computer move is? I thought you were going to say something like king e7.
That's a really Caracan move. Did you ever play the Caracan, Jen?
only by accident. Like when I was trying to play c5 and went out too late the night before, What have I done?
King e7 is something that you could see very nicely in the Caracan in the main lines. You put your king in e7, you move your rook over, and and then the king runs all the way to f8. I like the idea. The king e7 is bold. And I just see a comment on from chat. This is there's been 2 games where Lei hasn't sacrificed a pawn, and that is true. That is super true about Lei. We've seen her time and time again. She's not afraid to sacrifice material. She wants activity, and the fact that she's taken a pause here and hasn't instinctively reached for that king and castled suggests to me that she knows about the idea of g5, and she is thinking about it.
What about just e5?
And certainly consider it. e5 could be another option. Again, g5 or e5. e5, yeah, let's have a look. e5 looks good, right? After all, e5 sets up this beautiful center. Who can resist the allure of that one?
Well, not only that, but the same idea of g5 in that I can destabilize your knight on f3 and take on h2. It has some of the benefits of g5, but it doesn't irreparably weaken your diagonals. So yeah, this move certainly kind of jumps out, but it does weaken that pawn on d5 and that square on d5 with your king in the center. So I know you were hoping to put that b knight on d2 or that queen's knight on d2, but now the move knight c3 does really hop out at me, because just hitting that pawn on d5.
Yeah, totally. And I'm thinking, first of all, you have to deal with the idea of e4. So maybe you go h3 and g5 at the same time. Sorry, e5 at the same time does block in these two. Ooh, what is wrong with my arrows today? Queens do not move like knights, and bishops do not move like that. But anyhow, so this pawn on e5, it does have the consequence of just jamming up the queen and the bishop. So you can make moves like h3, and you do rule out g5 for the rest of all days. But like you suggested, once you've dealt with the threat, maybe knight c3, and this is the question.
Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes d5. Maybe I could play knight c3 right away, and then if e4 knight takes
Oh, you want to go? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I forget you're super tactical. I remember playing Jen many years ago, and yeah, she just demolished me. It was like bam, 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 bam. I was like, oh, that was aggressive. And yeah, so e4, yeah, knight takes d5, very good. That is a killer.
Because if pawn takes f3, knight takes c7, and if knight takes d5, there's queen. There is that queen takes d5, and the rook on a8 is hanging. See, this is why you got to play castles or king e7 to avoid this type of variation where you're just losing the rook on a8, right? Okay, so knight c3. Knight c3 looks pretty good. Then what do you do here?
It does.
I mean, knight b6.
I guess I have to go d4.
Okay.
I definitely have to go d4 again.
I see. All right, and if I take you, taking back with the e pawn looks very risky with your king on e8. So what are you going to do if I just take?
Yeah, you have to go c takes.
Okay.
And even then, this is a complicated position. I mean, it's complicated regardless, but this one is wild. It's like, where do you put the knight? Do you put the knight on e2 and try to kind of go to g3 and maybe look at f5? Or do you just kind of take a step back, go knight b1, go knight d2, and then try and put your knight on c4? And both sides are following the policy of restraint. You know, white needs to restrain these pawns in the center. Black also needs to restrain these two on the queen side. But it does feel, for the time being, black will have the initiative. Because when you control the center, you just control more squares, and also you have greater flexibility for the pieces. And I had a quote, I was given a quote by someone, and I've been waiting for the right time to say it. And this might actually be a type of position to say it. It goes, this is so complicated, like running through a dynamite factory with a burning match. That is this type of position.
Wow. Yeah. Not the sedate game that we expected in game 12. They are coming to play, and we love to see it. It's funny. I'm just trying. I'm looking at this position, this analysis position we have up here, and I'm like, I wish I could make b6 work, because like if I play b6 and you play knight b6, I have knight b5, and that looks like really good. But because I'm going to take on d6 and then take on e5, and your king on e8 is going to be so sad that they're not castled yet, right?
Yeah,
but of course, you can be a huge party pooper by, in the initial position when I play b6, simply taking with the queen, and I just don't have any sort of follow-up.
Yeah, keeping the knight on d7 and keeping the bishop on d6 just to stop any bishop a3 ideas. Yeah, but these ideas are very much on the board because they would work if that knight wasn't on d7. So it's definitely an idea to have in mind for the future. It's wild. And yeah, so going back to the position, this is it. This is the moment that Lei Tingjie is thinking about. It's not the quick draw that we were expecting. This is not a stable, secure position for either side. And both sides really do have to play really aggressively, really actively. And we're anticipating either e5, or if Lei Tingjie knows her theory, she's played this position a few times, there is also this really instructive g7, g5 idea. If Lei Tingjie doesn't quite trust these pawn advances, she can, of course, also castle kingside, and the game will resume against just down those well-trodden opening moves. What do you predict? G5. Or I'm leaving my wife. You can't write that. Sorry, I just saw that quote.
I know him. He's not married. Don't worry.
Okay.
I think that's gonna be e5. I feel like e5 because I don't like the line. When I look at the most concrete line after black plays e5, knight c3, d4, and I didn't really find anything too exciting there for white. It looks quite good for black. So if I can't play knight c3 and I just have to develop with like knight d2, then hello center. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not play an aggressive move that doesn't have quite as much devastating risk to our position as G5? Well, of course, if you're analyzing the position extremely extensively, G5 might be your selection, but E5 just looks so compelling, grabbing the full center. You can't even try to hit me back with much success. So that's my prediction. Now, what if we just castle first? The difference there is that maybe after castle, now knight c3 is playable,
D2.
stopping you. Oh, you still want to play knight d2, okay.
You're probably going to go knight d2, and I guess after c4, you got your queen c2's kind of ideas, or if you want to keep everything flexible. Actually, one of the advantages, I was thinking about this, because you can use this idea against the Bloomingfeld. I saw this recommendation that was basically after e5, you can play e4. And you just got to meet them in the center. And after pawn takes pawn, the whole idea is you ruined your center, my friend. And you've got ideas like knight c4. You've also got ideas like knight g5 in the air. Don't want that. And if you provoke that pawn to come forward, oops, how did I get there? I don't know, but I did. We haven't even seen this line. Sorry, I have no idea what happened there. I must have been a bit trigger happy with my mouse. Okay, so after pawn takes pawn, after e4, what I want to say is after d4, you concede the c4 square for the knight to jump. And these pawns, they're very impressive, but they can't move. And slowly but surely, you can kind of see a world where a5 comes your way and then b6, and these two pawns on the queen side start marching up the board. So that is one concrete idea of knight d2.
Look at this, or don't look at this, as Lei Tingjie is actually covering her face right now, and I believe she's on move. As this seems to be an expression that says, I am trying to remember what I looked at in this position. What do you think? What is it? Or is it just a reset, like a brain reset? What is that expression? Or what is that? What is that?
Yeah, I think that is, I am desperately trying to remember my theory, remember my plans, and also not quite peekaboo strategy. I'm sorry, chat is too funny today. I might be clumsy with my mouse, like coming up with all sorts of positions, but chat is on point. And I just simple, just trying to remember, and just trying to not let the tension, the pressure get to her. And I think it's a good strategy when you're feeling nervous, because I'm sure the players are both feeling the tension. Just cover your face and kind of like take some deep breaths and just calm yourself down, and just fill yourself with that quiet confidence that says you can handle these type of positions. And big moment here, g5, e5, castles.
King e7. I mean, there's so many options, Jovi, and that's why the great players are so good at sensing those critical positions. And we see that Lei Tingjie has been thinking for quite a while right now. I think over 10 minutes on this move, and it makes sense because this is it. And I know the chat is very excited about g5. They said, I hope she wins if she plays g5. I have to say your knight d2 e4 line, Jovi, was really making me a little less excited about e5, because the thing with pawn to e5 is that if my bishop is then stuck behind a lot of pawns on dark squares, it could be very unpleasant position to play. So if after e5 knight d2, there's no way for me to what was the line you were showing again? Was it was e5 h3?
Yeah, so e5 has the great, if you do it now, it has the great point that e4 is coming your way, so you can't make this very quiet move, because e4 and whoops-a-daisy, this move the knight and your bishop on h2 has dropped, and that would be a tragic end for Ju Wenjun in the Women's World Championship. So she does have to take the time out to go. Let me head back after knight bd2. One move back.
To play
e5.
h3.
She does have to take the time to go h3, g3, something, and to defend this h2 point. And now, after castles, I guess you have to put your knight on c3. It doesn't make any sense to go knight d2 because you're not ready anyhow to push your pawn to e4.
Right. Black has to play e4.
But if you castle, exactly. So this is now the only time to play e5. But because if you castle, you take the time out for development, and white does get the time to go knight d2. Hang on, castle, and
right, makes sense.
There you go, knight d2, and now you try to go e5. This probably is an inaccuracy because it allows white to hit back with e4.
Very, very instructive. Okay, so it's funny how like normally castling is a great move because of the flexibility, but here we're seeing that castling might actually hurt your flexibility because this is a very nice positional kind of setup for white. I mean, it's not like it's winning for white, but those lines you were showing with like taking on e4 or d4 look really bad. I think I would have to try
taking on d4. E4 is just bad.
Just
I don't
bad.
want to do that.
Maybe we could try c4, something more combative with the c3 strat. Yeah, but I although I'm not totally sure what happens on. Oh, okay. Pawn takes d5, c3, rook c1. There is knight takes d5, maybe.
Yeah, and I imagine that you just go knight to e4.
Yeah, okay. Good for white.
Pile on the pressure on d5. So, I mean, but this is definitely an idea that will be running through both players' minds. And yeah, castles, knight d2, keep the flexibility. And maybe don't play e5. You can play rook fc8. You can also go c4 as well. Again, lots of options for black. And I would say that this position, castles played, by the way.
But we do see castles after an almost 20-minute think. So a very long
and a lot of people have been promising on chat to leave their wives, to leave to leave everything if g5 is not played. No, never promise like that. I remember once during the World Championship match that we do see knight bd2 played, that Simon promised that if was it Nepomniachtchi found some backward queen move, that Simon would dress up as a Teletubby. And I kid you not, Nepomniachtchi had this long thing for like 45 minutes, and we could just feel Simon go, is he gonna find this backward queen move? Is he gonna actually play it? And then the possibility of Simon appearing live on show in a Teletubby costume was like, oh, Simon, you ready? So never make any promises. Not like this anyhow. And knight bd2 played, and again we are transposing into the realms of the main line. And again, looking at the database, I can see main move is c4. It's also possible for black to play, let me just refresh the board and get to the position. It's also possible for black to play rook fc8. e5 has been played twice, and another move is rook f to b8, but that one I'm not so keen on because it just feels like you're on the defensive. But Lei keeping things flexible with rook fc8.
Okay, so she does not play c4 threatening to fork. Instead, she just plays rook fc8. Okay, all right, just adding more pressure, but it's quite clear that her intent is to ram that c-pawn down the board, right? That has got to be the idea. And
yeah, definitely one idea, yeah.
So what to do here as white? You mentioned queen c2 if c4 right away, but if queen c2 now, also eyeing that e4 idea, which you've had so much success within this analysis, Jovi, is white's gotten a lot of really nice positions after that. So how about queen c2 here?
Yeah, queen c2 has been played twice, and interesting enough, top move has been c4, but only 2 games in the database. It's been either c4 or e5, and it's gonna get wild Because after e5, you can go, like I was indicating, e4. This was the point. And you don't want to be playing d4, by the way, because d4, again, you concede the c4 square. And squares, you got to care about the square. And c4 is too precious to just simply abandon. So instead, no d4, don't let your pawns get blockaded. c4 themselves, threatening this idea of c3. And now you have to take some time out to do something about it. I think it should be the F rook, because you need the A rook to support these two cheerleaders there, who are going to be the pride and joy, maybe 20 moves down the line. And this position is just still very, very complicated. Black is determined to force through c3.
Yeah, it is quite complicated and very imbalanced. You know, I was expecting something so different from today's game. So it's really exciting to see this. So finally, it looks like Ju Wenjun's basically in her first think of the game, right? I mean, she's been playing incredibly quickly, but now she's sinking down to think. I mean, Queen c2 certainly comes to mind. I don't see a whole lot of other supernatural moves. Supernatural. That's what she needs right now, is supernatural move. But like, what about, is it worthwhile to make a move like h3, anticipating that e4 is going to be a threat at some point? Wow, the pawns don't move that way. We're not playing torpedo chess
maybe
here.
let's have a look. Well, let's have a look, because, you know, maybe Ju Wenjun's position is already balancing on that knife edge. It's so sharp, remember. And if she doesn't have time to make these luxury type moves, I mean, for instance, what will be the answer after? So let's go e5. I guess you go e4, and now go c4.
Okay, so you're saying that c3 idea. And remember in analysis earlier, I was trying taking on d5 with the idea that if you play c3, I have rook c1. Let's see how that works
I
now.
Guess that definitely.
Apparently badly.
Investigate. Yeah. And the Queen a5.
Yeah. Okay.
Is the point, because this dude is under attack. Oh yeah.
And knight b3, you probably just have queen b4. I mean, I know you could take on a. You can take on a4, but queen b4 looks even stronger, because now we're continuing to protect that c3 pawn, which is a real goodie, right? And if you have to, you don't want to have to play bishop a1. Yeah, you don't want to have to play bishop a1. Okay, so this is the point of rook c8, that you're going to have extra protection for that that pawn that is barreling away at white's position. So if we can't play a quiet move like h3, we can understand now why the move queen c2 is mandatory. Okay,
and it's super. You absolutely have to play queen c2 or get the queen out of the way in order for the rook to do some defensive duties on the c line. So you know, what a position. Every move counts, every move will matter from now on, and we couldn't have asked for a better start to the 12th and final game in the Women's World Championship match. Remember, this is the last classical game, and we are like 40 minutes in, and this is looking like it's going to be dynamite. So you don't want to go away, as we return in a few minutes to see how these two players handle these complications. See you after the break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
Move over, Mittens. There's a new top dog in town. Benji the Bernadoodle might be an international master of fetch, but chess lessons with his dad, Gotham Chess, aren't really sticking. Host of his own public access TV show, Wishboy knows a thing or two about the most dramatic moment in chess history. A baller through and through, Buddy Buckets is moving his game from the basketball court to the chessboard. Watch out! Pinky practices chess from the inside of his mom's handbag on Woofstock's law campus. Don't judge a dog by its Diamante collar. Ponchik learned chess from his dad, GM Levon Aronian. He has never lost to another dog at chess and certainly won't lose to you. This July, the possumness is unleashed on chess.com.
And after that short break, we are back in Chongqing, the place where it is all happening. It is here where the Women's World Championship crown will be decided either today or tomorrow. And we couldn't have asked for a more dramatic start. Ju Wenjun choosing a really sharp, aggressive opening. And now we have the ultimate battle on the board. It's going to be about initiative against those long-term prospects. And both players are going to walk that tightrope in order to navigate the complexities of this position. And Jen, I know it's super early in the morning for you, but this was worth waiting for, wasn't it?
Oh, it was worth waking up in the middle of the night for, no doubt. In fact, my 6-year-old son who loves chess is actually on the couch right now. He's sleeping, but he's gonna wake up here and there, you know. So they got us on the big screen downstairs. So you know, it's an all-nighter here in Philadelphia. And we watched the Women's World Championship. Look at this, Queen C2, very accurate. Now, Jovi, if you were in this situation playing for such a prestigious title, I think in UK you guys say prestigious, right? We say prestigious usually, but you make everything sound cool, so I used your word. So if you were playing for such a prestigious title, what would you prefer? Would you be wanting to play the white pieces or the black pieces here?
Oh, that's such a tough question because this position is so complicated. I think I would prefer to be white because I'm a long-term gal at heart. And I draw comfort from the fact that the endgame is going to be super bad for black. But then on the other hand, I really am concerned because Lei Tingjie loves these type of positions and she is going to know how to fight here. And I can predict, she's either going to play c4 and try to force through a c3, or she's going to play your move, e5. It really fits in with what we've seen from her.
I think I take black myself.
You take black.
Yeah, for the same reason that you mentioned earlier. You're a long-term player. You love that advantage. I just like some of that dynamism we've been looking at in black's position. It really appeals to me. So this is a stylistic battle. I do like the extra 12 minutes for Ju Wenjun. Doesn't seem like a lot now, but what it indicates to me is more concerning. It indicates to me that Ju Wenjun has prepared these types of positions, knows the plans, even if she's not in theory for that much longer prep. Still, there's something about looking at a lot of these positions. So that does give her a bit of an edge. But from a pure position point of view, I'll take black and you'll take white. And well, let's see as the game progresses. What about you, Chad?
Definitely.
What about you, Chad? What would you guys take?
This is a big question, right? What does everyone prefer? I've kind of I think I played this once and I felt that this was very scary. No, I analysed this position once many moons ago because I was considering playing something like this on the black side. And yeah, these two pawns were just very scary for me. So it's really tough. But I tell you what doesn't fill me with confidence though, and it's something that you mentioned, that Lei Tingjie is thinking. It feels like she's seen this position perhaps for the first time, and she's having to come up on the fly with all these ideas. But then for Ju Wenjun to also take some time out just to come up with this very natural move, Queen C2, which had been played before, which is the main move in the position, also suggests to me that she's not entirely familiar and she's simply reacting. So yeah, I think we are going to see two players who just wanted a game, a very sharp game, and they're just freewheeling as they go along. And yeah, this is gonna be an epic battle for sure.
I gotta give a shout out to Twitch chat because there's a great comment here that really made my morning from Border Hop Unlimited. He says, "Jen reminds me of a female Willy Wonka that has a chess factory instead of chocolate." I mean, we do have a writer's strike going on right here in United States, but otherwise, I mean, I would just go running with that idea. I gotta give those 6 golden tickets, Jovi. 6 golden tickets.
There's 6 golden tickets, and there's only 1 golden ticket up for grabs here. By the way, they were great books. Roald Dahl, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator, and those aliens that spelled scram. Wonder whether we will have a moment where one king will need to scram. Yep, absolutely excellent book and movie. And decision time for Lei Tingjie. She has to play actively, no room for error. She can't just mess around and go h6, because actually I was just looking at h6 and white might need to start breaking out in the center with e4. And again, if you concede the c4 square, then the knight will jump into that square and just do bad things. So the time is probably now. Chess is timing, as they say.
Oh, so many things, aren't they? I mean, I think that that is certainly one of the big life lessons of chess: the time management and the kind of tension between long-term strategy and tactics, and knowing when you have the time to chill and develop your pieces luxuriously and when you don't. It's a huge skill in chess that these two women playing for the ultimate crown are clearly elite at, but hey, one of them still has to go down. The secret to great chess timing.
Yes. Also, secret to jokes, timing.
True. And wasn't there was a British grandmaster who wrote a book about like how chess and jokes are similar. I can't remember who it is. Was it Levitt? Or maybe anyway.
Yeah. There is something in the air. What's the secret to great chess? Timing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and Jonathan Rowson wrote about that quite a lot in his book Seven Deadly Chess Sins, where he felt like a great chess move is also a bit like a joke. I feel like that's especially true, by the way, in this tactics Zwischenzug, where you see this punchline that is unexpected and that your opponent didn't see. It's just kind of like you were looking at this move and that move, and suddenly they're just like, "Whoa, okay," but you didn't see this one. You didn't see that coming. Gary has a Chessable course on it, on timing in chess, or I think he means an opening.
I think probably
Bigfoot, our producer says how my opening repertoire and jokes are similar. Yeah, I think a lot of us feel that way about our opening repertoire.
Yeah. Yes. Well, okay, we do see Lei Tingjie pause. This is a big moment for her. She has to probably play very aggressively. And I was waiting for this joke to come along. My games are always jokes because I was thinking about them myself. Yeah. I don't do chess opening jokes because I've seen enough of them played on the chessboard.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, anyway, that's my contribution. I actually borrowed that one from the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. Oh man, don't get me started, Jen. It's early in the morning. It's just coming up to 10 a.m.
Oh yeah,
it's a beautiful day. It's 3 a.m. where you are. 4 a.m.
Yeah, 4 a.m.
in Philadelphia.
Yeah. The sun is far from up. The sun is not up. Yeah. Oh, we got some great comments coming in from the chat, and they are slowing down here. So keep that coming. Well, somebody mentioned Jovi that they want you to write another fiction book. Is that in the cards?
Maybe. No. It took. The thing is, though, when I write, it takes me a long time. So whether it's like being involved in a fiction book, and that project took about 7 years, and this writing chess books as well took me 2 years, and I was just like, I cannot do that. I mean, first of all, yes, I love doing it. Yes, it was a process, but at the same time, I just don't have the time. And it was quite a frustrating experience, especially when it came to writing chess books and also writing the fiction, because you write something and then or you're involved in writing something, and then you realize that actually no, it wasn't good, doesn't work, and then you have to just scrap that one, and then you have to just go back to the drawing board again, and then it's sometimes too long and sometimes too short. Things don't work, and it's too complicated, and you often wonder, like, was the whole process worth the time? And and at the minute I'm pretty busy, but one day maybe I will feel that urge to write something again. But I'm gonna rule out writing chess books for the time being, because the last Caro book, it took me 2.5 years to write, and I was working it through the early morning hours. And most chess writers, I think they just put up their analysis on an engine and they understand. But because I was writing my books aimed at 1800 max, what I was doing is I was looking at them with my engine, and then I was putting them up on a board and seeing if I liked the position with the black pieces. And if I liked it, then I would just drag my husband, his rating, he's watching, I know he is, hello. His rating is like 2100, and then I would drag him and I would force him to play on the black side of the position. And if he didn't like it, then I was to scrap that line and say, okay, it's not good enough. And then I would, and that's how I wrote the book. And it took me too long. I'm sure you've written many books. You understand the frustrations and also the elations too.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's really an incredible process, but it is quite draining. But I mean, that's a great advertisement for your book, Jovi, because I think that readers certainly appreciate the effort. You know, well, not always. They don't always know about it, but it is really interesting to hear the process. And you know, I never thought I would play the Caro Con, but I do often mouse slip when I'm playing online Blitz and accidentally played C6. So I'm gonna have to check out. I think I do have a copy of it somewhere actually. So I'm gonna have to break that out and start doing the sacrilegious Caro Con overview, just because that was a really compelling description.
But you're also writing a book yourself. You know, you've written many good books, and you're always like looking at innovative ways to develop the game. But you mentioned yesterday that you have a new book in the pipeline, Train Like a Champion. Can you tell us what it's about?
Oh, it's called Play Like a Champion, actually, and
Champion.
It's a puzzle book, actually. You've got a couple positions in it, actually, Jovi. Oh. I saw a couple by you. So I love chess tactics. I love chess puzzles. So it's my women, but as a boy mom, so I'm the mom of a 6-year-old boy. One thing I noticed is that too often content about women's games is explicitly geared towards women, and I don't think that's the way it should be. So shout out to all the men and the women in the chat. I think that whatever your gender is, you should also be enjoying like the great games of women players. So this one is really geared toward everyone, and the level is a bit higher than Play Like a Girl. So it's a little bit of a sequel, but it's also a different angle on feminism, which has been informed by becoming a mom and seeing the way that it's so important for our culture for everybody to respect women, you know? So this idea of women's empowerment being just for women, that's not it. It's for everyone.
Totally. Totally. I love that angle, that it should be very inclusive. And that's something that I have a bugbear with as well. Like sometimes women's tournaments and women's things are just aimed at women, and it should be inclusive. And I was watching a tournament, I think there was a women's Grandmaster Norm event, and they had men playing, which I thought was fabulous.
Oh, because, that's great. Yeah.
That is just a great idea, you know. Okay, you have a tournament which is predominantly women, but have some men playing as well. And I am dying. Yeah, I mean, one of my ideas was to have like a women's event where all the top women players are there, but then have a top male player there as well. You know, but they're just in the minority. I just want to have like that kind of balance. And we will see. I also, whilst I'm on my soapbox, you know what I want to see? I really, really, really want to see. I want the Olympiads to merge. I don't want there to be a women's Olympiad. I want there to be just one big Olympiad, one team. And the whole point is that each team has 4 men, 4 women playing one team, and have one reserve board. And isn't that going to be cool? And of course they can play interchangeably, like not by interchangeably, I mean like say for instance the top women player is stronger than the bottom male player in the open team, then have that woman player playing a higher board. I just want this whole mixture, and I think this way it will force federations to actually field teams of women players. Because often I see this complaint too much that like there aren't enough women playing in a country, and I'm like, seriously, you cannot find 4 women to play chess.
I love that idea. I mean, it would be bad for the United States, I think, because I think it would be really good for China, and definitely be great for China, right? Because they have so many women's world champions, and they also have a great open squad, of course. Having one on the open side as well. So they would be like the heavy favorites probably, well, along with maybe Ukraine, Russia. But I think that
it doesn't affect the top teams by any shot, because I mean they have a very strong chess culture and they're nurturing both teams. But there's a lot of countries where there's a big imbalance. They're very strong open team, not so strong women's team. Maybe they don't even send a women's team because they're like, oh, too difficult. But this way, no. You invest on every single level. You invest on the women, you invest in juniors. I'm a big fan of not just investing on one side. You invest everything, and not just in your elite, but you also invest in having a good structure and pathway for people who want to play chess as a hobby, chess as a sport, and chess as a profession. And yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea because it also forces everybody to work together. Well, it doesn't force, but it compels, it encourages, I would say. By the way, another deep thing for Lei Tingjie. She's now in the tank for 15 minutes. There's been a point earlier in this game where she was in the tank for 20 minutes. The jacket is on, as we see that, she was wearing this kind of brownish gold shirt, and now she's got the blue jacket on as she is hammering down in this position what to do. What do you think's on her mind? Why has she been thinking here for so long? What are some of the candidates? C4, E5, what else is on deck?
Yeah, and well, we've actually seen that White, with her last move, Queen C2, has a very strong positional idea of playing E4. So that means that actually her choices, Lei Tingjie's choices, are actually super limited. She has to decide between playing E5 or C4 with the idea of going C3. And let's have a look at C4, which is pretty committal. And actually I can just I just saw that the bar shot up, and C4 apparently is really not the best move because White has this idea. And hang on a second, I need to explore this because the computer is like spouting this really complicated line. Bishop C3 and after E5, and you're thinking that Black is doing fine, right? But you can just simply go H3. And after Knight C5, Knight C5, it gets really complicated, but White actually achieves A5.
Right. Oh, yeah. That pawn is able to run away thanks to the bishop on C3. And then
these pawns are just jammed. They can't move forward.
Right, because if you play E4, you capture the beautiful D4 square, and that just looks like positionally absolutely bankrupt, right? Positional bankruptcy here as the knight comes to D4, and there is really no attack for Black. So if we can't do that and we can't do D4, I agree, it's very problematic. Okay, so
Bishop C4, C4 will be met by Bishop C3 and blockade. So that's White's big idea. And then that means that after E5, you play E4. I'm just wondering whether you have to go E4, but that maybe we can take that decision. After C4, of course, you can't go Bishop C3 as you could in the previous one because, D4 is coming your way. Like there's no tomorrow. And yeah, this one you can see it will actually be curtains for White. And C4 played by Lei Tingjie.
Oh, C4, and you had mentioned here that Bishop C3 will be strong, right? And look at that, look, there's a question mark on the move, and oh no. And there it is, she played instantly, she's still in her prep. Or like, no. Oh no, Lei Tingjie
C3
in trouble.
Forcing Bishop C3 because otherwise C3 was coming. And now Lei Tingjie in strategical trouble because A5 is coming, and there we see Knight to C5. A5.
A5, and look at those pawns go.
And
could they be little queens?
Run. Yeah, and as you mentioned, the little queen just stealing the crown, right? Rook F to B1, A5. Uh-oh.
But which one of them is going to steal the crown? The A pawn or the B pawn? Probably the B pawn, right?
Yeah, which I don't know. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so say you get A5. Let's go, direct chess. And what can Black play? Like Knight to E4?
Yeah, let's think about this. How do we try to avoid immediate disaster? This is so unpleasant, right? Mm-hmm. Question about knight b3, looking to attack the pawn on a5, and with the idea that if knight b3, there's pawn b3 winning the bishop on c3, right?
Put that up.
So how's this move looking?
So this would be winning for black. So after knight b3, I guess you're forced to move the rook.
Or could you play...
keep an eye on this one. I just put it on a2 just to...
But I'm attacking it.
Loose.
But I am attacking it more times, but you have rook a1. That's the problem, right? So if knight a5, rook a1?
Yeah, you are attacking, rook a1. And
rook a1 and the
pin is mightier than the sword, as they say.
Yikes. Okay, so knight b3 doesn't work. I wonder if after knight b3 you also... Oh, okay. My first thought with knight b3, I didn't see rook a2. I thought that maybe we had to calculate b6. But the move b6 probably fails to knight takes a1, right? Now we can play knight takes a1 and we have that Zwischenzug as your queen on c2 is attacked, so you don't have time to take on c7 and win. Okay.
Yeah.
So that rook a2 move, yikes. That spoils my fun.
And I guess knight. But what else to do? So after knight c5. I mean,
well, after a5, what else can we do? It looks like such an unpleasant position. What else can black do after this a5? Oof.
I'm struggling.
We can't play knight b. We don't like knight b3. Okay, and you tried e5, right? Did you try e5?
Okay, no, we haven't tried e5. Let's go for e5 and let's see how far the pawns can advance.
You tried something similar to this, and you just played h3, I think, right? Thinking that like we've just got everything under control.
But I think go b6 h3. Now. This was
okay. So you want to start with b6 and then play h3, okay? Because then,
then
maybe you don't even need
but
h3.
Maybe I don't need to play h3, and then the question is how far will these pawns go? It's like how low will you go? How far will they go? And now I guess rook f to b1 is what? But is rook f to b1 a good move? Rook f to b1. That's how I would naturally play it.
I see. Okay.
Blockade.
I mean, it looks pretty horrible for black. Yeah.
I mean,
here
you have a protected pass pawn 2 squares away from queening, and chat is saying Lei has maneuvered herself out of similar situations, but still, this is if white manages to get a b6 pawn, then that's 2 squares away from queening. It's protected. It's such a thorn in black's side. Yeah, this is okay. Might not immediately be winning, but definitely these pawns can't move, and these ones are just giving white all the time in the world. So knight c5. Let's go back to the game position and let's have a look, because Ju is pausing. I mean, is she considering rook f to b1? Is she looking at going knight to e4? Stress a factor? Well, is stress a factor? I would say yes, absolutely. It's the 12th and final game. I mean, you don't even know what's been happening behind the scenes. I mean, this is the thing with the chess match. We're just seeing 2 people play chess. Behind the scenes, there's probably been sleepless nights. There's been a lot of emotions when it comes to those missed opportunities. Also, again, the stress constantly. There's also been a change in location, and traveling does make one tired. And let's not also forget that there have been also a lot of preparations before this match as well. Probably physical training, mental preparation, and a lot of time and energy spent on memorizing the opening. So definitely it has been said that a lot of people, when they prepare for World Championship matches, they over prepare. They absolutely do that, and they leave themselves with no energy, and when it comes to the end, they just crack.
Well, these players both have been showing great nerve so far, but this is very unpleasant. for Lei Tingjie on both the board and on the clock. She's down over 20 minutes. Ju Wenjun taking only her really second think of the game, but she's got a pretty pleasant choice here. Just push right away with A5, or potentially stick that rook on B1 to get things rolling. Play H3 looks a little bit safe, that move.
And we have a question from Li Chen TPD, who says, how do you work on resilience and not mentally giving in during the game? And that is really pertinent questions. Jen, do you have any advice?
Well, I got this question a lot about nerves and confidence. I get it a lot from my girls club that I teach as part of my work with US Chess. And I say one thing is that you don't want to be nervous about being nervous. So embrace the nerves, embrace the fear. I think that's a good way. Like, you can't always run away from your emotions, but you can learn to embrace them and make the most of them, because almost every emotion that you have has a positive side to it.
Definitely. And on that subject, we actually had advice given to us by the England team's performance coach, Benjamin Porto, who, Benji, he's a great guy. And one of the things that he says is that often you can reframe nerves as excitement, because physiologically they are the same. So if you just, instead of saying I'm nervous, you just say I'm excited. And your body can't tell and your mind can't tell the difference. And one of the things that Benji also taught us is that you can control your body by your breathing. You might not be able to control your mind, but your body you certainly can. So say, for instance, you do a little weather check and we see A5 being played immediately by Ju Wenjun. And by a weather check, you just ask yourself, how am I feeling? And if you're feeling nervous, if you're feeling excited, you can actually calm yourself down by taking longer exhalations. And the body has to behave, right? And if you're feeling lethargic, tiredness, don't identify with the tiredness. Just go, oh, I'm such a tired person. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep, blah, blah, blah. You're identifying with it. What you've got to do is you're going to say there's tiredness there, and you use your breath by having longer inhalations this time, and you can actually just pump up the adrenaline in your body. And that was a really neat trick. You just, like most things, have to remember to do it, and the only way you can do that is practice. And also, I just want to say one thing, having conversations with a lot of the top guys, some of them are really into cold water exposure.
Oh yeah, I've been doing, I did that recently. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's funny how poker and chess are kind of converging, because poker players have been into this like a mindset coaching for quite a while. And I'm a friend of Benji's, and I think Mindcreaser is where you can find some of his work. I think that all of these things are just so important. I mean, psychology is so much of chess performance, and people are starting to recognize it and get mindset coaches to travel with them. And it's really something to see. And what I think about a lot of mindset stuff that I've noticed in poker too is, for some people who are naturally confident or naturally thrive under pressure, it's very hard for them to relate. It's like when it's easy for you, it's just kind of like, well, you just do it, right? But obviously it's not that easy for everyone.
No, it's really not that easy. And often you feel like you're fighting two battles, like for instance, one at the board and one with your own mind. And it's time consuming and energy draining to have those two things. And also what I think with women especially, there's a lot of talk, especially now, about women really feeling like they're imposters and that they have this imposter syndrome going on. And I've definitely listened to a lot of podcasts to help me deal with this on a personal level. And I can recommend this podcast, How to Own the Room, if anyone is just feeling a little less self-confident, I would say.
Well, one of the things that we do in our girls' clubs is that we ban negative soft talk. So, you can't say so often you hear women or girl players saying like, well, I'm not really that good in this position, but I think that maybe this move could be okay. And of course it's like a winning move. I'm like, no, cut everything that came before the move, right?
Yeah.
So just trying to get away from that kind of negativity, I think, is really important. Now, speaking of mindset, one thing that's always really compelled me is that, it's something I've written about in Chess Queens, and that I'm always following the games and the careers of the top women players, is that you really feel like Chinese women have even overperformed when it comes to world championship matches, right? So obviously they have a fantastic team, but they've really dominated world championships even more than they've dominated the overall rankings. Like, they've won even more than I think you would expect statistically. So what's behind that? Like, there's something with their mindset coaching and matches, which is really working well for them. There's actually an old book, I think it's about 15 years old or maybe even 20 years old, called The Chinese School of Chess. And it gives some insights into it. But one of the things that I remember from it is the idea that the women's chess is really respected by everyone, and that the top male players would also invest in these top women, and that they would analyze together, and that was like one of the secrets to success.
I think that is a fundamental secret to success, that if you start from the top and you have a federation that respects that it's there and doesn't argue too much about the biological differences or whatever, the rating differences, you just accept that it's there, and you just, okay, we're going to put a lot of energy into developing, nurturing this part of the game. And they've been able to put a lot of resources in. And one of the things I did notice, especially, not so much now, I would say, but before, when Hao Yifan was world champion, was that the Chinese Federation would always send a delegation. So there was always like friends around where they could hang about, they could just play chess together, and you could always see this very nice social network. And that, I think, is really inspiring and very helpful for people to maintain the game. And let's not forget that in countries such as China, Georgia, chess is a viable career option because they've made it that way. So they don't have that battle that you do in the West. It's like, what's the point in playing chess if it's not very secure, not very stable, and you might not even get there and you have nothing to show for it. Whereas in some countries, they're like, okay, you're top performer, like Uzbekistan, when Abdusatorov won the World Rapid Championship, he got a flat. The government is like, yeah, here you go, have a flat. And then it's like, have a car. have these like financial bonuses, and then it becomes very, very attractive. And you see this boom in Norway as well, because everyone is realizing that chess can be a career. Chess is something that does make the headlines, and it is quite an aspirational game.
Oh yeah, I mean, it really is incredible how chess has boomed and allowed for so many more opportunities, both in the content, the popularization, but of course the play. And the play is the thing here, as we've got the Women's World Championship down to the wire, game 12. We thought that there might, in this move, knight b3, which, Jovi, this was so appealing to me because I also just wanted to tactically solve my problems. But you showed me that after rook a2, my problems were really only increasing here. It wasn't really helping very much because rook a2, knight a5, rook a1, and I'd even have to resign, I think. I mean, just losing a piece here. So a knight b3, rook a2. What do you think Lei Tingjie has up her sleeve after this? What's her plan? She definitely has seen rook a2 and knows not to take on a5, right? So
yeah,
what does she want to do with that?
But how easy is it to find? First of all, we have to establish how easy is it to find rook a2, because we have the engine helping us and also the evaluation bar telling us what is the best move. And I'm just wondering whether, rook a2 to me also makes a lot of sense, because following the modern day rules of chess, right, you don't put your pieces on loose squares. So rook a4.
Well, rook a4 also, yeah.
Could be a path to go wrong. Knight takes knight, remember, was a huge howler. You do not want to play that, and I'm pretty sure that Ju Wenjun will not make that move, because after the capture there's too much pressure on the c line and the bishop will fall off. So
why is in b6 we went over, is it looks compelling at first because it protects the pawn on a5. Well, it it interferes with one of the attackers of the pawn on a5. But knight takes a1 really saves today because pawn takes c7 allows knight takes c2. Now, I could play rook a1 and just sacrifice the pawn, though. Sacrifice the exchange. And there's probably some merit in that as well. But, why sacrifice when you could have the same position without sacking, right? So I think that I think that the move you mentioned, though, rook a4, that's a great question because that also looks good. Why is rook a4 not good? Rook a4, same. Is it because, you could go back to c5, right? But then rook a2, and that's an improvement that's a definite improvement for white, right? So what's the deal? This should be good too, right?
Yeah, this looks like it should be good, but what is black gonna play? Knight c5 I also don't like because again rook a2, and it feels like, although we did see the ideas of going e5, right? E5, is this rook better placed on a2?
I think the rook has got to be better in a2 than a1, right? I don't think she'll play knight back to c5.
So e5, b6 was something that we looked at, and then the queen moves to e7. And how is this? There is a blockade happening. Obviously, the pawn on b6 is really, really dangerous and really, really scary. But if we just pretend that it's not there and focus on the center, why? Is this so bad? What is white going to do?
Wow, it does look. It looks like the problem is it's just like such a permanent, rock. 2 rocks in your throat, right? That a5, b6 constellation just is, it's not like I have an immediate win to make you resign, but boy, does it look very unpleasant, right? Unless you have some, and it's like every move I'm trying to figure out, can I consolidate? Can I play like knight b3? Can I play d4? Can I play e4? Because it's like I'm panicking here for black because I don't have a lot of exciting moves. Now, of course, Lei Tingjie, great defender, is probably going to be calmer than the vast majority of players here. That's why she's in this spot. So she's not going to just like start shaking and like being like, oh my God, those pawns, right? Yeah. But it is objectively scary. And then it's also subjectively scary. I think it's
totally scary. So like for instance, you could see something like this happen, with the idea of b7, a6 and b7 just push through. But when we saw that after rook a6, you don't want to be going knight a6 because knight a6 is moving away from a good square. So rook a6, and then you can kind of see that, yes, this is ugly chess. It's not pretty, but on the other hand, where's the breakthrough? So, where is the breakthrough indeed? Optically, this is a great position for white, but at the minute, Ju Wenjun, we can see her sitting there at the board. She has to navigate what to do now. Is she going to snap the rook up to a2? Is she going to move it to a4? Is she perhaps going to fall into one of those sneaky traps that Lei Tingjie has set up for her? Well, we are going to take a quick break and you'll find out after the break what exactly has happened. And there we leave you with the beautiful scenics of Chongqing. See you in a few minutes.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
I was here! I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try. 8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby, let's go!
Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
I didn't think about winning or defending the goal. I just think we're still a strong team, and hopefully we can play our best.
And we are back in Chongqing, and there we see Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun with a big decision to make at the chessboard. And it is a critical moment. It does look like Ju Wenjun is on the verge of securing a big advantage, but of course there are some pitfalls that she must not fall into. And Jen, we left everyone on a cliffhanger, but Ju Wenjun has not made her move just yet. She just has over 1 hour on the clock and still deep in thought. Good decision to take her time.
Well, I think that we were looking at Rook A2, and we thought it was pretty easy. Like, oh yeah, that looks like a good move. But then, you pointed out, well, what about Rook A4? And then, I started thinking about it a little more, and there is these ideas of black to play knight takes D2, and if knight takes D2, there's bishop takes H2 check. If queen D2, there's knight E4, and you do lose that beautiful bishop on C3. So maybe I was too quick to reject this idea of B6 and sacrificing the exchange. I'm like, oh, okay, but let's go here first. Okay, so suppose I guess I could just play bishop takes D2 though, but that allows C3, which interferes with my protection of that pawn. And I have the in-between move B6, but things are looking so loosey-goosey right now. I mean, B6. Queen C6? What do you think? What's going on here? This is getting wild.
This is getting wild.
There's knight D4 here.
Yeah, knight D4 is coming, and
looks good for white, right? I mean, it's so complicated. It's hard to say, but I'm like, if bishop C3, there's knight E4. Okay, so I don't want to do that, right?
But even then, it's like you just don't know. For instance, you could go. Somehow you don't want to be going bishop C1 because you want that rook already to come to A1. But this is really, really tense. But can I just go back to the knight B3 and see whether after rook A2 can you do the same thing? Like knight takes knight. Is this any different? Like for instance, so bishop takes. You've got C3 coming, and that one looks like now you don't want to be going bishop takes C3 because of knight to E4 and too much pressure, and maybe there's some B6 coming, but still
B6. But now there's even queen C4, there's B7 though, right? There's B7
so you have to go queen B7 or
queen
control.
Yeah, queen B7. Okay, and still though, this is annoying because after queen B7, now what? Okay, so you don't want to do that. So you don't really want to take with the bishop, which is logical enough. You want to take with after knight D2, take with the queen maybe,
and if then you just allow. How about D2? Then that one's hanging, which might not be the be all and end all, to be honest.
True. Maybe we could just sack.
Let's avoid that one because I don't like giving up material, and maybe Ju Wenjun doesn't like giving up material either. So let's have a look at queen takes then, just by process of elimination, and knight comes to E4.
Okay, so
that was something that I was thinking, and the queen just moves. I don't know where she will move to, but maybe queen B2, just so that she can line herself up.
Right, I like that. I like queen B2.
Queen B2, and then knight takes, and I'm thinking queen takes C3. But there's always an intermediate moves. Should I be looking at B6 or should I just go queen takes C3? Probably queen takes C3 just.
Yeah, it seems fine. I mean, queen C3, and why is this just looks great for white, right? So I don't know.
This is great.
Yeah, the queen does a great job. The knight looks beautiful here when we get to play. I mean, the main dish is, of course, our pawns. I mean, those are dazzling. Unless you have something like forcing here, I don't see it. And this just looks devastatingly beautiful position for white. Okay, but something else happened, I think. I saw a move. It doesn't look like it was the move we expected. I think she might have played B6. What happened? No, none of the above.
I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's been given, it's been downgraded. At first it was given a double question mark, which is a critically bad move, and that's not been given a double question mark. Instead, just one question mark, which just means a missed opportunity. It made the position worse. So
well, I guess at first glance I was thinking knight A1. I don't know. Knight A1, but then bishop A1, and you get two pieces for the rook. But you get the pawns.
A5 pawn.
Both pawns probably, because B5 might fall too. Ooh, that's it. Well, does it though? Let's take a look. So knight A1, bishop A1. What do we take with on A5? Do we take with the queen or the rook?
A queen. Queen was
probably more aggressive. Yeah. And now if you play rook to B1 to hold on to your pawn on b5.
I'm insistent. Or maybe I can go c3, but
how's
or maybe
so
I trade
A1
queens, queen a2, because this reminds me of I had this line prepared in the once upon a time. I employed not a semi-Slav or a Queen's Gambit decline. I was encouraged to adopt a Benko variation. And one of the lines that I had in the Benko was basically giving up 2 pieces for the rook. But I had the rook, but I had like but in return, you know, white had this like bad bishop on f1, which wasn't actually doing anything. And I see the same thing here, that if you trade off queens, these knights have got no space, whereas these guys have a lot of mobility. But maybe I'm being optimistic. Maybe
no. I mean,
simple.
I like the idea, but I could stop you by playing queen c3 and threaten checkmate. It's funny that you're the first thing you look at is queen a2, and the first thing I look at is queen takes a1. It's like I gotta check it, right?
Okay, queen takes a1. Yeah. This is let's go flashy. I like this. This is after all the analysis. We can take things back.
It doesn't look like the computer likes it, but this is the thing. I mentioned it yesterday. You don't have to play forcing moves, but you have to look at them. This is something I'm trying to instill in my son, because there also becomes a point where people do too many forcing moves, right? That they suddenly do every check, every capture, every forcing line. But it's not that you have to do it. You got to look at it, because I was just thinking, okay, so knight f1, and I know I've lost a lot of material, but I do have some really strong pawns, right? And strong rooks, so it's worth looking at.
Yeah, definitely. And these knights are not great pieces, as you pointed out. I guess are you rounding up the b pawn, or are you pushing your own pawn?
Yeah, I know there's so many options. Am I trying to play rook a8 and play rook a2? Am I trying to play c3? But it seems like maybe it's a bit much. This is a kind of variation that you would play if you had nothing else. Whereas you were showing some other ideas. Yeah,
I really like it. There's this kind of idea, and it reminds me of a story where Shak Mamajarov, during the Champions Chess Tour, he sacked his queen. And we were like, oh, he's blundered his queen, and we were like, this is a terrible move. This is because we were guided by the evaluation bar. We were like, this is terrible, and the evaluation bar was saying, yeah, it was terrible. But you know, Shaq didn't know that. He was just like, yeah, I'll sack this queen. Look at this look at the activity I got. It was against Duda, and after he wins the game, he turns around to his second and he's like, wasn't that a great game? And the second looks at him and goes like, no.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, yeah, this is definitely something where black has a lot of compensation, but let's go back to other possible moves in this long line, because there's other more intuitive ones. There's your queen a2, right? And I mentioned that
so this is knight takes rook, and we were looking at bishop takes a1, otherwise black captures. This is forced, and then queen takes a5, and
rook
what was
b1.
the move we were looking at? Rook b1, just to hold on to the b pawn.
Gotta save that pawn,
and then,
right?
So we have queen a2, we have rook c b8, rounding up this one, and we looked at queen takes bishop, and I guess there's also c3 attacks.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to train myself. Checks, captures, threats, CCT, CCT at all times, and I'm hoping at one test stage it will be automatic.
So for those of you in the chat, you thought that once you were an international master, you saw everything, but guess what? Still looking at all those captures and checks. Yes, everybody has to do it. It doesn't matter how good you get at chess. You still have to play good chess, right? So no matter how good you are in your rating and your accomplishments, you still have to come to the board and play. You still have to make it all happen again, huh? So let's see here. It seems like the engine about loves this position for black. Maybe they just think that if the pawn on b5 falls, it's a terrible position for white. That must be it, right?
Right. And I'm just thinking, actually, if you go c3, if you just force that pawn, and then you back it up with queen a2, or even your queen a1 idea, suddenly.
Right.
It's like if you know your knight f1, and even like now, it's so tempting to go queen takes.
Or now queen. Yeah, for sure. But
or
now
queen
you're
a2.
queen a2.
I mean,
Because
Queen A2 dislodged the queen.
Because when you played Queen A2 before, I had Queen C3, which was threatening checkmate, and also stopped your evil plans for just a move, but really important move. But the insertion of C3 looks like a big problem for Ju Wenjun, as it looks like the evaluation could have flipped. Now, this is not the real board. If we see the game position, note that after bishop f6, Lei Tingjie is still thinking, are there other moves besides knight takes a1? What if she just recaptures the bishop straight away?
Yeah, so knight a1, knight. Okay, yeah, so she could recapture the bishop.
But then
That is true, but then you're left back with this scenario where this horrible moment, right? When
this looks bad because knight takes b3,
and then there's knight takes b3, right?
Yeah, and then after pawn takes b3. Well, let's see what's going on. I think the problem is pawn b3. There's queen b3, rook a5, b6. Is that why? Is this so terrible? I think so. Rook a5, b6. Yeah. Oh,
do we do b7?
The variation continues, huh? Do we play b7 right away, or do we take on a5 first? It should be noted that white isn't even down any material here, so
that's true.
Yeah, and we've got that gorgeous pawn on b6.
My vibe is this.
Yeah,
and then I don't know, b7 was what I was thinking. b7, and then after this, just hold on.
Yeah, it's not like there's a mate. There's not even a mate. It's just we've got everything going for us. Safer king and a much stronger pawn. Like if we had a less safe king, we still might be better here, right? No. Because of this beautiful pawn on b7. But we get, what do they say about having compensation for the extra material? Right? we have compensation for our advanced pawn.
Yeah, someone said that about my position. They asked for an assessment, and they're like, okay, she's got the extra pawn and the compensation, and that's it. Let's move on. Yeah. So now, this is bad. This is super bad. You do not, in any planet, want this pawn on b7 and all the play as well to white. So knight takes bishop. Sorry, knight takes rook played, attacking the queen.
Knight takes a1. Played. Very nice, very nicely spotted. Note that time could become a factor in this game. She's got under 40 minutes. Bishop takes a1 quickly replied because I guess rook takes a1 would just lose the piece on f6. So she obviously wanted to switch back and keep that extra piece at least on the board. Queen a5 immediately played by Lei Tingjie, and now we've got this moment where white has to show something. I mean, normally when you're playing with the pieces, right, you want to get some kind of middle game tactics going on, like threaten, checkmate. What about something like knight to g5 here, threatening mate? Well, it doesn't even really threaten mate, but essentially it does, right? You're going to lose after queen a7 and queen g7. Yeah.
Yeah, because black is threatening c3 and just to overrun white on the queen side. It makes loads of sense. Let's go on the king side. After all, you want to attack. You've got extra pieces, so g6 is what I would play. Unless I can get... Yeah, because after f5, then there's bad things happening. F5.
Although e6 is hanging,
feels like
right?
There's too much.
Yeah,
and e6 is hanging, and then this is going. Yeah, so g6 forced.
Or wait a second though. Could we just try, just to humor me? Could we also try c3 ourselves after knight g5, just to block your bishop and just give up h7?
Oh wow.
Oh, apparently not. Well, you can see I wasn't. You can see I wasn't using a computer for that move, shall we?
No. But I mean, definitely need to look. So the first move is consequences. You allowed queen takes pawn, king goes to f8, and the first move I'm thinking about is queen h8 check,
king e7. And then I see, and then if
you have to move. I guess you have to move.
Yeah, I got you. This is good. Yeah, if I take, that's a problem. Yeah,
this is all puzzle rush solution there, and is that checkmate? Yes, it is checkmate.
Yeah, my first thought was mate into, by the way. Bishop F6.
I was
My
expecting
first
some
thought was
1-0
Bishop
call.
F6. I wanted to get another piece into the game. Your mate was faster, but my mate brought the bishop on A1 into the game. So I say it's just as good.
Yeah.
but I would get that X in Puzzle Rush. You got to go the fastest. Okay, so this just loses because of that. Nice. Yeah, I was just hoping that maybe I would be attacking the knight on D2 and your queen, and I would have something here. But no, I can't afford it. But the reason I just get a little scared about G6 because you've weakened this diagonal. But I guess what you're saying is that I don't have time to get on the diagonal because Queen B2, there's C3, right?
Right. So this is the question, right? So moves that kind of like immediately come to mind is like, first of all, what happens if I try and trade off queens? I don't know why. It might be a bad decision. But we are analyzing, and so we definitely need to investigate it. And then other maybe, like you suggest, try to use the dark squares, and somehow other he's like, if only we could transplant the queen to H6, and it would be like,
I know,
game over.
Well, that is the question. We need to avoid the queen trade. When you said queen trade, when I'm playing white here, I shiver at the thought. Oh no, don't take the queens off. As Ju Wenjun hopes to retain her chess queen title here, the Women's World Championship, because generally the rooks are very strong in the endgame, and generally the minor pieces are way better at attacking an enemy king. So as a general rule, the queen trade here will be really, really good for black. Also note the king on G8. Much, much weaker king than the king on G1, especially after this good move, G6, but it's also a weakening move. So let's say I play bishop C3. How about if I play bishop C3? And then if you play...
I'm taking that.
Okay, and now I have to get my queen into the game somehow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you...
Queen D1?
Yeah, Queen D1, get that over there. Yeah. So hang on a second. So Queen D1, we come, we're in for a party, right? If the Queen gets to F6. So yeah, this is still dangerous. So how to fight this?
Well, maybe you could have tried to, instead of just grab that pawn right away, maybe, because I don't know. Obviously, there's still juice in this, but I'm just looking at other possibilities, because is there a way for black to be more insistent and try to like force a trade of queens? Because I honestly think black will have a huge edge if she can force a trade of queens, even if she doesn't win B5 right away. But I guess the problem is Queen A2 doesn't really force it. You can still go Queen D1,
Queen
A4,
does Queen A4 force it?
It seems to come closer, because now I can't play Queen D1. But I could play like Queen C1 or Queen B2. If I play Queen B2, I guess your idea was to play Queen A2, right? But I'm still going to try to get my queen into the game. It's going to be a little bit more long-winded, but by the same token, you did not take the pawn on B5, so you're playing more long-winded too. And I might, if you don't take on B5, don't forget, I might play B6 myself and kind of distract some of your majors from the arena. Yeah, okay. This is very strategically rich, Jovi. I mean, we couldn't have been more wrong when we predicted that this game would be kind of, not just us, I think a lot of people I saw in YouTube chat, they were like, this one's going to be so safe and so balanced, and it might last 4 hours, but there's going to be like a very, very high chance of draw, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no, I honestly thought that this game would be finished in 2 hours with a very safe draw, and then tomorrow we will see fireworks on the board. But here we do see Ju Wenjun. She chose an aggressive opening, very committal, very direct. And here, I mean, like you mentioned, it's a big, big battle. This is intense, because if white is able just to transfer the queen over to the king side, Ju is going to win. If the queens come off, then Lei will be the one who wins, because she has all the possibility, just first of all to round up the b5 pawn, and then secondly just to creep forward with her pawns in the middle. And these guys just don't have any stable positions at all, so anything can happen. All three results very much on the table, and we see Ju Wenjun thinking she has to, though. First thing she has to spot is that, as we've come to the conclusion, C3 is a big, big threat for black. You gotta stop it. Whether it's by going knight to g5 and then going bishop c3, you have to stop this bishop being just locked in on the corner.
What if we start with bishop c3, by the way? How does that change matters? I mean, I think it's bad because now...
Can we still do this? Well, okay, then this transposes, right? Because then you can go knight g5, g6, and then move the queen. But we haven't even stopped and looked at this position. Like, what on earth is happening here? Because I don't know. Because I was like, okay, so if you chase this away, I mean, how is this for size?
Yeah, good question. I mean, this looks like some fun and games for sure. Oh, and don't forget. Wait a second.
Down.
Did you have d4 in some positions?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, hang on. So, because I was just like racing.
Oh, this also
grab material. Okay, so queen to d1 and d4. Is d4 an idea here?
Why don't we have d4 winning? There's some tactic here. What is it? Is it knight e4?
This is the move that gives a small advantage to white.
Okay.
But why this? I don't know. But then let's have a look. This knight apparently is not so good because of pawn
c3, maybe. Yeah. No, then you have knight takes d6 and.
This is just so complicated. Okay, so hang on. Okay, so let me knight e4. Bishop takes h2 check. King takes.
Okay.
Oops, no, not d3. That was me being
takes on c3. And then queen h5 checks in the air, which is our dream to get that those queens off the board, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're right.
Take here.
Right, queen e5 check. Okay. Oh, what lines? You know, what thrills and spills. And I think that we're only at move 20 now, Jovi, and with so many complications on the board, this is going to be a major time factor in this game. I know it's still a little ways away. We've still got well over an hour total on the clock, right? But I'm telling you, it's looming. It could get really dicey looking at the time control. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we really go down to the wire on the clocks in this game, just because there is so much to think about.
Yeah, there is certainly a lot to think about. And priority number one, as you mentioned for Ju Wenjun, stop black from playing c3 and then following that with queen a2, or just getting the queens off that board, because the c pawn is just too powerful. It needs to be blockaded. And Ju has a choice: bishop c3, knight to g5. Either one will do, but she has to find those two moves. Maybe she can also play b6 with the same idea, but I prefer bishop c3.
Oh yeah. B6 followed by queen c3 or something after b6. Oh, and what about queen b2 and b6? That's one we haven't looked. Oh, there's c3 right away.
There's c3.
So b6 first, and then queen b6, queen c3. We hadn't looked at that one.
I'm just wondering. Yeah, queen b6. And then queen c3, but I'm guessing that you just go
bishop f8.
I was going to bishop f8. You can block it with f6.
Yeah, and there's no real weakness induced. That's why it was so important to induce that weakness with knight g5, threat and checkmate, right?
Such a critical idea. And whilst Ju Wenjun is thinking, let's just deep dive into that position once more, because that is the one we have to break down. So let's go knight to g5. Threatening checkmate, getting all our pulses up and racing. And okay, you have to defend g6. This as a consequence, whoops, that was a weird diagonal. That weakens the long diagonal, maximizes the power of this. Then we have to stop c3. That is a must. So that's why bishop c3. Queen takes pawn. There's just, I don't know, maybe other moves are possible, but queen to d1 with the idea of queen f3. We saw that d4, and now this is a super important point, that knight to d e4 is the only way for white to get an advantage, because after bishop takes, it's not so, I guess it's not so important to bishop takes
Yeah. So if bishop
you
h2,
just take, and then here, and I would just ignore this pawn, and I would just use the queen to come to d4, and then just start looking at these holes. Now this one would be losing for Lei Tingjie, so she can't do that. She can't go bishop takes h2.
Yeah,
that means that she
won't play d4. I don't think she'll play. I don't think she'll play d4. Do we have to play d4? Can't we do
No, you
something else?
don't. No, you don't. So the move that I was looking at, and I was only fixated on one line, was h6, just to kick away that knight, because these are my principles, right? The knight on g5 is on black side of the board. You want to kick away those pieces. And then I was thinking, what happens if white doesn't retreat the knight and goes for mate immediately, right? What could be more attractive than that?
Let's do it. Queen f3 takes on g5 and queen f6.
Queen f6. And then I got here and I thought, wow, what happens if the king just runs? So it goes to king f8.
Yeah, that is a question. That's exactly the same question I had when you had this position up earlier. Why is this so good for white? How do we do this? So because queen h8 check, king e7, that cold-blooded. Maybe we just go back to f6 and you can't go to d7 because of queen f7, but I think you can, right?
You do some triangulation, right? You can go king d7.
Yeah, and now we're down an exchange. We're down an exchange, and I don't think we have got a whole lot to show for it anymore. Okay, so what was the better way to deal with this variation?
So it might be that queen f3 is not correct. It's just too ambitious. So instead of queen f3, maybe let's go back to h6. It might be that white has to be a bit more careful, a bit more tempered here, and go knight. So h6 was the move.
Maybe knight f7 instead. Maybe just take on f7.
Just go for, wow. What a move! Didn't even enter my radar. Just okay. So king takes.
Well, then queen f3
proof of
check.
the pudding is in the eating. Queen f3, and then I don't know where I'm going. My pieces. King to. I don't want to head to g8 because I feel like I'm just going to get obliviated there on the king side. So I'm going to go king e8. At least
now
the bishop can be a defender.
Yeah, that's true. And then so basically this is similar to the old line, except now we took your critical pawn on f7, which kind of held the rest of the position together. So even though we're down in exchange, we're actually getting some of the little guys. And boy, are they important, because once one goes, they all go.
Yeah.
So this gives a lot of
And I'm just wondering, is there checkmate after queen to d7? Like, for instance, if you check.
Yeah.
Bishop f8. Yeah, because if you go king to e7, well,
and there's a mate.
Hey
right?
ho, there's a bishop comes in.
Right.
Is this not checkmate?
What? Oh, because you can still
I'm just looking at the bar.
Because you can still do the same thing.
Nah.
King f7, queen g7 check, king e8, queen g8, and you still have that bishop f8, that move stopping it from being totally mate. And if it's not mate, we end up losing because of your beautiful pawn on c4. So there's a lot at stake here. It's not like, oh, we don't mate, so we can take a perpetual. It's like, no, you're done.
Yeah, it's busted, right? So, okay, so, goodness me. So we were down, okay, so king to e7.
We're down a long, by the way, you can see the live board here on the right of the screen. And right now, we suspect Ju Wenjun is thinking about all of our different options here. Obviously, knight g5, threatening, well, not quite mate, but threatening, devastating destruction to the black king. We're thinking maybe bishop c3, and of course, other types of moves that one might look at, like rook to b1, with the idea of playing b6, holding on to your pawn on b5. But this is a long line that arose out of the knight g5 idea. As we are finding ourselves in a very strategic battle of ideas, as Ju Wenjun is going to be hunting down Lei Tingjie's king, and Lei Tingjie is going to be hunting down making another queen with that c-pawn. I mean, wow, how the tables have turned, Jovi.
Yeah. And I can see that our producer Bick was sending through the lines. I didn't actually read that. I was just like looking at your knights. So I was like, oh, wow, goodness me, what a wild position. But I think Ju Wenjun has to do this. And we've highlighted time and time again, like the rook coming to b1 might be a natural move, defending the b5 pawn. But actually the most important thing is to stop black from playing this c3 move, which just completely just kills the position because it ruins the scope of this bishop on a1. c3 is such a big threat. And yeah, and my goodness me, if this game ends in a draw, then fair play to the players. I mean, what can we say? I mean, it's been, actually I would prefer, I'll be honest with you, that this game ends in a draw, because then we'll have more fun and action tomorrow. And it feels kind of appropriate that they've played such aggressive chess, very tense. It's been full of thrills and spills, and yeah, I want to prolong the match. But if someone wins, it does feel a bit heartbreaking, right, for the other one, because once again there's been twists and turns. Because in this opening it looked like Lei Tingjie maybe had a good opportunity just to push forward with her initiative. She played incorrectly, and then Ju Wenjun had the upper hand with the possibility of getting b6, but she mishandled the position. And now we find ourselves in this really tense game where it's all going to depend on whether Ju Wenjun can whip up an attack as compensation against these chain of pawns. There's 4 in a row, not just 3. And she can only do that by whipping up a counterplay against this king that is all alone. If she doesn't do this, then she probably is going to be worse. Okay, and we see Queen C3 played. And this was something I was instinctively going for. But I know you did not like it at all. And I also noticed that the computer hated it. And it was just simply to do with the fact that when you judge this type of position, you got to look at how mobile the pieces are, especially the rooks. And the rooks are already primed for the action. This pawn on b5 is just going to get corralled. And oh dear, Ju Wenjun does have the worst of a draw.
Well, it is a 20-minute thing. And, yeah, of course, I was just hoping to drum up some checkmate because, the thing about these knights is that their knights are notoriously bad at protecting against advanced pawns, right? But they're notoriously good at checkmating, at participating in checkmating attacks. So just from a logical point of view, I was like, oh, I want to keep the queens on the board. But I do think this is a concrete thing for Ju Wenjun. I think she probably looked at a lot of those lines that we looked at, wasn't sure she had enough, and believes she can hold this. Obviously she's fought for 20 minutes, so she was clearly examining those permutations. And if she thinks she can hold this, don't forget, she gets to play that rapid playoff. So
That's true.
What is the evaluation? Is this, and remember, the end games that would result if she kind of hung on and wiggle back her queen would have been even worse, because then she would end up giving up more ground. So I think her idea is, if I'm going to do an end game, I'm going to do it this way. Of course, it would have been really fun to see that crazy middle game versus, pass pawn action. But, that wasn't in the cards. And this decision does make logical sense if she didn't think that was going to work out in her favor. Do it now, not after Lei Tingjie is already taking your b pawn and she's already moved her c pawn forward. Then it's going to be too late. You're just going to be dead in the end game. Here, is she dead? No, by all means, she's not dead. I mean, my big question is, what about rook a3? Can we bolster? No, sorry, and I'm trying to boot that bishop on c3 out. Because if we can, it's going to be really bad. But I think Ju Wenjun must believe that she can just hold tight with a move like rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1 is one idea that certainly you can hold tight. The question though is, how are you going to defend this b pawn, because that's going to get rounded up. Rook b8, and I guess can you hold on to it?
Well, can you play knight d4, and then if e5, at least we get to win the e-pawn, or play knight f5, we get to really complicate the issue here? I think this must be the type of variation she was looking at.
Yeah, so e5, knight c6, and this one feels like white is
or knight
doing
f5
okay again.
Knight f5,
knight
I think,
f5
might have been even stronger, because then
wow.
if you play bishop c7, we have knight e7 check, and we just get that juicy d pawn. I think, now things are kind of falling apart on you.
That's true. That's very true. So, yeah, knight f5, classy move, attacking the bishop and also destabilizing the defense of the e5 pawn. Yeah, that's a killer move. So no e5. So that means that you have to keep everything. But at the same time, you've got moves like, is it bishop? No, bishop e5, you might fall down to knight c6. So I want to play bishop c5. I want that pawn. I'm so greedy.
You got a one-track mind here, don't you?
Yeah.
Well,
but maybe you can do the same thing, right? Knight, just hold on. Knight to f3.
Right. Just hold tight, because now you don't have e5, right? And my back rank is currently weak, but it doesn't seem like you can take advantage of it at this exact moment. If you play rook a8, do note the sneaky little threat would be rook takes c3, right? So if white were to do something like, I don't know, can you make a bad move? Knight c6? I'm not sure what I would do here. You watch that engine bar fall to the floor as rook takes c3 would end up picking up the piece. And this is one that it doesn't matter how old, how long you've been playing chess. I know you've fallen for this at some point, right? There's no shame in it. It happens to us all. It happens to us all.
It certainly does. And there's no escape square for the king to run to on the second row. So this is the back rank mate, or as kids call it, the bank rank mate. And yeah, so okay, so queen c3, queen takes c3, bishop takes c. Oh, and I just noticed when I was flicking through that queen takes c3, because it was played so quickly by Lei Tingjie, was awarded a question mark.
But wait, what? But how? I mean,
I guess it's just saying go bishop f8 or f6.
Okay. Don't play bishop b4. Don't play bishop b4, because then you get mated in one move on g7, right?
The bishop and the queen, they're lined up. It's called a battery for a reason. And queen takes g7 would be a big moment. So,
that's shocking.
Yeah, queen c3. But
queen c3 is a question mark. That's crazy. Okay, show me again, Jovi, why is queen c3 a question mark? Because of bishop at f8 or because of f6?
Okay, so I was thinking bishop f8 or f6. So let's go bishop f8. You want to keep the pawn structure kind of relatively solid. And why is this so bad? I mean, can you not do the same kind of things with knight to d4?
Yeah, I don't get it. I feel like this one is
hang on a second. This is bishop will come to b4.
Okay, so you can't
knight
go
to d4.
But what if you just play like a regular move like h3 or something?
Yeah, let's go h4 just because.
Yeah, okay. And now, why would this be so bad?
And now it's saying no.
It wants to actually switch back. I think it wants to switch back to like taking on b5 or something maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's I think it's very human to want to just go for the end game, because, you know, there is this principle that with the rooks, you should have a really nice position. Whereas it's true, black has no weaknesses, unlike the other variation where, you know, you played knight g5 and it induced g6. There is no weaknesses here. So even though we have the queen, I can understand why the computer thinks that like black can just take on b5 in cold blood. But also very understandable why Lei Tingjie just traded right away.
And yeah, I thought it was a very understandable decision, but the speed at which she did it was maybe questionable. And well, going back, we see that after queen takes queen, bishop takes queen, rook c b8. So Lei Tingjie not hiding her intention. She wants the b5 pawn, and now Ju Wenjun has to defend it. You have to go knight to d4, I guess, or
rook b1, right?
Or rook b1.
But
so
if rook b1,
which one to choose?
If rook b1, there's rook a3 now, because I was using my rook to play rook c1, and now I'm afraid that rook a3 destabilizes me in that key point.
Yeah. And if the bishop moves, let's say, okay, so let's say I'm really provocative. I'm going to go like this, and you see the evaluation bar go all the way down. I'm guessing it's because c3 is probably going to be a big killer, right? c3, and okay, and
where did you go?
The knight has to move. So she's actually gone for the simple approach, which is just to defend that.
I like that better.
The knight. Way better. And we saw that e5 was actually be a mistake from Lei Tingjie if she played it, because of this knight to f5 idea, and you just cannot hold on to the defense of e5.
I like this way better because I like this way better because now we can keep the rook on f1 for c1. I mean, obviously we're not thrilled about our rook being relegated, our strongest piece in this position to be relegated to defense, but the key thing is, like, letting that pawn on c4 go has such a deleterious effect on our position, because it's like, it's not just the pawn going forward, it also attacks our knight on d2, it boots our bishop away, and it allows your bishop on d6 sometimes to get more play. So it's just like, it's really holding our position together that we have this bishop on c blockading. So even at the risk of relegating our most powerful piece left, we are going to do it. You know, sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do for the sake of the greater good of the position. And I think that's the case here with the rook poised for c1.
Yeah, we've seen it in so many variations, where if this bishop is removed from the board, then c3, c2 is just going to be too powerful. So I completely agree with you. Ugly chess is sometimes necessary, and yeah, we do have a big moment here for Lei Tingjie. How is she going to destabilize this knight? Is she going to be playing bishop c5? Just again to ask Ju Wenjun, how are you going to defend the b5 pawn? Or is she going to make moves like g6 to take away the f5 square from the knight? Big decisions to be made. And so say she goes very forceful, say she goes g6. Now this g6 move I wouldn't necessarily recommend. I would be in fact very hesitant about playing such a move myself, because you can really see the position going wrong for black, if you manage to get that knight to f6, or maybe even a bishop to f6, and somehow or other white has that extra piece to coordinate and attack with. And
yeah,
here,
I agree.
What can white do? But black has a concrete idea of playing e5.
True, but at the moment, e5, we still would have knight d6. Well, what about e4? Because you mentioned now you've made a weakness. Maybe I can try to get my own thing going. And if you play e5, I've got knight c6. I mean, the position it might be an endgame, but that doesn't mean the position can't blow up, right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if the knight jumps into e4, then this is going to be just horrible on the dark squares for black. No, I'm going to use my power of take back and take back g6.
Although don't quit yet. What about e5 and knight c6 and sacrifice in exchange with d4? I got to check that out. I mean, that could be kind of fun, right? Apparently not fun, considering the computer doesn't like my move. Maybe because of knight takes c4 though. But you see what my idea was, that it looks like this could be the killer. But yeah, I was just trying to get some action going with the pawns. Oh wow, what a game, Jovi, as we see Lei Tingjie puzzle over what to do. Does she want to play for bishop c5? Does she want to play for rook a3? But I'll tell you one thing. The chances of a draw, I feel like, are a lot higher now than they were, 10 minutes ago before the queen trade, when we were looking at those wild variations with knight g5. So that's good, though, in a way, because we're more likely to see a playoff, which will be really exciting. And I almost feel like, to me, it almost feels more fair, because I know a lot of people think that classical chess is more fair because, there's more time not to make a mistake. I feel like in this match, because it's been so tightly contested because both women came with such great form and are playing so awesome. The idea that you have to win in a 4-game match to win the title rather than just in one game is kind of appealing to me. So, you know, and it's still quite exciting. I mean, anything can still happen, but you can kind of imagine certain fortresses where it's hard for either side to make progress, right? Especially with like white already kind of setting up a position like that where you see everything kind of protects each other.
Like you could see like rook a3, rook c1, and maybe bishop c5 attacking this knight. You see knight coming to f3, and then here you can kind of see that maybe there's like no room for improvement. Maybe is e4 an idea? I don't know. I'm just thinking h6. And yeah, you don't want to be going e4 because pawn takes pawn is now possible. And what is, and so you go h3, and then what? Like both sides have got their optimal setup. It's difficult. So say for instance you try to go rook a8, but there's still no threat. There's no way for the rooks to come to a1 and make that trade. And there's no target. Remember, these knights are just so effective at controlling all the squares. There's just simply no way through. So you can kind of almost see like this type of position that the black rook would be like going rook b7, rook b8, and white would be waiting. And we've seen Ju Wenjun do this, right? She's not afraid of just going, making moves like king h2, king g1, and just asking the question what to do. I mean, maybe white does have a plan of improvement. If you just go rook b7, maybe you can go king f1, and say black just is like, yeah, I'm going to wait.
True.
I'm going to wait again. And then, but where else? Well, maybe it's only seasons, maybe. You can get rook a2 check and then drive it back. And come back up again.
I see what you mean about this potential for fortress. I mean, if I were black, I'd be, if you're looking for any kind of active play for black, although I see people in the chat are saying they actually like white's position, I would think about, if I were to get my king to e7, could I arrange some kind of f6, e5 idea?
Okay, let's try that. So
Instead of h6.
This was just black waiting. So black waiting and white trying for something, but even saw that white wasn't necessarily possible for white to actively improve the position that much. But let's have a look at whether black can do it. So knight to d4, rook a3, rook c1, bishop c5, knight here. And now let's move the king to f8. And
oh, what? She's played e5. We thought it was a bad move.
It is a bad move. Knight f5. It is a bad move.
Okay.
Isn't it a bad move?
She has done it.
Knight
It
f5.
looks like it. It looks like a bad move. I mean, what do you do after knight to f5? Well, the computer hates it. Maybe she's thinking knight f5, bishop goes to c5, and then after bishop e5, rook b5? Maybe she's, because of course bishop c7 is terrible, right? Because then knight e7 check and knight takes d5. Maybe she's just thinking bishop c5 here, bishop e5, rook b5, but then you lose g7. No,
you'd use g7, so you have to hold on to f8, the g7.
So bishop f8.
By moving the bishop f8.
So bishop f8, and then bishop e5, rook b5. How's that look? Or is there another move here? Can you?
Wow.
No, I doubt it, because you don't want us to play f6, right? You got to seize your moment, right? Bishop takes e5.
And talking about seizing the moment, I'm going to leave everyone hanging because we are going to take a very short break. And we do see Ju Wenjun play knight f5. Oh my goodness. This is huge. And you don't want to go away because we'll see you in a few minutes.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, White would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and White would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Chess grandmasters can lose 10 pounds and burn 6,000 calories just by sitting.
Yeah, so I've actually been spending a lot of time getting in shape. Wow, that's great. What are you doing? Mostly like rook lifts. Oh, I've never heard of that. It's a thing, don't look it up.
Hello everyone, and we come back to full-fledged excitement on the board. There we see Ju Wenjun. Her posture has changed. She knows that the upper hand has been passed to her because we just left you with a big cliffhanger. Lei Tingjie, she's an active player. She likes to play fast. She also likes to play committal moves. She just said no. There was no defending for her whatsoever. She broke out with e5. But according to the evaluation bar and also according to the engine and according to everyone, e5 is an inaccurate move because it allows white to win the e5 pawn and just get greater flexibility for the position. So after knight f5, as played by Ju Wenjun, Lei Tingjie was forced to defend the g7 pawn, and here we are. And it is now Ju Wenjun's move. She's thinking before she can take this pawn. She can, of course, play it, but as Jennifer, during the break, you also mentioned that it is possible for Ju Wenjun to play another move, perhaps this move, f4.
Right, f4, and yeah, you can see the evaluation thing sign. I'm under caffeinated here in the middle of the night in Philadelphia. But okay, my idea is simple. I'm hoping to actually finally get that rook onto the game on f1. And for instance, if you take on f4 and I play, like, let's just do a fantasy variation. Pawn takes f4, rook takes f4, rook b5. Just humor me here. Now, I do have this idea of knight to h6, check. And if you play pawn takes h6, rook g4, check. Although, I mean, even there, I guess the story is not completely over because, well, it's not mate.
No, because the king can run to f8, but still, this does look dangerous for black after rook takes h7 and rook h8 in the air. I can see the attraction in that, and I can see why Ju Wenjun has taken a pause, whether she should capture the pawn or she should introduce the rook into the game. And yeah, it is true that Lei Tingjie just played e5 in order to win the b5 pawn, but there were consequences to that. And let's have a look at Ju Wenjun's most natural move, which is simply to capture the pawn in the middle of the board. I think I would play this without even thinking, but that perhaps would not be the best strategy. It's always good to take a pause and consider all your options. And now this is the position, and one of the things you do immediately notice is that white pieces have a lot more freedom than before. So for instance, the bishop can come to c3, the rook can come to c1, and the knights can just maneuver around. They now have very comfortable posts. So what move kind of appeals to you? It's white to play. c3 is not a threat at the minute, so you do have a spare move.
Well, c3 is not a threat, but what about like blockading that square and stopping me from blockading it? Like something like I'm worried that if suppose I tried to play f4 and get my rook into the game in this crude way like I was doing before. And now you play rook to a3 or something like that, right? Yeah. Just looking to play c3 yourself, eyeing the now weakened e3 pawn. Some kind of principal battle like this is interesting. And yeah, rook c1, a move that we've been looking at in the course of this endgame, sacrificing the activity of that rook for the greater good of the position to stop you from unleashing everything with c3. But again, like, this does look like black is exerting at least enough pressure to avoid complete disaster. Right? Now, what if I tried rook f3 instead, Jovi? Can we check that one again?
Sure. So
instead of rook c1?
Instead of rook c1, okay. So rook f3.
Yeah, I know.
You brave. Okay, I'm going to c3.
So now c3, and again, the problem is that knight h6 check, pawn takes h6, rook g7, bishop g7, showing me that it's not a checkmate. And unfortunately, I'm going to be left with many problems once the dust settles. If bishop takes g7, the pawn takes d2, and I can get all these. Wait, then I'd have a draw though, right? So
yeah, then you can take on h6, right?
Yeah, I'd have a draw.
So
you don't want to
here.
So how would you stop a draw here? Would you play rook b6 or something, or f6?
f6.
F6. Okay. Yeah.
And then after king takes pawn, you go here, and you still have the same problems of the pawn on c3 running through. So no, still the same things apply, but I guess what is the big problem for Lei Tingjie in this position is if we get to go back to bishop takes e5, I will put it up there on the board, and after rook takes b5, it's just, it's true. So say you were to sit with the bishop on c3, the rook to c1, and then, do you remember that plan of improvement that I was talking about with bringing the king in to e2? I mean, there really is nothing that black can pin their hopes on. I mean, this knight is not tied down on f5. It's just rogue, because before, if we were to do a direct comparison to the other line where we saw like this, here this knight on d4 is completely saddled to the protection of the b5 pawn. And when we compare it to the game, where we're going to see it in action, this knight is just running free. And it can, of course, allow the king also to approach the position. Also, once the rook is relieved of its duties of protecting the bishop, everything can pounce on this pawn on d5. And that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. And by the way, what do we see here? We see bishop e5, rook b5, g4. Okay.
G4 played. Okay. Ooh, what a move.
Well, I think maybe there was a tactical question of d4 followed by f6, so she wanted to bolster that knight. If let's show what I mean there.
Yeah.
So let's say that.
So say you played h3. So hang on. Let's just say you weren't paying attention, and h3 was the move. And then this is a nice idea, as you pointed out. And so if you play e takes, you go f6.
Yeah, I feel like there might be some tactical way to avoid total disaster. Just it feels like justice, like knight d6 or something maybe. Does that avoid total disaster, or do you have rook d5?
I thought rook d5, but maybe you can just go like this and say, it was disaster, but I do get some pawns in return for the exchange. But g4, I also really like the move g4. Also, you're threatening to go h4, h5 in the long run and try to weaken the dark squares, and the white king has that plan of improvement. Every piece now has a plan of improvement that it didn't have before.
Great move, g4. It's a very typical grandmaster move in the endgame. To just get that space. You mentioned Judith Polgar's move. A lot of times for Judith, it was in the middle game to slash and burn your opponent's king. But no, even in the end game, this move has a lot of value, and you'll see people sometimes playing h5 to avoid it, right? Because it gives white this beautiful space.
Yeah, it certainly does. And wow, do you know what? Even with what we thought were some blunders played, these two players still have some ridiculously high accuracy scores. So Ju Wenjun, 95.8% accurate, and Lei Tingjie is 94.5%.
Wow. Yeah, it's another great game. I mean, yesterday was even more accurate, but keep in mind that the opening was more unusual. So the more unusual the opening, the accuracy score is bound to go down, right? Because the positions are very unusual. Maybe the book is ends a little bit sooner than other openings. So it does make sense to me that even though it's been a great game, not quite as accurate as yesterday.
Yeah, and I always think that when you play very sharp positions, the accuracy levels goes down, because there's just so many things to calculate, so many possibilities to go wrong. Whereas when you have a simple strategical game, well, then I think there's the moves are a little bit more clear cut. Like everyone is talking about this like centipawn loss. I mean, the lower the centipawn loss, the more accurate you are. And I remember once I played a game and I beat a grandmaster, and then my friend checked the centipawn loss, and I was like, oh, what is it? Is it like 25, 30s? Which is still quite a good thing. And he goes, no, you got 8. And I was like, what? 8 means I was ridiculously accurate.
Wow.
And I was just like, okay. But then I started thinking about the type of position I had. It was strategical, and it was just all about improving moves. So there wasn't that much margin for me to go wrong. We were in the opening that we saw, hang on, let me just go back, pull it back up to like moments like this. I mean, here anything can happen. This position is wild. You have the big battle between these two pass pawns, and then of course this phalanx of pawns, is coming in the center. So anything can happen, and it did. So I can't blame the players for not being as precise as we saw yesterday.
What a beautiful position for white, though. It does seem like white's going to pose some problems for black. Our producer was pointing out that if the bishop on f8 was a rook, and if black played g6, the knight h6 would be checkmate. So you just gotta always fantasize about those checkmates, right?
Exactly, and that mate actually does have a name. So it would be checkmate on h6, and it would be checkmate on e7, and that's kind of suffocation mate, I think. When it's just a knight, it's smothered mate. When it's a bishop and knight, it's suffocation.
Okay, wow, an important distinction there. The smothered mate being the one where it's just the knight on s7 with the rook. So here he's got a partner with the bishop on e5. Okay, but g6 was played, by the way. So good eye, Vic. Although thankfully that bishop on f8 is not a rook. So white will be able to, black will be able to potentially even try to trade off the dark squared bishops. Like, for instance, the knight now doesn't want to go to d6 or d4 or g3. Where does the knight want to retreat to? Knight d4 gains a tempo, but it does allow rook b2 gaining a tempo of our own.
Right. Let's have a deep dive into this position, because you kind of hit the nail on the head. Because if you're not clever with your retreat, then bishop g7 is coming your way, and we've seen it time and time again, right? So you go knight g3, bishop g7, then this pawn on c4, it's gonna be a nuisance. It's gonna go drive down to c2, and I would say maybe black has really good practical chances of winning. Obviously, I think white's position is defensible, but this pawn is just so annoying. A lot of danger there for white. So if you gain some time by attacking the rook, where are you going to put the rook? That's the question number one.
Well, how about rook b2?
Rook b2. You are on the same line as this.
I know.
Immediately I'm like thinking, what can I do? What can I do?
Your tactical antenna has gone up for sure. I get it.
It does. But I don't see anything as of yet. But I really want to attack. This is the point that I really want to do. I need to, somehow or other, I need to blockade the c3 square. That is like the key setup. And then from the c3 square, I can hit d5. So how can I get that? Good point. So you're trying to figure out a way to get that knight to c3. Well, what about knight b1? Is there rook a1 then? Yeah, there could be a rook a1, and then there's knight comes to c3. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, right? Your idea still stands strong. I remember actually reading. I think it was in a Dvoretsky book that they said that the great late trainer. Mark Dvoretsky wrote a series of wonderful books, but this idea that when you have that black pawn on c4, it's all about getting a white knight on c3. You give up everything for that. And you did. You gave up a lot, but you got what you wanted, and your position's great now. I mean, this is... Well, I don't know whether it's that wonderful, because I do feel that this blockade could be broken down. But I mean, the pressing thing is that this knight on c3 is both an attacker and defender, right? And it's targeting d5 and at the same time stopping this pesky pawn. And yeah, so it's a g6, knight to d4. So maybe you don't go rook b2, because that will drive the knight to where it wants to go. Maybe you put it somewhere else, but where, I honestly can't tell you where, like rook b7. Yeah. So you're saying no rook b2 because our rook is going to be exposed there later, and just like drop our rook back to b7 or b6. Let's just put that. Just put maybe it in b6, random square. Maybe b6 so that we can play f6 at some point. Okay. Oh yeah. That's a better one. So let's knight to d4, rook to b6.
And she's done it. She has that knight to d4, so we're going to see where Lei Tingjie decides to drop that rook. There's so many options. I mean, b7, b2 being one of the most logical ones because it attacks the knight, but also illogical. And she's played quickly. She did do rook b2. So this move is both logical and illogical at the same time, right?
And the big question here, oh, it's been given a question mark. They do say that mistakes don't come alone. They usually come in pairs. And there you can see the explanation of what is a mistake made the position worse. Why did it make the position worse?
Yeah, why is it so bad?
Because, okay, I thought about knight b1 to go knight c3, blockade the pawn on c4 because that pawn was just super annoying. I mean, what else can you do? I guess you could also retreat a knight and go back to f3 and still blockade the pawn. Could you be doing stuff like that and then just going e4? Let me just count. So
people in the chat are saying knight b3, but if knight b3, we can just take it, right? And then we win 2 knights for
knight
one
b3
rook.
like this.
Yeah, we just take it, right? Just take it with a rook. Well, wouldn't we take it with the rook?
Yeah, take it with the rook. Yeah, take it with the rook,
and we just get 2 pieces for. This is just great for black. Now we're on top. I mean, I guess it'll probably be a draw, right? But this is be a huge relief for black, a huge relief. So you can't play knight b3 to try to trap the rook. That would not be enough. I loved your idea of knight b1 to c3. Honestly, I think that was great.
Yeah. So
is there something better though? Is there another knight retreat that is even better? Like with what did she do? Did she do your move? I think she did, Jovi. Good call. I see that knight.
Knight b1.
Nice. Beautiful. Well spotted.
Knight going to knight c3. No, I love backward knight moves. It's quite funny because backward knight moves, I feel like, are my specialty. They don't slip me by. But I tell you, backward bishop moves and backward queen moves, I don't see at all. And
this is a beautiful strategic idea, though. Good job. Good job. I mean, this is like one. Yeah, it's one for the
black's position
positional
is
manuals.
Exactly. This is like got so many holes, and you feel that if you're able to get knight c3, and even if you trade off dark square bishops, you can put a knight on b5, you can put the rook on d1, utilize the king, and white's pieces have so much harmony, and it's so simple. Just target the d5 pawn. Okay, maybe objectively it's a draw, but still, it will be Ju Wenjun that is pressing, and they are on move 27. And in terms of clock times, I think both sides have plenty of time left, and especially for Ju Wenjun because her position has now simplified. She has a very clear-cut plan. It's for Lei Tingjie, it's a lot harder, I'm afraid. She will have to think whether her best chances lie in counterattack or in just holding the d5 pawn. And she also has big questions to answer. Should she trade off rooks? Should she not? Those are the things that are going to burn time on the clock.
Yeah, so how about she anticipates that you're going to put that knight on c3, so she plays like rook a5, trying to add support to the d5 pawn. How's that look? Oh, apparently bad.
I think there's knight c6.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I can't do that yet.
but that's the kind of danger there is when you're facing these 3 minor pieces. And knights are crafty.
Yeah. We gotta do something now that we're not threatening knight rook takes d2. And that is a problem, right? The thing about rook b2 is that it was a moment of pleasure to attack your knight, but now we have to deal with the fact that there was a huge negative with that move, that there was a discovery on the knight on d4, discovering an attack on the rook on b2. Big problem. So what to do? What to do now? Should we just move that rook away? But we should just move that rook away. But where? Rook b6, you mentioned it earlier. It's a very stressful position. Very stressful position for black.
Totally stressful. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm also thinking about bishop g7, but is that a good trade? It might not be a good trade because it simply allows, so say for instance here, just take, and then knight c3, and then you can just see after rook a5, your move, that, you know, they can just probably go rook to d1, and this knight on c3 is just untouchable. And again, you have that horrible plan that's coming your way of going king g2, king f3, pushing the pawns, slowly improving the position. And even knight e2, knight to f4.
Wow,
so
what a
I think bishop g7, not a good trade.
What a masterclass by Ju Wenjun so far, though, Jovi. I mean, like, if you just look at these last two moves, g4, and, well, I guess they're not technically the last two moves because you also threw in knight d4, but if you look at the moves g4 and knight b1, it's really marvelous to see how Ju Wenjun has handled this two very instructive moves, right? I know a lot of people watching this are probably trying to improve their tactics or trying to improve their openings. But what do these moves g4 and knight b1 have to do with openings or with tactics? Nothing, really. And so this is the type of takeaways you should be trying to get when you watch commentary, because it's not something that you can easily get other places. G4, beautiful space-gaining move, multi-purpose, as Jovi said, and the absolute stunning knight b1 to say, guess what? We've been dealing with this idea of c3 all game, and suddenly we're turning the tables and we're making it a strength that we get to put the best blockader on the c3 square and make your pawn on d5 cry. So this has been like really the strength of Lei Tingjie's position for so long, that black pawn on c4. Now Ju Wenjun turning the tables, oh, it's a miserable position to defend. It'll be fantastic if Lei Tingjie does it, but she's got a defensive task on her hands and only 18 minutes to go till the time control. Can she do it? Jovi, what do you think?
This is a really big ask, actually, because I do feel that there will be a time scramble, but I don't think it will be from Ju Wenjun because her position is so simple to play. She has one target, the pawn on d5, and that's it. Whereas Lei Tingjie has to constantly think, does she go on the defensive? What pieces does she trade? Is the move rook to b6 is a move that you highlighted with the idea of f6, and then does she swap this bishop for the knight? I mean, these are the questions that she has to answer, and if she takes an incorrect choice, well, she's just going to lose. There's no kind of beating around the bush here, because once the d5 pawn falls, maybe the c4 pawn is also a target that can be corralled, and then before you know it, it's going to be a rook versus a bishop and knight, and white will have 4 pawns and this beautiful structure, and black will only have 3, and that is insufficient.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really strapped in for this, and you can see the stress on Lei Tingjie's face. I mean, she's made a lot of expressions. She's really, gained so many new fans with her chess and her kind of like ability to show her emotions at the board, which is always really fun for the fans, right? But right now, I just see pure stress, Jovi. What do you see?
Yeah, I see stress as well, and also by the fact that she keeps looking at the clock suggests that she doesn't quite know what to do on the board. And usually this translates to you looking at the clock and going, no, I still don't know what I want to do. And like you say, I also detect stress, but Ju Wenjun looking very calm, sitting back. She looks like she is in control. And 16 minutes on the clock for Lei Tingjie as she tries to find the best defense against Ju Wenjun's plan of putting a knight on c3 and then targeting the weak d5 pawn.
Yeah, very gracefully played as Ju Wenjun hunts down her 4th title.
Yeah. Wow. And if she manages it, there are only a few women who've actually being a 4-time women's world champion. So start from the beginning. Vera Menchik. I love Vera Menchik and the story so much. I do feel like almost a movie should be made, or a documentary should be made about her. And I think the only trouble is that there's no footage of her. There would be something. If someone could find some camera roll, then you definitely need, because this lady was remarkable. And then you had Nona Kaprindashvili, of course, and then Maya Chibudanitsi, and then finally Ho Yifan. If Ju Wenjun wins this game, she will join those big names.
That is a esteemed company to be in, isn't it? Incredible indeed, as Ju Wenjun hunts down this title. And what a game she's playing to try to seize it, and what a moment to do it in game 12. She has drawn so many of the games with white, but knowing that this is the moment to pressure her opponent. Maybe Lei Tingjie also thought that it would be an easier game today. I doubt it, because she certainly came playing to fight as well. But still, it's just really tough when you don't have a chance to hit back, Jovi, because this is the last game of the match. Wow.
No, it's the worst time. It totally is the worst time to make a blunder, but it's just kind of symbiotic of what's happened before. You know, there's been so much tension, so much pressure. I mean, one of them was bound to crack, and it's just very unfortunate that if Lei Tingjie loses, it's because of this E5 move on move 22, and it's just because she just could not resist her urge to just break open the position and remove the b5 pawn. But now for sure she's regretting it, because what a change if that pawn had been on e6. I mean, white doesn't have a clear-cut plan at all, but you can't take back the past. What is done is done, and now Lei Tingjie has to focus on the future, has to find a really good way of defense. I'm just wondering, I mean, should she trade off rooks? Do you think that that is a good idea?
Maybe. Yeah, like rook a1, knight. The problem is I would love to trade off rooks in theory, but in practice, aren't I just losing the d-pawn right away? Because I think in theory I would like to, because then I have a rook type piece and you don't have a rook type piece. It's as simple as that, right? That I think they did do some database analysis on 2 rooks versus 1 rook, and on average, it's good to trade the rook, because then we're the only person who has a piece that moves like a rook, which allows for some ideas and tricks. But she tried to trade the bishops, but I think the problem was rook a1, knight c3, rook f1, king f1, and the d-pawn goes, Jovi. So couldn't do it. King g7, you mentioned it here, knight c3, and now that pawn on d5 under fire right away. Ooh, and look at that eval bar. It hates this line, but I gotta tell you, it's so human. Like, I would want to get rid of the dark squared bishops too. So why is this so bad?
I just think she's not able to defend the pawn on d5 eventually. So what's going to happen? And we looked at this line. The rook comes to a5. Be careful. Don't make moves like knight b5, because, well, Lei Tingjie will immediately take that knight off the board. And suddenly it is Ju Wenjun who has spoiled the game completely. And this is just a win. So rook a5, defending the pawn, is on the board. But what's going to happen is that simply Ju Wenjun, and she is excellent at positional chess. She really is. So she's just going to play rook. She's got her target in mind. Once I've stopped highlighting every single pawn there is, and I'm going to say good morning to the world when I make mistakes like that. The rook will come to d1, and there's a big threat already of just reinforcing the position. I'm a big fan of that. You don't need to hurry in endgames. The d5 pawn isn't going to go away. And then once you've solidified your position, maybe put your king on g2, king on f3, h3, then you can just round up this pawn. And you have to remember this Italian expression that I heard. It says, make haste, but don't rush. It was about just life in general. Make haste, but just don't rush through life. And I think it just explains how it should be in endgames. Or alternatively, you can be cheesy and cringy like me and say teamwork makes the dream work.
All right. Hey, I mean, it might be cheesy, but it's memorable. So yeah, let's go with it. I am in shock here. And I think this move that caused so many trials and tribulations for Lei Tingjie, I think it was just a misevaluation. I just don't believe, it's not like she missed bishop e5 or anything like that. I think she just didn't think that white would have as much as white has. And this is where the experience and the positional class of Ju Wenjun is really showing. I mean, It's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see this champion, this a great grandmaster in her element right now.
Totally.
She squeezes her edge here.
Yeah, and I was going to say, just to piggyback on your point, I think she lashed out with e5 because it's stylistically Lei Tingjie. She likes activity. She likes to determine things. But also I feel like she got too nervous and she couldn't hold her nerves, because what she needed to do was just grit her teeth and maintain the tension for as long as possible. In fact, this was going to be a challenging thing for Ju Wenjun to do as well. And as a result, we see Lei Tingjie playing this position. And this one, we can see the evaluation bar tells us is plus 2.46. That is not a good evaluation for Lei Tingjie's chances. And the problem is that what can she do? She's just has to resort to maybe moving the king, moving this rook from b2. I mean, there's no target.
Well, does she have maybe more practical chances than that? Because sometimes the evaluation bar doesn't really represent reality. So let's look at like maybe rook to a3. Let's see, what about rook a3? I'm just seeing.
And if I get greedy, let's look at these moves. Like greed is good because that's tempting, right? And then maybe you can come to a2. Could that be something? No, because the knight comes to c3.
Yeah. So I was more thinking about rook d3 or c3.
Okay, okay. So let's try rook d3, and I need to keep control on this pawn. So I go here, and how am I meeting
now rook d2?
Rook d2. How am I meeting that?
How is every position good for white? Like
I don't understand.
I feel like I'm getting.
Do I just have to go rook f1 and say?
That's
you can't ever go c3.
That knight coming into being able to guard c3 has just been the combination of the knight on d4 and the knight on d5 are just this like unbelievably strong defense against all of my ideas. It's quite frustrating, to be honest.
Totally.
Very frustrating.
And let's try like let's not lose hope, and let's have a look at some practical. So rook to d1, rook a3 I think is a good choice. What happens after knight takes pawn? You just go cu3.
Okay, the most natural, just play c3 right away.
Yeah,
sure.
But then after rook c1,
you just lose the pawn right away. Yeah, that's the problem. You just lose the pawn straight away. These knights, I mean, this is a pattern. I mean, I don't usually see knights like this. Knight d4. I think it's a combination of the knight d4, which is like protected by the pawn. So it's an outpost. And it kind of like by proxy helps its friend on d5, because a lot of the squares that would destabilize d5 are taken by the knight on d4. Mm-hmm. It's really annoying. Those knights are the bane of Lei Tingjie's existence right now, that's for sure. She's tried something different. She did not try any kind of rook a3 business. She slid her rook back to b6. Okay. Is she just trying to go for passive defense? If you attack my pawn on d5 again, rook d6.
Yeah, so maybe her idea is that when the king walks to, because I'm expecting Ju Wenjun to take it easy, enjoy life. She has all the time in the world now, so I'm expecting her to do either moves like rook d2 or king to g2, h3, king to f3, and king to e2, and then just enjoy. And then when she's ready, and only when she's ready, and got perfect control, and there we see knight to e2. Okay, no, Ju Wenjun is immediately going for the pawn on d5. Consequences.
She can win it, right? I mean, if you play rook to d6, knight to f4 is on the board, right? And you just can't defend it enough times. We're just attacking it 3 times and you're defending it twice. I mean, hey, that's one of the things about having 3 pieces, whereas you only have 2.
And can you somehow break this down? So for instance, can I tempt you with material? So after here, and what do we see? No, we see rook b3 being played.
Rook b3 is her choice. So now, so what's the idea here? That you're getting some counterplay if I take on d5? With well, let's take with the knight, right? But then rook d3 maybe.
Okay,
finally.
So that's a trick. So knight takes d5 would be a big mistake because of this beautiful rook d3 move.
Yeah, I've been trying. Remember, I was trying rook d3 earlier, but then you had a knight on d4, so it wasn't very good. Now, my knight on d5 is not actually protected, so it works. Actually, I mean, at first glance, you think white might actually be losing because if rook d3, pawn d3, I'm attacking both knights at once, and my pawn is encroaching on your position. But okay, apparently white can at least avoid total disaster. But this is a lot better for black than the positions we're looking at. So knight d5 currently untouchable. You also don't want to take with the rook, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the position here.
So let's have a look. So rook b3, sneaky move there from Lei Tingjie. And if you take with the rook, I'm guessing it's the same idea. I guess you go rook d3. And after the thing is though, if the knights are protecting themselves and this pawn is restraining them, then there could be some weird equilibrium where, you know, white can't improve, but neither can black. Like this knight can't move, and this knight probably can't move either. But this one seems to me look like it's okay, like it's good for white.
Whoa! But I mean, this should be winning somehow for white, right? I think
it does feel like that way.
But how? Because your rook is stopping us from getting to the. Obviously, if we could get our king to c5 or something, we win easily because the pawn falls and then we win. But in this position, like once we get our king up to e4, the question is how do we improve our position, right? Do we do something with one of our? We do have 4 versus 3. So I would think that we could do something with that, but I don't know. Huh. Okay, so this is a concept. This is a drawing concept for Lei Tingjie. I'm not saying it draws. I'm saying it's a very, very valid attempt at trying to draw the game, right?
Exactly. And yeah, you can see a situation where life is difficult for Ju Wenjun, and I really like the practical problems that rook b3 does present. And yeah, and the thing is though, the pawn on d5 is not going to go away, so I would be tempted not to win it just now and just kind of focus on my king g2. I'm obsessed with this plan. King g2, h3, king f3, build, and then when you're ready, put the rook on d2 or something. You know, when you're ready for rook d3, then you can take on d5.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because if our king is super centralized when we take that pawn on d5, it might really change those variations in a way that allows us to get the key tempo. So for instance, if we get a king on e4 after we take on d5, it gives us a lot more options that might make the game totally winning for white, rather than the really tense position you were just showing. Okay,
exactly, because
okay,
what we had on the board earlier is like the rook was on d3, and there was just, like you mentioned, so this is the position that we were looking at, like this. Okay, yeah, this is winning, but it's not as easily won because the king still has a job to do, and you know, you feel that these knights are not working to their best. If the king were involved here, then it would be an easily winning game, but the king isn't. And
right, because then you could just chase after.
C4 is annoying.
Right, like if you already had your king on e4, you could just play like knight b6, And then,
yeah,
it requires a little bit of calculation, but it looks like you can just somehow take the pawn, and then obviously you're going to be winning then. Although honestly, it's never going to be that easy because the knights are not the best known for winning endgames with such reduced material. But winning the pawn on c4 is obviously the first step. We do need to win that
so
pawn.
Something I would caution against. So say for instance in this type of position, and the rook is attacking this d5 knight, and I would kind of say don't play moves like knight to e to c3, because yes, it looks like it's really stable, but neither of the knights can move, and now you really are dependent on moving that king to assist these knights so that they can untangle. So just be aware of this pattern. Don't.
This is gonna be a really long one. I think that Lei Tingjie is gonna. I don't know whether this is going to be a draw or a win for white, but I think it's going to go the real distance because we're starting to see these ideas for black of holding on because of the greatly simplified material do exist. So it's never going to be easy for Ju Wenjun. I mean, she's playing a fantastic game, but as great as she's playing, it's still going to be really difficult, right? Because there's just not that much material left, right?
Totally. But there we see Ju Wenjun moving the king forward. She's on the same page as me. Improve all your pieces before you capture that pawn on d5. You can take your time, and it just shows to me that Ju Wenjun is not nervous at all. She's not feeling the tension. She's just simply taking the position as it comes, and this is the best approach. She can leave the emotion for after the match. And there we see h6 from Lei Tingjie, playing fast now, and Lei Tingjie 10 minutes on the clock, and they are move 32.
Now I mentioned it earlier, Jovi, that in general, when you've got the one rook and your opponent's got the two rooks, you as the better player would prefer to keep, or Ju Wenjun would prefer to keep that rook, so that we can use the rook and our knights to attack some other weak points, like let's say f7, and then all that garbage I was saying about how it's difficult to win, it's going to be a long technical battle. No, I mean, if you start winning other pawns other than d5 and c4, okay, white will win. So is there a way that we can remove that pawn on d5 without giving you the option of trading rooks? That's the dream. That is the dream. But we saw that black was being cagey and preventing that. But can we just play knight takes d5 without any rook d3 business? How do we make that happen?
I think, can she do that? Like, first of all, kind of go like h4 or h3, I don't know, and then king f3.
Yeah.
So just make those small improvements. I do quite like h4 because at the same time, your idea of like going for other targets comes into operation. Maybe g5. And you mentioned the f7 pawn. I'm like, oh yes, I'm down with that one as well. And yeah, I mean, maybe she should start with h4 if she wants to go for this g5 idea. Okay, she has to time it correctly because g5 obviously can be vulnerable to d4. So obviously there are ideas on the board for Lei Tingjie, but h4, king f3. King f3 immediately also makes a lot of sense. And then, you can start looking at going knight takes pawn, and your idea of capturing the d5 pawn and then going for other targets is still game on.
Wow. Yeah, I think that I don't see a way yet, Jovi, though, to stop this idea of rook d3. That's my concern. That's my I don't see it. I don't see a way to stop it because black has a clear eye on what white's trying to do, take on d5, and she's got a clear idea of what she wants to do against it, which is to make sure to trade rooks.
I'm just wondering, so just because I'm obsessed with it, so I'm sorry, I will kind of go king f3.
Okay.
And then
show me.
And then, I don't know, I was thinking, could she even go rook d4? Is that even a possibility?
But how does that...
The evaluation. goes
But
down.
how does that
because
change? I can still play
just
rook
then you
oh,
can go knight takes d. I can go knight takes d5, right?
But I still will try to play my rook d3 thing. I'm obsessed. You're obsessed with expanding and all that. And I'm obsessed with trading off a pair of rooks because some of those positions we were looking with like 2 knights versus rook. I was like, wait a second, that's not that easy. Like even if I lose another pawn, that is going to be brutal for white to win. I mean, if you play knight d5, my idea is still going to be to play rook d3, and isn't that going to force a trade of rooks anyway? It's always forcing a trade of rooks. It seems like it's
totally.
always. Yeah, I have to figure this out, but I'm not finding a way to both win the pawn and avoid a rook trade.
Well, Ju Wenjun, she has the time in the world, and there we see her in the playing hall. She is thinking about all those possibilities, and in the meantime, well, something special is coming your way because the wait is over. PogChamps 5 is back. 16 of the world's biggest creators will go head to head in the greatest event in amateur chess, brought to you by Chess.com and PogChamps legend Ludwig. Watch your favorite creators like QT Cinderella, CDog VA, and I Did a Thing fight for their share of 100k prize fund and a ticket to the live finals in Los Angeles. Use !POG in chat for all the details. And while this exciting event will start soon, we will also have an exciting thing going on right now. Will this be the final game of the Women's World Championship? Find out more after the break.
Confusing one.
Yeah, this one is a bit difficult, I can say.
I thought that you didn't solve it for a second. Good job. So I'm going to show you some puzzles. You're going to have 10 seconds to look at the tablet, and then I'm going to take the tablet away, and you're going to have to give me the solution.
Okay.
You ready?
Sure.
All right. Mate in 5, white to move.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Yeah. Queen g6, knight f6, bishop g7, rook h7.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good start.
Okay. Queen g6.
Yes.
Queen g6, knight e7, bishop f8, knight d5. No, wait. Where's...
If you go knight e7, I go king h8. Bishop f8, bishop h5.
Yeah, that's not working out. Okay, queen g6 has to be the right first move.
Yes.
Bishop. Knight f6, bishop e7, rook h7, rook f7.
That's right. Yes. Very good.
Okay. So it's queen takes g6, fg, knight e7 check, king h7 or king h8, bishop f8, and then bishop h3 or h5. Wait, bishop h5 must be played, yeah, not bishop h3. Bishop h5, and knight g5, king h8, and then knight takes g6. Is that 5 move?
So you said queen takes g6, f takes g6,
knight e7.
Knight e7. Okay,
yes.
We have knight f6 here.
Oh, knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8.
Oh, then bishop f8. Yes.
Bishop g7. Check.
Oh,
king g7, rook h7,
rook f7,
and then
okay.
rook f7 mate.
Wait, but knight e7 is not checkmate?
Let's see. Knight e7, king h7.
Bishop f8. Bishop h5.
Bishop h5.
Knight g5. Wait, do I have a knight on g3? F3?
You do have a knight on f3.
So knight g5 check. King h8. Knight g6.
So what if I go king h8 first instead of king h7? Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Oh, yeah, it's
bishop
not mate. Yeah,
h5.
then bishop h5. Then knight g6, king h7.
Then
Yeah, that's not mate.
And I pick up the knight.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
we are back in Chongqing for the 12th classical game of the Women's World Championship match. And it has been an intense battle. It's been 17 days. Now moving on to the 18th day of chess. And wow, what a fight these two competitors have brought to the table. And we see Lei Tingjie with the black pieces. We left her with a decision. How is she going to defend this uncomfortable position? There is some pressure on her. And would you say, Jennifer, that Lei Tingjie has been feeling the heat throughout this game? Maybe she's feeling stressed, maybe a tiny bit nervous, because she's taken decisions that haven't necessarily suited her active style.
It's true, but we also thought she had the upper hand at some points in the game. So it's really been all over the place this game with who we thought was better, whether it was balanced. There's been a lot of twists and turns. But now for sure, she is looking at the prospect of a very long defense. Will she be able to do it and get her chance to strike in a playoff tomorrow? Well, that's the big question we'll be watching over the next hour or two, right? As Ju Wenjun looks to milk her lovely position here. I mean, just a strategic lesson of the way that the knight on c3 holds back both pawns. It's really cool to see.
It is super cool. There's been some really lovely points from Ju Wenjun in this game. You know, retreating the knight back to b1 at this moment when the rook came to b2, that was given a question mark by the game review, and there we see knight b1 was such a nice idea. Just putting a knight on c3, blockading the pawns, and also proving that blockaders, they're great defenders, but they're also great attackers as well. Very nice idea by Ju Wenjun. And Lei Tingjie, you're right. I mean, this game has been very nervy. It's been very topsy-turvy. And I do think, though, that Lei Tingjie has been the more nervous of the two, because there was, do you remember, right in the opening, there was a big pause where Lei Tingjie had a long think around about bishop d6, and after Ju Wenjun quickly castled, she stopped and had maybe a 20-minute think, and it seemed like she was assessing whether to go e5, g5, and after this very long thing, she just went and calmly played castles. But if you're going to make that move, you should have just made it at tempo, so to speak. You should have made it instantly. But yep, that was a critical moment where Lei Tingjie, if this had been game 3, I'm sure she would have gone g5. I'm sure she wouldn't have second guessed herself. But later on, you were right. The nerves this time actually came from Ju Wenjun. As after knight b3, where Ju Wenjun has a great position, she's on the verge of establishing wonderful pawns there on the queen side, about to play b6, and she could have neutralized this with rook a2, but she got nervous because of the consequences of knight takes knight, and instead played bishop takes knight, and suddenly the advantage just completely dissipated in favor of Lei Tingjie. And again, it all kind of swung on another critical moment where Ju Wenjun played queen c3. It looked like things were turning in Lei Tingjie's favor. And here, without thinking too much, Lei Tingjie simply traded off queens, and maybe that wasn't necessary. And she could have perhaps played bishop to c8 and tried to round up this pawn in a better way. And finally, the biggest mistake of all for Lei Tingjie, I would say, came on move 22, was when she just couldn't hold her nerve any longer, and she decided she was not going to wait and maintain the tension and dislodge the knight from e5, and this had terrible consequences on her pawn structure. And the result of this is here, and you kind of mentioned it, the knight on c3 hitting out this weak point on d5, which no longer has any protection whatsoever. And Lei Tingjie tough job ahead of her. Objectively, I think it's lost. So what she has to do, in my opinion, is just find the path, and this was a term coined by Dingleren, of the most resistance. Just keep playing on a move-by-move basis, and if you don't see a completely winning line for your opponent, make that move. That is the path you should choose.
Yeah, I'm just starting to get less sure because I'm worried about, like, first of all, f6, cool move, stopping my king from getting in via e5, but I don't see how it's ever going to be easily winning if I have to trade off rooks. I know you're not saying it's easy, but how do you win with the 2 knights? You basically, you round up the c pawn and then you somehow round up the f pawn. But I mean, I'm going to be doing something in the meantime, right? I'm not completely, let's take a look. Like, suppose I play rook takes d5 here, right? I'm not saying that.
I wouldn't rush with that, though. That's
sure.
The thing. But I've been like, I'm really tempted to go h4.
Okay, start with h4.
Rook d4.
And then king f7 or something.
And yeah. What I wanted to do was rook d4 and go h5 and then just get an extra square for a knight to potentially hop into f5. But I can see that Ju Wenjun wasn't happy with the idea of capturing on d5 immediately with a rook or the knight. So instead, she's gone for an alternative plan, which is to relocate the rook to c1. She wants to put a knight onto f4. And now she's going to go for d5.
But I think you can, okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, so she saw a way to do what I was trying to figure out how to do. Very nice. But king f7 was played. Is there a problem with this, though? After knight f4, so king f7, knight f4 must be the idea, right?
It would appear that way, unless I can see the evaluation bars like, no.
Oh, no. Maybe there's d4 there? Is that a trick here? Like, after knight f4, d4, pawn takes d4, rook a3? Does that work? But you have knight back to e2.
I can drop it back to e2. And now I have a passed pawn that I'm going to promote.
Oh, this is no good.
That can't be it. That can't be it. So maybe there's nothing wrong with...
So why is this? So this should be a really good plan then. We didn't get our king to d6 in time. I don't see how this could be. I don't see how this could be anything but terrible for black, right? If we don't get her king's just a little bit too slow, right?
Totally. Yeah, and I'm a bit confused by why Lei Tingjie played king f7 so quickly. I mean, I was expecting g5 or something, just to take away the f4 square from the knight. And knight f4 played by Ju Wenjun.
Well, that's looks like a really great idea. I mean, I think we probably have to play d4. It's better than the alternative. I mean, if we're gonna lose that pawn, we might as well.
But if you lose it, you give white a pass. Sorry, not the king. You give the white a passed pawn, and it's quite simple to push that pawn.
True, but at least we get counterplay in that we're pinning your knight on c3, right?
That's true.
I guess, but if it's lost, it's lost. So,
Yeah, it has to be the path of most resistance. What is going to trouble white the most?
Well,
and
maybe
you're
d4.
right. It could be like this whole idea of just getting that pin, because ultimately, as you mentioned, if you just lose this pawn, the king will come forward, the pawns will come forward, and that is also pretty straightforward for white.
Well, d4, pawn takes d4, maybe g5 right away, and then f5. Okay. Trying to make a bunch of trades. So d4 takes on d5. G5. You can't play knight d5 because of rook takes d5. So
that's already a nice trick. Yeah.
At least there's that.
I like it.
And you don't want to go anywhere besides e2 because then rook a3 would be super powerful. And now after f5, okay, I'm trying to, do something.
This is a something. Exactly. This is what I would kind of call the path of most resistance. I'm going to take that one because otherwise I don't want to allow f4.
Right, and I'll take it back with the check.
And you'll take back with a check, and then king will move to e3.
Yeah, king e3 looks good. I mean, this is looking pretty powerful. Okay, I don't really have any.
Goes to A1.
G4. I could play G4 here, but yeah, it looks like I'm getting a little play with the rook at F coming to F3 with a check. But you're right, that pawn on B4 is now unencumbered, and it's not like my threats are winning or anything.
Well, rook F3 is a threat, so I guess I could go knight F4, but then, yeah, you're right. D5. King will come to E4. Oh, I mean, it's just a question of building slowly. I mean, Ju Wenjun is not in a rush at all. And yeah, Lei Tingjie thinking she's down to 2.5 minutes in the following position. And unfortunately for Lei Tingjie, her pawn on D5 is about to fall from the board.
Oh my God.
35.
I didn't realize she was down to 2 minutes. Oh my gosh. 2 minutes for 5 moves. This could be it. Okay, because, it seems like in a lot of these lines, she has some possibilities to make it interesting. But with only 2 minutes, she's on a tightrope. And what did she play? She did play D4.
She played D4.
E takes D4. Now let's see what her follow-up is. Is she going to play rook A3 right away? Is she going to try to trade some pawns off? I mean, she doesn't have that many possible moves. And she has played G5. So she played that move that I mentioned earlier, G5 on the board. But
there is a kind of a long-term hope for Lei Tingjie, is if she manages to trade off rooks and trade off all the pawns, then and her rook can sacrifice itself for the pawn. The 2 knights is one of the most unfair things in chess. 2 knights against a king is a draw.
And if I keep myself a pawn, then in some positions it's a loss because you can use that pawn to force me to make a tempo, and I can get you into a checkmate. Whereas those stalemate ideas would often save me the draw in the 2 knights versus king pure. So let's see if she can arrange anything like that. And the position we were expecting is on the board after F5, and here we were looking at pawn takes F5, rook takes F5, king E3, and thought that it looked incredibly promising for white. Let's see if we see that on the board. Is there anything else, though, that's better? After pawn F5, is there any other move that we can play?
Yes, you could go H3. You don't need to allow the rook to F5. That would be another candidate move that I would look at, because, I
like that.
F4 was a move that I was briefly worried about, but I guess if you can just put your king on E4, and also once the king is on E4, you can get on with the idea of going D5. Moves that you must not make are D5. D5 would be a bad move, and you'd have to start your journey all over again, because after rook takes D5, oops, oh dear, knight takes rook isn't possible because of the pin against the knight.
Yeah, you want to keep that pawn, that's for sure. That is your prized possession right now.
I'm expecting H3.
Yeah, I like that. That's also, it seems like, in her style.
Preserve the integrity of the pawn structure. And I still remember this interview by Ni Hua, who is the Chinese women's team captain. And he's incidentally someone who's worked with Ju Wenjun for her first World Championship match in 2018. And he described the Ju Wenjun style as very much like a shield. Her excellence is in positional chess. And Lei Tingjie, she's a much more aggressive player. So he was like, she's the sword. And it's a battle between the sword and the shield. And at the minute, the shield is looking like they're going to win it.
Wow, yes. Looking to capture this Women's World Championship title, or rather retain it. As she is the reigning world champion, but will she retain that title for quite a while longer? You know, once you have it, she doesn't want to give it away. And here she is clinging to the crown. And she can take it home again.
It all came down, it's all coming down to this 12th and final game. And the players have entertained us with fighting chess throughout. And today didn't break that formula. Ju Wenjun came in an aggressive mood. She chose a very committal opening. Pawn takes pawn played by Ju Wenjun. And after rook takes pawn, I'm expecting the king to move to e3.
And we are approaching.
Working his way to the center, and Lei Tingjie just under 3.5 minutes, and they're on move 39. But it's not the clock, which is the only problem for Lei Tingjie. Her position is on the verge of defeat. And if this happens, well, it's been just a fabulous tournament for Ju Wenjun. We also have to remember that Ju Wenjun played some of the match in just trailing from behind. She was in a must-win situation, and she eventually did it in game 8. And it looked like ever since they've arrived and started playing in Chongqing that Ju Wenjun, she feels comfortable with the surroundings. She's leveled up. And
yeah, because she's had a lot of opportunities, hasn't she? She had an opportunity yesterday. She had an opportunity in your favorite Carol Khan. So she's been on top in multiple games in this leg of the match. We do have a few moves as they've seemed to have passed the 40 move mark.
And your move g4 on the board, and just a quick observation, this rook on f5, it's not been placed correctly. I personally have no problem with such a piece. What about you, Jennifer? Would you have adjusted it?
Oh, you mean it's like on rook 4 3/4? Yeah, that is a little sloppy, right? I don't know. I might. Yeah, I might. I might adjust that.
And
I guess it depends on my mood. I mean, she's thinking about playing the move knight f4. So while she makes the move knight while she plays the move knight f4, she could kind of like push the rook ever so slightly, right?
Right.
Yeah, just kind of like
and just to say, yeah, I like that. But just to kind of reinforce the point that she has to play knight f4 because black is threatening to play rook f3, check, and win the f2 pawn. And there's no other way to deal with that. If you go king e4, you let go of protection of f2 anyhow, and only move knight to f4.
Well, if you play pawn to f4, then you got that beautiful en passant rule, right? That again, you remember Yobi yesterday? You were saying, we don't need en passant. But can you imagine? That would just be another way to lock up the position. I guess you do have knight f4, so it's not so relevant here. But there are some positions where it would make the difference. And there it is. It looks like I see that knight on f4. Did she push back the rook at the same time? No, she's getting up. Move 40 is done for her, so she can take a little break.
She certainly can take a break now that she's got the bonus time of 30 minutes on the clock. And Lei Tingjie, well, her threat has been parried, and so now she has to come up with a plan, something that will at least trouble white, because white's plan is so simple. It's just to kind of step forward with the king. She can take her time over this. There's simply no access points for this rook on f5. It can't move to h5. That knight on f4 stops everything.
Wow. Indeed. What a nice plan by Ju Wenjun to play rook c1 and knight f4. And just in the nick of time, she was able to actually pick up that pawn with no problems. Very, very well done and well calculated. Because I do think that if she had traded off rooks, this would be a heck of a task. Just because of what you were pointing out earlier, that even the two knights versus king, you can't win. So therefore, if there's too much simplification, it's going to be really, really hard. So let's see what Lei Tingjie comes up with here in trying to defend. She looks very frustrated. A lot of people are pointing out in the chat that she looks sad. She looks frustrated. Such a well-played world championship match. But it all comes down to this. And right now, it is Lei Tingjie who sees that dream of winning the world championship potentially evaporating in front of her eyes. But you know what? You can't think about that now. Think about, can I find some way to make it tricky? Most resistance, right? She's done a lot of that so far, right? It's a very challenging task, and she's trying to keep it interesting.
And there we see Lei Tingjie retreat the rook to b8, And now she does have that bonus time of 30 minutes as well. And now for Ju Wenjun, it's just about consolidating and picking up this c4 pawn. If she can do that, then the game is very straightforward. Rook coming maybe to e8, but there's just no way for these two rooks to harmonize with each other. They need to be singing the same tune, and that's not happening.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, just your rook e8 check can always be met by a knight e4, huh? Yeah. Those knights next to each other end up becoming powerful partners.
I'm just thinking. So maybe you can
knight e4,
move...
knight e4 straight away, threatening knight d6.
Yep.
Yeah, why not?
Knight. Okay, maybe now we can throw in a rook b3. Check.
Ah, okay. Okay. And
I know you're reluctant, so I wouldn't be reluctant to go rook c3, but maybe that would be a mistake. Maybe you have to go knight c3 again.
Okay, well then if you have the rook b3 still, maybe it's not my top choice, huh? Because I don't really want to go back and forth like that. Could you
maybe mobilize the rook? I'm thinking, is there some kind of danger? So for instance, rook, I was first of all thinking rook a1, but you're simply going to go rook b3, and I have to go rook c1 again.
Yeah.
So let's not do that. Let's wait and see a little bit more. So I can wait and see by putting my rook on c2, and I'm going to pass the move to you and see where it goes. So rook c2, just to overprotect f2.
Right. Okay. And rook. I don't know.
So
maybe I should pass too. Rook a8.
Yeah, Yeah. So if you pass 2, and
I want to keep myself these options of playing rook a3 check or rook e8, depending on what happens. By the way, I noticed we have some comments in chat about how the engine evaluation is so heavily favored in white. Why doesn't black resign? Well, actually, the engine outputs in endgames like this are a little misleading sometimes, because a lot of times it's harder than it might seem, right? So like if you have a middle game and you're up a rook, that's very different from like this position. It's way harder here, because if you mess up, again, don't forget those looming endgames with great simplifications that could be draw, even if white has 2 extra knights. Whereas in a middle game, that's never the case. In the middle game, if you're up 2 knights, obviously it's a resignation at a grandmaster level. But in endgames, it's very different.
I completely agree with you. I don't think we see the evaluation bias say it's like 3.91, but I mean, just at first I thought you just go knight e4 and then you just go rook takes pawn and the end. But now I can see it's not so easy, because after saying knight e4, we have that rook b3. And then if I go rook c3, I was just thinking about that. I mean, isn't moves like h5, and with the idea at play that you're going to go h4, g3, and sacrifice, once you've won all the pawns, or traded off all the pawns, you could sacrifice this rook for this pawn, and that would be a draw.
And I can't play rook takes b3 and knight d6 check, because after knight takes f5, there's b2, queening. And if I play knight d6 check, king f6, knight f5, the c3 knight hangs. So somehow...
I forgot about knight d6, but somehow or other... But what I just wanted to say was, like, maybe, I just wanted to highlight this point of going h5, h4. So, even if you do wait, so for instance, you go rook c2, and I was just waiting, and say you go h5, I mean, how is this? You get ready for your h5, h4, the big swap off.
Oh, yeah. Wait, where's the big swap off, though? Because even after h5...
my dream, and I admit it could be just a pipe dream, is just to go h4 and then go g3 at the right time.
Right.
g3 and then make the trade.
And then when everything is traded off, play rook g5 or something and manage to get
and
the
then
pawn back.
try to sacrifice the rook for the pawn, and try to trade off rooks. I mean, there's a big ask. First of all, I need to trade off rooks, then I need to trade off pawns, and then I need to sack the rook for the pawn. So those are the 3 things I have to do. But okay, might be possible.
Well, yeah, but you're going to try it. I mean, this is your chance to win the world championship, right? Lei Tingjie, she's going to try every trick up her sleeve, as this is not an easy defensive one, but she's going to try.
It is certainly, and Ju Wenjun has to find a move here. Let's not forget that, because she can't move an f4 knight because rook f3 is happening. So if she moves this knight to e4, then okay, she's come up with d5.
D5,
That's a good
okay.
move too.
Yeah, so now if rook e8 check, we still have knight e4, right? So no worries so far. And if
but yeah, because this knight on f4 is not being pinned. So yeah, that's annoying. It's annoying. Both knights protect the d5 pawn. And so rook to e8, knight e4, and then whoops, the pawn on c4 will fall.
Right, yeah.
And after rook e5, you've got this.
Yeah, it's almost like we don't want our rook to be on e8 because we want to be able to play like rook a3 check when you play knight e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, or rook b3. So we want our rook to be either in b8 or a8 so that if you play knight e4, we could play rook b3. You don't want to play rook c3 and trade rooks. I don't think you do. I think it makes it harder because some of your ideas of trading everything off and getting into one of those endgames become much more likely. So we want to keep that rook on b8 or a8 so that knight e4 is met by rook a3 check. I like your move h5. You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And at least you give yourself the opportunity that Ju Wenjun might go knight e4, and after rook b3, she might just think, okay, well, whatever, and go rook c3, and then we might get that situation where the pawns come down. Obviously, there's a big threat of knight to d6. Once you deal with that, maybe the idea of h5, g3 is viable. So definitely white does have the upper hand, but there are ways that Ju Wenjun can go wrong.
Yeah, there are
Lei Tingjie.
But she's been such a great technician in the game so far. It's hard to imagine she's not going to continue playing great. But you know what? Hey, I mean, this is why we play, right? And look at Lei Tingjie. I've got to say, she seems a little bit more hopeful now. She's not completely despondent. It looks like she's got an idea. She knows she's got to try it. She's got to try to defend it. She's accepted the new situation. She's in trouble. She might not get that chance to win the world championship in tiebreak, but she's going to do what she can right here and now to draw the game and get there.
That's all she can do. Objectively, the game is lost for her. So all she can do is keep on fighting, keep on posing problems to Ju Wenjun, keep on setting those traps. And if Ju Wenjun falls, okay, great, then she saved the game. If Ju Wenjun plays perfectly, Ju Wenjun is a great technician, as you mentioned, then of course Ju Wenjun, by winning, she will be crowned Women's World Champion for the 4th time. She will join the history books with some amazing names in women's chess. But we will see. There's still very much play, still a lot of play left in the position.
That's right. H5. Where is she going to go now? That second time can disappear fast, Jovi. It really can. As Lei Tingjie now in the tank. The thing, though, about time here is I'm not sure it's going to be a huge factor, only because there aren't even that many possible moves for Black, right? I mean, like, what is she thinking about here? A couple moves. Of course, she wants to be super accurate, but there's H5. Maybe I like rook A8, rook B3 maybe, but there is a limit of how many moves you can even consider.
Yeah, there is a limit, and also you can't just make moves for themselves. Like, for instance, you can't just give a check because Of course, you have to consider what white is planning. What does white want to do? So again, you constantly in this position just simply have to react and simply say, what does white want to do? Okay, I will stop it. I will be a nuisance. And we've already seen there's one pitfall for white. They can't just trade off rooks. And well, Ju Wenjun, if you carry on posing these problems, Ju Wenjun could fall into some of these traps. She might not, of course, but then again, who knows? And there we see Lei Tingjie. I find Lei Tingjie might be full of expressions, but I find, and we just seen a shrug of the shoulders from her.
No.
And she's just thinking, yeah, I think she's coming to terms that objectively, this match might be over for her.
Yeah, what a devastating way for it to happen, you know? Like, oh yeah, look at those expressions. Oh, I know people are suffering along with her to play such a great match. And in the final game, when you were so close to getting all of those playoff games, to getting that chance in Rapid and Blitz, to face that prospect of ending it right now, well, you know, all I can say is that the pain of Lei Tingjie is the joy of Ju Wenjun, who, you know, I mean, what greater feeling can she have as a champion to say, like, hey, I'm going to just win it in the last game, you know? And she still has to win it. She still has to convert. But that, I mean, it's just to win on demand like that, to avoid a playoff would really be something. And again, just show us, like, whatever the format, whatever the situation, Ju Wenjun is a champion.
Undoubtedly a champion. And we see Lei Tingjie retreat the rook to f6. Again, asking Ju Wenjun just to show us all what is her plan to win. Is she going to play knight e4? Is she going to fall into that trap? Or is she going to play something else? Move the knight to e2 to reinforce protection of f4 and then use the king to get to the middle of the board. Will she be doing these things? We don't know. We don't know. And Ju Wenjun unfortunately has all the time in the world to think about what she's going to continue. And there, once again, we see Lei Tingjie just look off to her right as she considers and just thinks about the consequence. I am sure for Lei Tingjie, it's all about going back to that moment where she played e5. Your brain has a nasty habit of doing this to you. You know you should be defending, but at the same time you're thinking, why did I do this? Why did I make that move? Why did I voluntarily? And then what's even better is that your brain often goes back and starts analyzing that position instead of the position you have. But Lei Tingjie, if she wants to save this game, she just has to forget what's happened, focus on what the board is now, and keep on just posing those problems. And there we see Ju Wenjun take a sip of water. She's considering how to consolidate. I'm thinking that she'll go knight ce2 because she's played very carefully. Some beautiful positional chess from the women's world champion.
That's right. Knight ce2, looking to round up the pawn on c4, stop tactics that you might have on your mind with the knight on f4 only being protected by the king. So knight ce2. What happens if you play rook to c3 to c8?
Yeah. So my plan is, so you've been talking about not going into. You've made me really paranoid now that I can't just go king e4 because maybe c3 will happen and I'll be forced to make that trade. So I've been thinking about, okay, maybe I should go rook c3 first and stop that pawn from advancing and then go king to d4 and then slowly improve. I don't know. And then again, ask you the question, how are you going to improve? What move are you going to make?
Oh, it's black? Well, I feel like it's you. Yeah.
Because there comes a time when you're going to have to make a decision, right? You can't wait for too long.
That's true. I might need to try to get my king to d6 here, for instance. Like king e7 and then king d6.
king e7. And now the question is, what am I going to do? Am I going to go king d4? I don't even know. Now I'm like really paranoid. I don't even know whether I should go king e4.
No, I like that.
King d4.
I like it because I'm gonna start. I might start having some issues with actually like mating attacks. Because like, suppose I play king d6. Maybe you just say, hey, wait a second. I'm just gonna play rook a3. I mean, not mating attacks exactly, but you know, attacks with the combination of the rook, the king, and the knight. It's like you're starting to get split apart here. So all of a sudden. And that is exactly why, as black, I've been desperate to trade off the rooks, because this type of idea coming at me with an attack is not a thing if I were ever able to trade those rooks. And this is exactly why Ju Wenjun wants the opposite thing. And by the way, I don't know why, Jovi, it was so hard for me to see rook c1, but because I was like, how do I avoid trading rooks and win the pawn? And for some reason, this idea that she played, which looks so simple once you see it, to just play earlier in the game to play rook c1 and knight f4, it didn't occur to me right away, you know?
It didn't occur to me either. I wasn't thinking about that one. I also was completely shocked by d5, which is really the most logical move on the board. I mean, going back to this. I mean, let's rewind back to rook c1. So
because that's very instructive.
So focused, exactly. So she played knight f4. So we got to this type of position.
Right
and
before,
and then she played. Oh, it was right before this.
So let's go. Yeah, let's go before she played rook c1. Yeah, because I was trying to figure out. Like, okay, we were talking about improving with h4, and I kept saying like, but we don't want to play rook takes d5, and if knight takes d5, there's rook d3. We tried rook d4, that doesn't work. But yes, of course, rook c1. That's such a brilliantly simple move. Well, certainly once you see it, it looks simple, because then knight f4 is coming, and the king does not have enough time to get any protection of the d5 pawn. So you get to win it without trading rooks, which has been the obsession of Ju Wenjun, because she does not want to draw; she wants to win. I
agree with you. I think it takes really a level of sophistication and talent just to kind of move that rook away from the attack and just go, oh, let me just reinforce this protection. Hang on, I'll get that. So rook c1 and focus on the knight getting to f4. Here I do feel like Lei Tingjie, she instantly replied king f7, but perhaps she could have played g5 and resisted a little bit longer. But okay, as it stands, we do see a move in the game. And I see that after rook f6, that Ju Wenjun, she's gone for the principle of just overprotecting all the pieces and instead gone rook c2. So she's just not rushing with anything. She's not going knight ce2 just yet. She's focusing on just potentially defending the f2 point. And of course, this has the consequence that the knight on f4 gets released from defensive duties and can now jump into e6 if needed.
Right. Yes, nice little technical move. Love it. Yeah, good point. But
just very good, very precise Ju Wenjun here. I feel like in this type of position, Ju Wenjun is relentless.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, if you look at some of these moves, which, you know, if they were like tactics, you know, I would see it instantly, right? But it's like these little moves, knight b1, rook c1, that the patterns, you know, they don't come as easily to many of us. And that's why it's so beautiful to watch this game. And I hope all of you, in addition to watching the drama, are getting a little takeaway yourself, because there is something so elegant about this positional artistry that it's both hard to learn, and that's why when you see things like this, like I know, you know, the chess punks community on Twitter, I noticed that there's this movement that the founder of it really started, where they put like memorable positions on flashcards, you know, old school. I mentioned Mark Dvoretsky earlier, you know, the Polgar sisters. This is something that I think a lot of great trainers and chess improvers has done over the years. But I mean, I would really consider putting like the knight b1 move on a card, or putting the rook to c1 move on a card, because it's really one of those moments. It seems so simple once you've seen it, but when you're in the game, a lot of the time you don't see it.
Right, because you're looking forward all the time and you're always thinking, what do I want from the position? And instead, Ju Wenjun was thinking, what does Lei Tingjie want? How is she hoping to pose me problems? And she just stops it. She says, well, rook c1, knight b1, I love those moves. And here I'm going to add rook c2 as well to that flash card. She chooses not to go knight ce2. She instead chooses just to reinforce the protection of these pawns just in case. She has the time. She's just simply enjoying the position. She's made sure, all of this has been backed up by calculation, because she's made sure that any rook to e8 can be backed up with knight to e4, attacking this rook. And again, she's made sure that this knight is now released from its defensive duties because the f2 pawn is defended. And now it's just a case of nurturing that pawn on d5 to the destination of d8.
Oh, that's where it wants to go. That is it. D pawn. I mean, and she did play d4 in this game. It's not the same pawn though, right? I think it's the e pawn now.
Yeah, it is. It is the e pawn. Yeah.
It's the e pawn that does that. Let the record state that it was the e pawn as an e4 player. But of course, when you look at this game by Ju Wenjun, you can certainly understand why she's a queen pawn player. These types of structural ideas and this type of precision, it's so perfect. You mentioned earlier the sword versus the shield, and when we see that e4 versus d4 dichotomy, I mean, what better examples of it than these two players, right? With Lei Tingjie and her fiery tactics being 1e4 and Ju Wenjun's positional mastery. You just couldn't imagine it any other way.
Yeah, and it all comes down to this game. Game 12, the final classical game. We see Ju Wenjun with the white pieces. Can she win this winning position, or will Lei Tingjie just pull off a miracle save? Well, we will find out, because we are going to take a quick break and catch you in a few minutes.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our dorm.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlson, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Hello everyone, and we are back in Chongqing for the 12th and final classical game in the Women's World Championship, and we can see Ju Wenjun with the white pieces. She has an excellent position with fantastic winning chances against Lei Tingjie. Lei Tingjie is in complete survival mode. She must defend this very difficult ending if she has any hopes of staying alive in the match, and of course taking it to tie breaks tomorrow. And during the break we did see two moves played. We saw Ju Wenjun move the rook up to c2, showing some excellent positional understanding, just defending the f2 pawn, whereas Lei Tingjie, she seems to have gotten a new kind of spring in her step as she realizes that she is now fighting to stay alive in this match. She moved her rook to a8, hoping that any knight to e4s will be met by rook a3 check. And Jan, it's a big ask, but do you think that Lei Tingjie can save this position?
I don't think so, but I think she's got to keep fighting because it's an endgame. There's not that many pawns left on the board. And as you've pointed out, two knights versus a king isn't even a win for the two knights. So you must keep fighting till the end. I mean, and for everybody watching at home, that applies to you even more because Ju Wenjun, of course, knows the end game. She's a master positional player and theoretician, grandmaster, world championship, looking for her fourth world championship, in fact. But the people that, you know, a lot of us are playing, whether it's blitz, rapid, or classical, they make more mistakes in the end game. So you have to keep fighting. And that's what Lei Tingjie is doing here. She will not give up until it's completely over, because when it's completely over, that is the end of her world championship matches, world championship chances in this match. And, you know, I noticed that in the chat that some people were making fun of me because at the beginning of the day, I seemed so confident that you and I would be back to call a playoff tomorrow. But you know what? I mean, could you really blame me? I mean, there had been 9 draws before this game, right, Jovi? So it was an easy prediction to make.
Right. And you know what? I was thinking that this has been a super long match. You know, let's not forget that these two players have been preparing for this match as well for months and months. The tiredness has got to start creeping in. And we anticipated, I am guilty of this as well. I thought that Ju Wenjun would come to the game, you know, thinking, okay, she will try her luck. She will just play a solid system, see how Lei Tingjie handles that. And if she handles it well, great. It will be an easy draw and we will return tomorrow for that playoffs and those tie breaks. But instead, Ju Wenjun, she completely rewrote the script. She came in with seemingly an innocuous opening, which quickly sharpened into one of the most complex middle games I've seen. And from there, it really has been a full-fledged battle with the advantage swinging from Ju Wenjun to Lei Tingjie. And eventually it was going to be a draw. And now we see that after Lei Tingjie made that critical mistake on move 22 where she succumbed and pushed the e-pawn. Now it is just a one-way traffic for Ju Wenjun, and wow, what a competitor. That's all I can say. Yeah. This match has had it all.
It sure has. I mean, it's been so dramatic, such high-level chess being played. You know, I think these two are really an inspiration to players everywhere, all genders, all ages, all nationalities, and in particular for people looking to play better positional chess. You know, we can learn a lot from Ju Wenjun. I learned a lot from her today, and I feel like just you mentioned her, you know, writing the script, but I mean, really writing the script 4 times, right? I mean, just rewriting, finding every way she can to win the Women's World Championship. She's going for her 4th right now, and it looks like she's going to do it. And I mean, that's something. That really is something, because her rating, you know, there's other women who have comparable ratings, but for the level of dominance she's had in the World Championship, it doesn't really match her rating, right? With Ho Yifan, it did. With Vera Menchik, it did. Because they were like way, way higher than anyone else playing at the same time. But with Ju Wenjun, with Nona also, but with Ju Wenjun, it's kind of an anomaly in that having such World Championship dominance, but it not being matched in the ratings, she just knows how to win matches, Jovi. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah. No, I mean, Ju Wenjun's remarkable story actually is very impressive. I mean, first of all, you know, she became Women's World Champion 2018, and then almost immediately she had to defend her title in the World Championship knockout format, and she managed that. She became the only person in history to successfully defend her title in 2 types of formats. And then, you know, she had to defend her title against Alexandra Goryashkina. That one also went to the wire, went to tie breaks, but Ju Wenjun managed that. And this match as well, you know, we've seen Lei Tingjie come. She's been determined. She's been exceptionally well prepared. She's aggressive. She has a very combative style. And Ju Wenjun, let's not forget, from games 5 to 8, you know, she had to play with a point deficit. And only when she equalized, could she kind of like relax and her shoulders could sink a bit because her job was done. But even then, we still saw Ju Wenjun, you know, she found a really effective strategy of just simply changing up the openings, getting these unusual games, unusual positions, and making Lei Tingjie think. And it's been an absolute treasure to watch, I have to say. This battle between them has been epic, and you know what? I think we are seeing the start of a rivalry.
And wow, that's a bold prediction. I love it. I mean, because there are so many other great women players nipping at their heels. But gosh, I mean, the thing about playing a match like this is you learn so much from it, which then puts you ahead of your competitors, right? It's kind of like called like the Matthew effect, right? So you're great. She's the women's world champion, but then her chances of becoming the women's world champion, it might even get higher because she has all the knowledge of what it takes, and she's showing that. But I do have to ask about this move that we just saw on the board, knight to b5, right? We just saw knight to b5 be played. So what's the idea there? Well, obviously we want to take the pawn on c4, so that's not that hard to figure out. But after rook to c8, what's the follow-up? Is she trying to play for d6? What's going on? What do you think, Jovi?
Yeah, let's have a look, and let's see. This could be just Ju Wenjun wanting to finish the game once and for all. So yeah, one of the advantages of the knight being on b5 is that the a3 square has been taken away, so no check for Lei Tingjie. But after rook c8, that is a natural move, you know, defending the c4 pawn. I'm wondering whether you could push through that pawn, as you mentioned, d6. Would that be a mistake? That would actually be a mistake.
Oh my God! Wait,
a significant mistake.
Oh no!
Like
rook e8 check.
Okay, rook to d8, rook to e8 check, and oh dear, there's no knight e6 anymore. So that's a pitfall to fall into. So it's not about playing d6, and instead, I guess it's to do with. I thought maybe knight to e6, or maybe moving the knight to d4. Knowing Ju Wenjun, it's probably like some knight to e4 and knight to e6. Hang on. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I like
everything pretty perfect.
Because I don't even want to let you do like rook e6 checks, pawn e6, king e6 in some lines. I feel like that gives you more opportunities than you've had for a long time. You know what I mean? Don't you think it's like, I don't know. I'm feeling like I want to try to avoid that. I mean, is there chances in that type of line, Jovi, where it would be like rook in 3 versus rook knight in 2? Maybe not, but if you also can do rook c5 and rook h5 and bring one more pawn off the board, suddenly you've only got one pawn. It's a bit annoying. I'm talking about.
Let's not forget that a rook versus a rook and knight is an easy draw.
Right.
So there are some kind of things that Lei Tingjie can hold on to for inspiration. So yeah, what to play though? I after knight to d4, the big question is what next? Could you go? No, you can't. I was thinking, could you go h5?
I like knight d4 though. I like it better than 96. Actually, what I was saying, Jovi, was that if I like your move, knight d4, but the earlier move that I think we were attempting to try instead of knight d4, knight e6, I like that less because I'm a little concerned about rook e6, pawn e6, king e6. Are you? Or do you think that's just really easy to win for white? Is that trivial? I mean, I'm just worried that you only have 2 pawns left, and maybe I can get her.
No, I think this is definitely something to be thinking about. Like rook c5, rook comes to h5 as well. Making those trades. No. I agree with you. Knight e6 might be winning, but definitely would give a new lease of life to Lei Tingjie. But there we saw none of that move, and instead rook to b6 played, and knight to d4.
Knight d4. That's it.
Something is coming. And rook a3 check.
Rook a3 check. Okay, we can step up, right? I mean,
yeah, there's no reason not to step up with the king.
Yeah.
After all, I mean, just there's knights. You know, there's a great defensive principle, which is like a knight is a king's best friend. And there we see Ju Wenjun move the king up. And look at that. These knights, they not only shelter the king, but they also stop the rook coming to h3.
That puts like a really
attacking the pawn.
That puts a really nice image in my head of like the king with like 2 beautiful dogs just kind of like nestled there, just hanging out, enjoying life. And certainly the king is enjoying life here, because in this endgame, the king is just beautifully centralized. And finally, it's kind of hard to get any counterplay against it, right? A lot of the counterplay Black had was kind of destabilizing that king, but not there anymore. C3 play though. Okay. She has not been able to play c3 for some time. First time in quite a while that it's been on the menu at all.
Yeah, it's not been on the menu. And unfortunately for Black, there is the existence of the d5 pawn. And the d5 pawn, I feel, is way more important than the c3 pawn, which can easily be blockaded by this rook on c2. And also the knight on d4 keeps a close guard on that. So the question is how to continue for white. I mean, how do you rearrange the knights so as to, in an ideal world, would be pick off the c3 pawn or promote this one?
Right, or both. I think that, I mean, a couple moves come to mind here, like just trying to pick up the c-pawn, knight e2, but then you do have to move rook b2, which, again, we've been trying to avoid trading off rooks, but of course, in this particular case, that d-pawn is an absolute nightmare with a K. And so I think we'll be okay there. But if we want to be extra careful, we could do something else and avoid the rook trade, right?
Yeah, so I guess if you want to avoid the rook trade, rook b2 is the plan. I guess you could be like really mercenary about it and just go, no, you're not gonna get a rook there at the end.
I like that. Although, I don't know, at this point, I mean, maybe it's time to just cash in the chips and take that pawn on c3. And that's exactly what Ju Wenjun is thinking about here. Is it time to just cash out and go for the gold, go for the trophy? And this is what great players are so good at, knowing when it's time to cash out. A lot of us, we cash out too early or too late, right? Like, but finding that exact right moment. I mean, in a way, that's the definition of technique, of being a good technical player, converting your advantages. And what converting your advantages mean, don't try to convert it too fast. And well, if you convert it too slow, then you're not going to win either. So in your case, Jovi, where did you feel like you fell on that? Did you try to convert too quickly, or like how did you feel on that continuum?
Well, usually I was on the too quickly scale, and it was a constant weakness that I had, that I got overexcited, and then I just impulsively played a move and then thought, why did I do this? Why did I not consider what my opponent wanted? And this is something that I've been trying to work on this last few years, just to kind of calm that impulse, because it manifests itself in middle games and the openings and the end game as well. And when I'm on form, I once had a game, which I'm really proud of, where I resisted this urge on every level, and I was just, and I somehow I got myself into a really calm mindset where I was just like, okay, you know, I'm probably winning, but okay, it doesn't really matter. Let me just play. Let me not think about the result. Let me just keep on improving the position. And I was so focused on this mindset of just constant improvements that when my opponent resigned, I was shocked. And then I realized like what I had done, and I was like, oh, okay, I just beat a grandmaster with the black pieces. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That
what a great story. What a great inspiration to find that technical mastery and not rush. You know,
it's just about the mindset, to be honest with you. I mean, it wasn't anything other than that. It was just being calm, and it was just, again, not thinking about the result. And it was just constantly, okay, how can I improve my pieces? How can I do this? What do I want to do? And I came up with all weird ideas. Like I triangulated my king, and there we see your move, Jennifer, on the board. The knight takes a step back. Ju Wenjun wants to round up the c3 pawn. And now the big question is for Lei Tingjie, will she just try to go rook to b2 and make those trades? Remember, there is still some salvation in this position. If Lei Tingjie can get into a position where it's 2 knights against the king, that is a draw. If it's a rook and knight against a rook, that is a draw as well. So still hope.
Oh yeah, hope does spring eternal, especially for such great fighting players, no doubt. So we're expecting rook b2. And you know, as this is such a critical game in the World Championship, I got to take you back into a little history to one of my favorite World Championships, which was the World Chess Championship in Buenos Aires in 1939. It was actually the outbreak of World War II coincided with that World Championship, which meant that a lot of Jewish players, a lot of anti-fascists were able to relocate to Argentina and avoid getting slaughtered by the Nazis. One of those players was Vice World Women's Chess Championship Sonia Graf, one of my favorite players. She was up against Vera Menchik, 8-time champion, as we see rook b2 on the board. And she was about to win, but she did convert too fast, lost the game, and forever regretted this moment where she, liquidated too quickly and lost the win. Of course, women's chess has grown by leaps and bounds since, and now these players are at an extraordinary level in all phases of the game. And I don't think we're going to see that happen right here to Ju Wenjun, but hey, it's not over until the score sheets are signed.
Totally, and there we see Ju Wenjun with that king retreat precise as ever. You know, she's anticipating that she can simply, if there is a rook trade, she can either step back with the knight or capture with the king. It doesn't quite matter, probably the knight. And then her idea is just simply to overprotect the d5 pawn and round up this pawn on c3. And with the remaining pieces on her army, she is just simply going to push forward this d5 pawn. Excellent technique from Ju Wenjun. And yeah, it's interesting that, Jen, you mentioned that Sonia Graf was one of your favorite players, because I know that you like her very much, but for me, it's always been about Vera Menchik. I always feel like we haven't appreciated her and what she did for chess in a nice way. And especially I feel in the UK, you know, only now like are we having Vera Menchik memorials, and she was the first English women's world champion. And we haven't had the like since. And I do feel that she should be honoured in a way that she isn't being at the minute.
Completely agree with you. I mean, she died way too young. I mean, that was one of the things. And not only unfortunately, she died in such a sad way in World War II in a bombing attack when the war was almost over. It was just so sad. A horrible casualty at the hands of the Nazis. And unfortunately, she also lost a lot of her papers and games. So we actually have less records from her than we should, which, losing history, it's just losing her so early is so terrible. And also losing history is a tragic loss. So I just, we're making history right now. And it's important to remember those from the past as well. And I couldn't agree with you more. As 8-time world champion, Vera Minchik really is looking on as, this is her legacy, the world championship. She was the first world champion, the one who won the most titles despite dying at the age of 38. I mean, that's insane, right? You win the most titles in history and you die at 38. Like, if she had lived a long life, how many would she have won? 20?
Totally. And the worst thing is, she wasn't even a chess professional, so to speak. She had to make ends meet. She had to teach. She had to do other things at times. Her husband was a lot older than her. She had to look after her husband. Her husband passed away. And also she faced a lot of opposition from the UK, from people in the UK. They were like, well, she wasn't born here, so therefore she's not English. And it's like, yes, she is. So I really do admire all the obstacles that she had to face, and all of our women players themselves. As you mentioned, this is a historic match. And talking about obstacles, I'm really impressed by both Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie, how they've approached this match, all the obstacles that they've overcome. They played the match in 2 locations. First of all, in Shanghai, that didn't really go Ju Wenjun's way. She lost in game 5, and then it shifted to Chongqing, and it was like this change rejuvenated her, and well, she came back fighting. And fighting is the only thing that Lei Tingjie can do in this position. Objectively, she's lost, but she can still salvage this game by a miracle.
Yeah, that's right. And if I were her, I'd just take that rook off on c2. I've been dying to do it all game. Let's go. Take it off. It's time. It's time for those fantasy lines in which, everything comes off the board and we get our chances, right? Let's do it. Rook c2. Let's go. By the way, I don't think this game's ending very soon.
No.
I know it seems like it might because they've only got, some time on the clock, and it looks like Ju Wenjun is crushing, but no, it's going the distance because this is still a fight. Rook takes c2. Finally.
Exactly. And whilst the players are thinking, let's have a look at a move like rook takes c2. So rook takes c2, and then the big question is which way to capture the rook. Now, personally, I don't think I would capture with the king, because the king takes 1 step away from the center, and also at the same time allows the rook to get to a1, to h1, or even to f1 and start nibbling on some pawns. And remember that if all the pawns leave the board, and even if you sacrifice the rook for the d5 pawn, then the position 2 knights against a king is insufficient for the win. So that's something that Lei Tingjie will be thinking about. So I don't suspect that king takes c2 will be played. I suspect a move like knight takes c2, unfortunately taking away the a1 square from the rook, will be played. It's very much in Ju Wenjun style. But, maybe she can work the magic with the long-range powers of the rook and go rook a6 and try to come in this way.
Yeah, it's funny, I wish that pawn wasn't on h6, because if it was on h7, rook b6 would come with a much bigger punch, because you could just play rook h6. Those little pawn moves. We were mentioning yesterday that David Howe is always so reluctant to make any kind of pawn move that was committal. And right now I'm hearing him be like, oh, why'd you go h6 earlier?
Yeah, that's true, actually. Like small pawn moves, it was unnecessary to go h6, wasn't it? She could have gone just g5 and put the rook on h6, and maybe that could have been a source of counterplay. It's the butterfly effect in motion. Those small moves have an unintended larger consequences. Yeah, that's something that Lei Tingjie can go for. Another option is maybe she deciding to keep both rooks on the board and go rook b1. Is that something that she can do?
Oh, with the same idea of rook h1.
With the same idea of rook h1.
Yeah, you could do that. Sure. I just, I've been dying to get rid of that thing, the rook.
Yeah.
It's turning into an obsession because the reason is just because I'm worried that, like, suppose knight c3, rook h1, rook b2. I haven't analyzed a single move, but I'm like, it just looks so much more easy in a way than having to do this without a rook. You know, being able to usher my pawn in with rook and knights as opposed to just the knights. So and that's why I would just take the opportunity, you know, like just get those rooks out of here. I mean, well, get white's rook out of there. Get white's rook out of there, because this guy, I mean, come on, it's got to be winning, right? Rook b2 or something, or rook e2, cutting off the king, maybe even better, right? It's just take the pawn on h2, and yeah, I'm just gonna close my eyes and win somehow. No, I don't think
Rook b1 played.
Okay, so she did go for this though. She disagreed, and I mean, I can't argue with her. I'm sure that if she played rook b1, she really did think that rook c2 was totally lost. But you see what I'm saying, right? Like knight c3, it just feels like one of those lines with either rook e2 or rook b2 will be winning. That said, I just noticed something. Knight c3, maybe her idea is rook d1 check because of the pin, right? So you can't take on d1, and so maybe it's more to hassle this way.
Maybe you can step forward, but the thing is that these damn knights. The knight on c3 takes away the square on a4. Yeah. So, for instance, like king e1, king e4, you can't coordinate them. And if you just keep on checking, I guess keep on running, right? So up the board.
Yeah. This just looks delicious for white. Absolutely, it looks very nice. I mean, I think that we're gonna have to see what Lei Tingjie had in mind, because that line with rook d1 doesn't seem like anything special. So we're predicting knight c3 here, and then after rook h1 looked a little bit more compelling. I was thinking that there's got to be some easy win here with like rook e2 and queening the pawn, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's not an easy win. It could be, and that could be exactly what Lei Tingjie analyzed. That she thought, you know, rook h1, like if I play rook e2 or something like that, trying to play d6 and usher the pawn up the board.
Maybe you can take and then say, I let you usher up the pawn. And there we can see already, like, apparently the evaluation is saying that rook h3 check. So that's easily one way how you can go wrong.
Yeah. Good point.
And knight c3 is played.
Rook h1 is on the board.
Rook h1 on the board.
She thinks this is the best chance. Yeah, and you know that's
Ju Wenjun.
That's a great point, though. I think this is it. That rook h2, rook h3 check gives like a lot more counterplay than I would have thought optically. I thought like, oh, easy. I'm just gonna like play d6 and queen the pawn, but you know, not so easy, because like let's just say I run with the pawn right now with d6 to start. You can play king e8, right? Or do you have something else in mind?
Can you not do the same idea, like rook takes? Because I'm just
praying
that the king will catch the king and just go rook takes. Rook takes h2.
So start with rook h2, yeah. And now, I'm just surprised that I don't have some kind of way to fork and, you know, distract your king somehow. But okay.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure I saw knight f5 or something. Okay, and well, we see a move from Ju Wenjun. She's not giving anything away, Jan. She's simply playing for protection and protection only, and she's saying f3.
Gotta love it. Just keep that h pawn, and also remember that it wasn't just taking the h pawn. It was also the counterplay that you were getting on that third rank that was quite irritating. You know, kind of stifling me in some of these variations. So I like this. Okay.
But you know something? If Lei Tingjie manages by a miracle to swap off rooks, then she is getting closer and closer to that draw.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, you're totally right about that. Although the h-pawns aren't off the board, right? So
that's true.
And it's going to be harder to trade them now because, yeah, wow, it's not easy to trade. Those pawns are stuck, right?
They are stuck. And there we see rook f1 played, attacking the knight. Yeah, I mean, we could see something, but it does require a lot of help. So what I'm thinking is that if the rook found its way on h3, then you could have some ideas of rook takes knight. But yeah, again, I'm asking for too much from the position because you need this pawn on d5 to also go away and the pawn on h2. And for the time being, that is one step too far. Still, you know, fighting possibilities for Lei Tingjie. And she moves her knight to d4. Everything is protected. Rook to d1, jack can simply be met by moving the king up to c4.
Right.
And we can see Lei Tingjie. She's normally a very precise player with how she centers the pieces, and you can see in this game she's put her rook on f5 off center, and now I'm just looking at the camera and you can see that the king there on f7 is also not precisely in the middle of the square.
Yeah, is that a tell? It probably is, huh? It looks like a tell. The word tell is something that we use in poker. It's supposed to indicate something that you're subconsciously doing that gives an indication about your mental state, about in poker what hands you have. In this case, Lei Tingjie's position. This one is a bit more egregious than the one before, Jovanka. And I don't mean that in that like Lei Tingjie is doing it on purpose or to be rude. Absolutely not. I think it is subconscious. But I think if I were white, I'd be tempted here to make a little adjustment.
I was going to ask you on the subject. You know, you've commented on a lot of chess games, and obviously you're an amazing poker player, and you're used to looking at those tiles. Have you noticed any particular tile from any of the top players?
Oh wow! You know, I think that one thing I always noticed about Nakamura is that a lot of times Nakamura's facial expressions don't always match like the quality of the position. So especially, you know, years before when he was doing, now that he's doing streaming, of course, professional streaming has changed a little bit. But I think like, you know, 8-10 years ago when I did commentary on his games, he used to be so upset when he was totally winning. Because I think it was like, oh, he wanted to win faster, or like, you know, something like that, right? It's just like it was almost like all of the tension like showed itself not in the way that you would expect, right? You would expect the tension to resolve itself with happiness, but it doesn't always happen that way, you know? And in fact, I think there was a press conference with these two women, the first game that Ju Wenjun won, and it was Lei Tingjie who was smiling, and it was like Ju Wenjun who looked really stressed and upset. It's weird how sometimes it's like this delayed happiness or this delayed gratification. It doesn't always match your feelings right away.
That's a really good point, actually. I remember seeing this press conference between these two, and it did look like Ju Wenjun was the one suffering, even though Ju Wenjun had the most comfortable game. But Lei Tingjie always attending the press conferences with a smile. And speaking about press conferences, once this game is finished, we will, if there's been a decisive result, we will head there as well. And now the king moves to c4. Ju Wenjun playing very careful, accurate chess. The king on c4 cannot be checked, but the plan is very clear. She just wants to move the king forward. It is the d pawn on that square that wants to make itself into a new queen.
Oof. There we go. King to c4, and you see the power of this construction here that Ju Wenjun is just making it so that the rooks are not powerful, right? It's like it's hard to get through this. I mean, we've seen these rooks be super annoying throughout the game for Ju Wenjun to win quickly, right? There was always a little nagging rook check here and there, and I find it interesting that there's literally no rook checks. It's actually hard to even threaten a rook check.
I think you have to drop your rook back to a8, but we saw the rook come to f4 instead.
Yeah, rook f4, okay, cool.
That is...
But,
I mean, I guess the idea is just to drop the other rook back to a8 and then just start checking the king from in front.
Yeah, just continue to be annoying, right? That's all you can do. You know, that's a good thing in chess, right?
Keep the game alive. That's the only thing to do. Because I think I just saw there in chat that someone said, no, you never won a game by resigning. And I always had this quote as a cold, hard fact until I was corrected by one of my friends. And he said, actually, there is a story about someone trying to resign and the other person wouldn't accept it and said, no, I'm going to resign because I actually took back a move earlier on and I feel really, really guilty that I did that.
Oh, wow.
So apparently you have won a game. There is someone who has won a game by someone else's opponent resigning.
I don't accept your resignation. I love that. Oh, wow. I mean, I think that's pretty admirable because correcting it while the game is still going on is much better than trying to correct it later. So, Of course, I'm sure, you wish you had done it at the time, the player. You wish he had maybe corrected the move right away. But the fact that he gave that honest truth at the end of the game is heck of a sportsmanship show. And I think these two women are also being great sports as well. As I don't imagine that we're going to see much gloating. There are good friends off the board, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if Ju Wenjun is very, not that it would be bad for her to be extremely joyous and ebullient after winning this, but I have a feeling she's going to be a little understated. What do you think, Jovi? If she wins this game, the moment of resignation, is she going to break out into smiles or is she going to be pretty chill?
To be honest, I think that she's going to be quite chill about it. I think she's going to be very reserved, and I think you're going to see the emotion perhaps in private when it will all come out, but they're certainly in public. I think both these women are definitely going to be outwardly the same, and then inwardly, when you see them with the team, perhaps with their supporters, their parents, their family, then the real emotion, you'll see the amount of effort that they have put in, and it will just all come flooding out because it has to escape somehow, right? I just don't think it will be at the press conference, but I could be mistaken.
And this is a dream, right? I've always wanted to use my soul rook in conjunction with all my other pieces here, and she's getting that dream as rook to b2 is just played. She's won this 3 times before, just an historic accomplishment. But also there's that feeling. My friend, it would have been her first title. And at the game, she's not thinking about that at all. She's a champion. She wants to win. But after the game, I think you can't help but think about it, right? So it's difficult sometimes emotionally for both players.
True. And I remember reading a passage by Max Erver that when he became world champion, I mean, everyone was congratulating him and, there was a big emotion. But inside, he just felt numb. Because he was like, oh, right, like how am I meant to be feeling? Like I'm now the world champion, but what do I do next? And maybe there is that element of that as well. That they had,
you win a 5th one. You keep winning.
But if you've been training for this for so long, because you do have those moments where we've been training for something for so long, and then when it happens, we're just sat there, just like rabbits in the spotlight. We're just like, oh my god.
Rook h4. Rook h4 is on the board. Played. Yeah.
Still, there's some hope for Lei Tingjie, and it's based on the fact that if she can swap off rooks, if all the pawns leave the board, then those 2 knights alone will not be enough to win the game. And if Ju Wenjun does not win the game, then tomorrow we'll be back here commenting on tie breaks.
Now, don't forget, though, even if we get all your pawns, but we're left with a pawn from the black side, that can end up making us lose against the 2 knights, because in a critical position that would normally be an escape by stalemate, we're forced to move our pawn and we get checkmated. So, wow, can you imagine the World Championship ending like that? That would be really good for endgame mastery of 2 knights versus king, because everybody would be forced to study it as we watched it. But I don't think it's going to happen, just because Ju Wenjun isn't going to trade rooks here. I think we've passed the moment where that trade was in the offing. At this point, she's determined. I mean, why would you trade a pair of rooks here? Your rook is finally poised to go.
Totally. I don't think we are going to see that trade. And I'm looking at ways that Ju Wenjun can possibly go wrong. And I'm thinking, I mean, maybe, but it all seems quite secure, right? Because I was thinking maybe she can put her knight on b5 and have these two knights supporting each other and use the rook to check on e2, and the king is still coming forward.
I don't know. I feel like it
difficult to go wrong.
I feel like it might be finally time to just go because we're ready. Rook b7 check. You can't even play king d6 because of knight b5 check, winning your rook on a3. You're forced to go backwards, it looks like, or go to f6, allowing me to play d6. Yeah, this might just be the end. With the you see what I mean? Let's rook b7 check, right? I mean,
let's put that one on the board, and that step forces the king to step backwards. And the question is where to step backwards. Somehow you don't want to, but you feel like you might get checkmated if the king comes to d8. I feel like there might be some mates. Like, for instance, this is what I'm looking at, and then the knight comes to d6, and then the knight comes to e6, and it will be like a double knight checkmate. So just to kind of
boy.
Okay, so something like this. Oh no, I've blundered. Okay, but okay, you get the drift, and the knight comes into e6 and c6.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the problem, I think. Wait, why is this?
Well, because rook a4 check. So this is a way that you could go wrong. You get really overexcited, and rook a4 check, and whoops! If you play king to c5, the rook will come to c3, and the loose pieces do drop off, and the knight will disappear.
Oh my god, wow, that's something. Yeah, okay, got to be careful to the end, because these things could happen. But nightmares in this case, not with a K. So let's see, rook b7 check, king d8. I
guess you can go for the principle of overprotection. It's worked beautifully for Ju Wenjun so far. Everyone is protected, and still you've got this idea of knight c6 check or knight e6 check, and then knight d6. Maybe knight d6 is gonna come.
Yeah, we just need to play c5, king c5, right? We just need to get our king out of dodge. And like, suppose you put your king on f6 instead of d8. So if you put your king on f6, can we just run with the pawn with d6? That's the question, because finally it's like really well supported, right? So d6, there's no rook a4. I mean, everything's protected. What do you do? And actually we're threatening d7, and you can't even step back to e7 because of knight f5 check. Oh, well, I'm pinned.
Maybe you can go for the one hope in this position.
Good. I'm not pinned anymore. Okay, now d7.
Now d7, and now rook a8, and like hope and pray that the rooks are traded off.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I don't think it's going to happen either.
No. Knight c6 or something like that, right? I mean...
Oh, but knight c6, this could be a way that you could go wrong. And, for instance, you queen. And that immediately would be a draw.
No.
Oh. I was just making the moves. It wasn't you suggesting that. I was just wanted to highlight that there are ways that one.
I know. I just joking, but like I was saying, knight d5 check. I'll do instead. Just knight d5 check, or knight e4. Oh my god, they're both equally crushing. Yeah, we're done. All right, but what did she do? She did do rook b7 check.
She did do rook b7 check. Absolutely, and the king does come to f6, so maybe we're going to see your d6 move. That looked really convincing.
Time to go, baby. I mean, this is a 1d4 is the move that Ju Wenjun selected in this game after playing knight f3 for a few games in a row. When she played d4 earlier in the match, it wasn't successful. She wasn't able to draw blood. But here, look at that d-pawn. It's actually an e-pawn, but don't worry about that detail. That d-pawn is ready to crown itself a queen, and for Ju Wenjun to crown herself again for the 4th time in a row. Wow.
is indeed wow. And Lei Tingjie, she's been fighting this game. She really has put up superb resistance, but in the end, she could not undo that blunder on move 22 when she weakened her pawn structure to such devastating effect. And we see Ju Wenjun, she's now ticking to under 4 minutes. Will she find the courage to pick up the d-pawn and push it to d6? It does take courage because you have to let go of this pawn on h2.
It's unstoppable. That d-pawn is a crusher. And I think she's ready to do it as her championship dreams extend. And I see something happen there. I don't think it was a d-pawn. No, she played rook to b2. She's played rook to b2. But don't worry, the dreams of the d-pawn do not die. In fact, if she just wants to play d6 without even giving up the pawn on h2. This is very typical from this game that we've seen by Ju Wenjun. Win without giving your opponent any chance at all.
And I'm wondering whether Lei Tingjie will just simply step the king back to where it came from and silently beg for that repetition of moves, of course, which Ju Wenjun will not accept. What a game.
Yeah, that's a good idea. King e7. Now...
and now Lei Tingjie ticking to under 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And she drops the rook back to a8, getting ready to check the king from the front.
Rook to a8 on the board, that's right. Okay, so what now? Should we check on b6? Should we check on f2?
She's moved her king forward. She's getting ready. Exactly, unpinning, and this unpinning allows her to shield the king from any checks.
With knight c6, that's right. Knight c6, and what a beautiful move knight c6 is, because notice how the knight and the pawn are actually creating a force field, and the king is not able to return to help with defending against the d-pawn, right? So knight c6 would be quite a nice move. All right, let's see. What is she going to do to try to ward off disaster for a move or two more? Because don't forget, now that that king is unpinned, you also have to worry about just the basic geometric effects in the position, like rook f2 check. And you can't play, speaking of force field, you can't play king e7 or king e5 because I'll hit you with a knight f5 or a knight f3 check, forking you. You'd have to go to one of the light squares. And there's only one light square that you can go to, g6. So rook f2 check actually cuts that king off. And this is the technical point, I think, of Ju Wenjun. If you can cut that king off to g6, then it's just party time. I mean, you can close your eyes and pin the pawn on d8 because there's no stopping her.
And that's why Tingjie attacks the knight, but your idea is still very much in operation. You can throw in a check with rook f2. You can also move the knight towards the center. You can even play like a very calm defensive move, rook c2, anything. I mean, Ju Wenjun cannot go wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, it is true now that if I check, I guess you can go back to e7 or something, and that's why she put the rook on a light square, right? She put the rook on a light square so that there would be fewer knight forks. For those of us who get knight forked all the time in blitz chess, I feel like this is very instructive, right? So the knight always switches colors. So when it goes from a dark square on d4 to a light square, it means that if you're on a light square, you can't get eaten.
Totally. Yeah, if you put them in opposite squares, like you say, there will be no fork. And I just love your description of the force field, and the force field is around white's king. You know, anytime black tries to check with rook c8, it's just going to be met with that shield of a knight coming into c6, blocking it, and you still have the problems of this pawn marching forward to d6. The rook is going to drive away the king. I mean, white's position is working in beautiful harmony. And There we can see Lei Tingjie. She's coming to the 2-minute mark, and wow, in big trouble. Position is lost.
By the way, we have a lot of East Coasters in America waking up right now. It's Saturday morning. It's almost 8 a.m. The sun is up. And welcome to our Cartoons World Championship. Thank you for joining us. I mean, you missed most of the game if you're just waking up now, but we're still really happy to have you. You can catch it later, but to recap, Ju Wenjun playing a masterful positional performance and now is poised to capture her 4th title and avoid the tie breaks that many of us have been anticipating altogether. And can she do it? Well, you're going to be strapped in and watch these final moments as she grabs for that 4th crown.
And talking about final moments, Lei Tingjie is under 1.5 minutes, and such an impossible situation for her. She puts the rook on e3. She is praying for Ju Wenjun to make a mistake, and will it arrive? Ju Wenjun, I'm anticipating her playing knight c6, getting ready to advance the d pawn to d6.
That's right, knight to c6 or d6 right away. So,
d6.
Okay, so you can't, again, that king is cut off because you can't play your king to e6 or e7. And rook f2 check cuts them off even further. Meanwhile, we're ready to march the pawn forward with the help of the king and the knights.
I mean, this pawn has plenty of amazing bodyguards around it. You know, the knight will come to c6, the king can walk over to b6 if checked and go to c7. And in the meantime, these 2 rooks and the king, they just cannot withstand this pawn's advances.
Rook c8 check. Are we going to play knight c6 or are we going to play king b6? So you got a couple different options there. Oh my God, showed on the board. Rook c8 check, king d5. Oh, for Lei Tingjie, one for Lei Tingjie fans.
Oh, okay. So this is a big pitfall. Do not put your king in the middle of the board. A nice spot there, Jennifer. And the rook will come to e5, and that would be checkmate. So still, Ju Wenjun has to be careful.
That's why you don't resign. But that didn't happen. So e5 was played instead of a check. Knight c6 check on the board. Yeah, that's right.
The king has to move.
Never resign, guys, though. That checkmate out of nowhere, if that didn't convince you to never resign, then I don't know what will. Okay, you can resign once in a while if it's like queen and king and you know your opponent can do it. But don't resign in a position like this. and don't let the analyzing with the engine in situations like this to make you do that, because remember, these end games are very complicated and things can turn around. But here we are, knight c6 check. Where is she going to go? King e6? What's she going to do?
Lei Tingjie ticking to under 20 seconds on the clock. But it is mission impossible for Lei Tingjie. Moves the king up the board. Perhaps she has the plan. Yeah, maybe she's just banking on sacrificing her rook for the d-pawn and then hoping somehow or other that this king and the rook can coordinate to eat this h2 pawn.
So d7, you're saying d7 you think is going to happen?
d7.
d7's on the board. There it is.
d7 is on the board. I mean, it's either you resign or you try to fight in any way possible.
But so you're saying rook d3 here?
Maybe king f3, I was thinking.
Rook d3, there is knight d6 check. Rook d3, there's a knight d6 check.
Well, it's going to happen.
Well, she's done it. She's done rook d3. This could be the end of the World Championship. You've been with us the entire 2 weeks, Jovi. I mean, well, 3 weeks, really. And it comes down to this.
And it does. It came down to the 12th and final game. It was so tense, full of fighting chess. And in the end, it was all down to nerves in the final game.
But here it is, something we could stick something on b8 and we're just going to make a queen for nothing. You stick a rook or a knight on b8 and what do? It's a queen. It's not only a new chess queen. There it is, rook to b8. And there it is.
And that's it. The handshake that says that Ju Wenjun is women's world champion again. Wow, amazing congratulations to Ju Wenjun, 4-time women's world champion. She is now there in the history books alongside some of the women's greatest chess players in history. Vera Menchik, Nona Gaprindashvili, Maya Chibidanidze, then we have Ho Yifan, and now we have Ju Wenjun. What a performance. What an absolute star. It's been incredible, hasn't it, Jennifer?
What a game, Jovi. I mean, that was sensational. So many people predicted a draw going into tie breaks, but instead, Ju Wenjun won a positional masterpiece, reminding everyone, this is what I do. This is what I do. I come in and I win the Women's World Championship. Now she's done it 4 times.
Yeah, it was an amazing game. And she proved us all wrong, I have to say, because I expected Ju Wenjun to come to this game just thinking, well, she's just going to play a very solid, very stable opening. And I thought that was going to be what's going to happen, and just ask a few questions and then agree a draw and just roll up the sleeves for tie breaks tomorrow. And we were all proved wrong, because Ju Wenjun came in with an aggressive opening, a very, very combative style. And in the complications, it was a fatal error on move 22 from Lei Tingjie, and that was it. And after that, Ju Wenjun played it to perfection. It's like you say, Jennifer, she did what she came to do, and she showed us why she is one of the best.
Absolutely. And I mean, a game like that, Jovi, I mean, that want to make me switch to 1d4, because that that t-pawn and that pressure with her queenside initiative, I mean, just ended up deciding the game. I mean, it was just beautifully executed. It's funny because at one point she had these terrifying pawns on a4 and b5, and you know they went away, but they were replaced by more terror on d4. It just an incredible positional masterpiece that I think will be enjoyed for generations to come.
Definitely. And it all happened in the final, the 12th classical game in the Women's World Championship in Chongqing. We saw Lei Tingjie. She was such a worthy competitor. She came to every single game determined, well prepared, with the right frame of mind. And we saw that because she absolutely dominated in Shanghai. You know, she even drew first blood in game 5, and Ju Wenjun, she had to react with absolutely everything in order to equalize the match. And what a match. This is just historical for me.
It really was. It's a game worthy of winning the Women's World Championship. It's the drama, the story, just beautiful to see. And of course, before the game, I was like wanting tie breaks because I wanted to, you know, call another day with you, Jovi. It's been such a pleasure. But after seeing that game, oh my God, I mean, what a perfect ending to the World Championship. It couldn't have been more beautiful and more of a reminder to everyone that, you know, chess is not just about tactics and openings. Like, this is about understanding the game. And Ju Wenjun gave us a positional masterclass.
Absolutely. And I must admit that when that handshake appeared on the board, my heart literally went up to my mouth, and I got very emotional there, because it really is history in the making. And maybe we're seeing the start of a new rivalry. But what can we say about Lei Tingjie? Such a worthy competitor. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and by the way, don't go anywhere. We are going to be coming up with the press conference from the scene as Ju Wenjun accepts both congratulations and questions, as well as Lei Tingjie, as you mentioned, the really admirable runner-up who has gained so many new fans with her beautiful play and her incredible expressiveness and her spirit.
Definitely. champion Ju Wenjun has won the FIDE Women's World Championship 3 times. Now she attempts to become the 6th four-time champion. In that time, she has established herself as one of the strongest women to ever play chess. As a teenager, Ju was already one of China's best players. At age 13, she finished second in the Asian Women's Chess Championship. At 18, she earned FIDE's official Women Grandmaster title. And at just 19, she won the Chinese Women's Chess Championship. The next year, she had already fulfilled all the requirements to become a Grandmaster. By 2016, Ju found an even higher gear. She won 2 of the 3 events she entered in that year's FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the latter by a full point. Easily winning the entire series, Ju earned a World Championship match in 2018 against Tan Zhongyi. Ju proved that her stellar consistency in the Grand Prix was no fluke. In the early part of the match, Ju went on a hot streak, winning 3 of 4 games. After 10 total games, she was world champion. But there was not much time for Ju to enjoy her accomplishment. FIDE had scheduled a large field world championship tournament just 6 months later, with no special privileges for the champion. In the end, however, the knockout event was simply another opportunity for Ju's star to shine. Not only did she win the tournament to stay champion, she coasted through most of it. In the first 4 rounds, Ju didn't need so much as a tiebreak. When it came time to face Katerina Lagno in the final, resilience was also called for. Ju fell behind with 1 game left, needing a win on demand to force a playoff. And she did just that. Then she won the tiebreaker as well, proving that her excellence extended to rapid chess. Ju had now won the World Championship not once, but twice in the same year in 2018. She joined Vera Menchik as the only woman to win 2 in a single year. In nearly unprecedented fashion, Ju had proved she was no one-off. In her career to date, including a 3rd World Championship in January 2020, Ju has shown the ability to dominate several formats. Large matches, small matches, knockout tournaments, even the round robin of the Grand Prix. All have gone her way.
But Ju Wenjun, she's too strong, too experienced to freak out and make a mistake.
Whether enjoying a 3-1 run against the world champion or nearly going undefeated in a large field knockout, she is simply one of the best. The challenger, Lei Tingjie, will have to be at her best too. Otherwise, the world champion will once again be Ju Wenjun.
我只要努力了、尽力了就可以了，没有想那么多。
好，还有其他问题吗？没有。好，那我们现在就来到 OK， let's welcome Anna to host the English part.
Thank you. Welcome to the final press conference of the FIDE Women's World Championship. Managed to defend her title. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you to both players for joining us. Ju Wenjun, you must be really happy to have defended your title. So can you tell us how are you feeling right now, and what was the first thought when the game was over?
Actually, I'm very excited, and also because it's finally finished, so it's excited and relief in the same time. But most likely, it's very emotional now. And for the game, actually, I was very focused until the very end. So when the finish, I thought, okay, it's white queens. That's it.
Thank you. After the first game that you won during this match, I asked you in the scale from 1 to 10, how happy were you? And your answer was 8. Is it more now?
Now, okay. I feel it's 9, okay.
9.
Because it's finished.
Okay, thank you so much. And how would you compare it to the previous World Championship? Is the excitement level now that you won the same as before? Is it bigger? Or the first time was somehow more special? Can you compare it?
Actually, I think each time is very special for me, and I feel in this time I feel okay. It's really, really good. I mean, good quality the chess game, and I think both players are playing very well this time, and I feel okay. It's lucky for me.
Thank you. And Lei Tingjie, thank you so much for joining us again. I know it's a difficult moment, but you both played great throughout the whole match. Does the fact that the match was so close makes the disappointment a bit smaller, or maybe because it was so close, it's even more painful to lose this one? Can you tell us your feeling?
I mean, just right now, I just think that, okay, finally the match finished. Then, no more pressure, and there are so many things look forward to do it. So for me, it's like kind of a release.
And what are you looking forward to the most now?
Maybe eat some tasty food.
Okay, hopefully you will get that very soon. Thank you so much for the answer. And let's start, Ju Wenjun, with you. What made the difference today? How would you describe today? Was the critical moment of the match for sure? Do you think it was experience, preparation, or maybe ability to handle the pressure?
Okay, I feel maybe when she played knight b3, I take some time and decided to play bishop f6. But after that, I feel it's complicated. And in the endgame, I feel black is fine. But maybe she didn't see this knight b1, and after that, white is better. And then it's very difficult to defend.
And so in general, you think it was strictly chess connected, or something more, like experience helped you, or ability to handle this emotional?
I feel maybe, maybe it's just I was just more lucky, and also I feel that some prep is helped me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Lei Tingjie, how do you feel? What made the difference today?
I think just like the last question, like for me, okay, I lost a game, I lost a match, but yeah, there are a lot of things to look forward. And yeah, I mean, I will still play chess. I mean, I will try my best to play chess. So, and also, I mean, actually, I'm very happy to play with her in this match, and I learned a lot. So, I mean, yeah, probably I will come back in the future, but it's hard to say.
Thank you. And what do you think are the biggest lessons that you can take from this match for the future?
I think the biggest part is like the first thing I think is how can you control yourself under such pressure, and also I learned like some spirit from my opponent, like just fight for every game and fight until the end. So such things like this.
Thank you. And Ju Wenjun, any lessons, any things that this almost 3 weeks have taught you?
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice. And for me, it is I mean, it is a very long tournament, and it really means a lot for me.
Thank you. Do you think the fact that you played previously 2 matches, because the match format is very specific, very long, as you mentioned, do you think it has helped you?
Yes, I guess I was more experienced for this match, but I feel when we are in the game, then we're just focused in the game.
Thank you. And let's talk for a moment about today's game. Are you willing to share how deep the preparation was today? And also, from the opening perspective, there were some ideas with G5. Did you know them, or were you considering them, Ju Wenjun?
Well, yes, I know them, but let's say there are many choices for black, and I just ready to play in this any positions in this this line.
Thank you. Lei Tingjie, I don't want to ask this question too much, but I believe since it was a critical moment, it would be good to know when you played e5 and then knight f5, you lost the pawn on e5 afterwards. Can you tell a bit more about this decision? Were you evaluating it's fine, or was it a mistake? Can you tell about this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think knight b1 was a good idea for white, but before I play e5, I think I already considered about it, but I didn't take it seriously. So I think yeah, overall I think e5 was a big mistake for this game, but yeah, at that point probably I should play carefully.
Thank you. Ju Wenjun, you mentioned the moment when you took bishop f6. Can you tell? Can you tell about it? Because there was, for example, Engine really preferred to choose something else. So did you want to simplify, or like, of course, this is totally different. But like, what was your strategy at this point?
Okay, I think maybe I can try rook a2, but at that moment I was confused that maybe I'm fine after bishop f6 or after rook a2. I'm not sure if it's good for me, so I decided to take that.
Did you want to simplify, or?
I just think it's more like complicated, but okay, knight rook a2 is also a good move.
Okay, thank you. And moving on from the game, now that the match is over, can you tell us a little more about the team that was here with you, about the preparation, maybe about your time here, Ju Wenjun?
Okay, for chess, I want to thank that my coach Wei Yi and also Hare Krishnan, and also for a company I want to thank Miss Wang Ping, who's who works from Shanghai Chess Center, and she accompanied with me in the Chongqing whole time.
Can you tell how long you were working together to prepare for this match?
Okay, actually, it's about not very long. Actually, for Wei, it's about half year, and for Hare Krishna, it's even less. But they really helped me a lot, and I appreciated them.
Thank you, Lei Tingjie. Any words about your team? Can you reveal who was here with you and how was the preparation to the match?
Okay, my coach is Timur Rajabov, and also my boyfriend Raymond Song also goes with me. And I think overall our preparation was not so bad, and I was very happy to work with him, and we have like a good time together.
And how does it look like when you work with your team? Do you work on chess? Can you give us some background? Of course, if not, that's okay. Or do you do also non-chess related activities together?
Yeah, I also have a psychologist, and also, spare time, you also need to go to the gym or something like this. But, and also I have like a good team, not only like chess stuff, like I have how to say that? I think it's Chongqing Chess Association or like Chongqing Chess Center. They help me a lot, and also there are so many people support me, like my parents and my family. So yeah, there are a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, my next question was about that because of course, the outcome is different than what you would have wanted, but you gained many fans all over the world, and you have for sure many supporters close to you. So do you have any message, anything you would like to say to them?
Okay, I would like to say thank you guys. Follow me and follow our tournament, and hopefully you can enjoy playing chess in the future, and also look forward to play better chess in the future.
Thanks. And yeah, I wanted still to ask you what are the next steps for you. You mentioned that probably you will be back, so yeah, can you tell about the next plans and also maybe something about preparation for the candidates?
I think I will take a long rest after this match, because I want to spend more time with my family, and consider about the candidates. Okay, I think I still have I don't even know what's the schedule for the candidates. So for me, I think I just focus on probably next tournament, and yeah, so it's hard to say that you have exactly the plan for the chess.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun, is there anybody you would like to dedicate this victory to?
I want to thank to Shanghai Chess Center, Shanghai Sports Bureau, and also I want to thank they've helped me to have a good team to prepare, and also in chess, and also in the life. And also I want to thank to Miss Wang Ping, who's accompanied me, and also Coach Wei Yi and Krishna.
Okay, thank you. And are you going to celebrate somehow tonight, or more, maybe better
tonight? Maybe no celebrate, just relax, and also just to let's just think about this day's game. Yeah.
Okay, and the last question. A few days ago, you were laughing during the game, and you promised.
Yes.
Kind of promised. Of course, if you don't want, you don't have to say. But would you feel comfortable telling us what were you thinking about?
Okay, it's about some Shanghai's some word dialect. Okay, it's funny for me, but it's.
How did it come to your mind during the game?
Somehow it's suddenly, but after that I realized that I should not smile or laugh okay, during the game. Then I control myself, then it's not happen again.
You managed to control yourself, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to both players for joining us. That concludes our press conference. Congratulations, Ju Wenjun, once again for defending your title.
Thank you.
And I'm sure everyone at home will also join us in giving Ju Wenjun a round of applause as well. I mean, what a champion. 4-time Women's World Champion, joining the history books. I mean, it's been such an extraordinary match. And this press conference as well, both players revealing their character. You could almost see the relief just in Ju Wenjun's face. It's over. There's been so much emotion. And Lei Tingjie, of course, entertaining us with her quips. And for me, the biggest surprise was learning who the seconds were.
Yeah. What was surprising to you?
What was surprising to me was Wei Yi was working with Ju Wenjun. And of course, Wei Yi, he was the youngest person ever to become 2700 Grandmaster. I think he got that when he was 15 years old. Also remarkably strong chess player. Terry Krishna, we did know. And Ju Wenjun, Lei Tingjie also telling us that she was working with Rajabov and her boyfriend, Taiwan, number one grandmaster from Taiwan, Raymond Song. I didn't know these details.
Oh yeah, and also Ju Wenjun mentioned Wang Pin, who's quite a strong player in her own right. She gave her a lot of kudos for accompanying her during the tournament. 2,500 peak rating, won the Chinese Women's Chess Championship, represented China many times in the Olympiad. So she just had a phenomenal team behind her. And Jovi, I mean, you've done an incredible job this entire tournament. I mean, I'm seeing so many kudos for you in the chat for the last 3 weeks. And I got to give you extra kudos today because you did see that knight b1 move. You saw how strong it was. And it's interesting to me that Ju Wenjun also pinpointed that as a moment. Like, to go backwards was a way to go forward to her fourth crown.
And sometimes you have to take that step back, as you mentioned, to go 2 steps forward. And yeah, I did feel slightly sorry, well, very sorry for Lei Tingjie there in the press conference, as everyone hammered down on that e5 move as being the game that completely spoiled her chances for the Women's World Championship crown. But what can we say about Lei Tingjie? Just a worthy competitor. And she, of course, she has the candidates coming up next. And she will be in preparation mode for that, because one thing that has shown us very clearly is that she is a very worthy competitor, and it went right down to the wire here. It was game 12, just a blunder on move 22, deciding absolutely everything. And for Ju Wenjun, we know that, well, she will not rest either, because she might have won the Women's World Championship title for the 4th time in a row, but she will be off to the World Cup, which is starting, I think, in almost a few days.
No rest for this 4-time champion. And yes, I completely agree. Lei Tingjie, just really inspiring. She's gained so many new fans. I mean, just kind of hilarious with her expressions. And even though, of course, she's disappointed to lose the match. I mean, you don't need to ask the question even to know, because she was so close, you could smell it. But just pointing out the relief and the pride, I think you could tell that she was proud of how she performed here. She knew that she brought everything and she almost got it done. And now she gets to enjoy some tasty food. I mean, who can't relate to that, Jovi?
I certainly can relate to that. I can smell lunch cooking as well in the background. So I'm also looking forward to tasty food. And I have to say, Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun, both of these players playing such accurate, such precise chess and entertaining us every move of the way. There has never been a dull moment with these two just locking heads over the chessboard. What a performance, what a match. It's been memorable for me, I have to say. And for you, what was your biggest takeaway, Jen?
Well, I am so privileged to get this front row seat, and I think my biggest takeaway was that I just assumed that the tiebreak was going to happen and that it was going to be super exciting. And I was right about it being super exciting, but I was wrong about the tiebreak. And I just think that I've always been a tactical player, an E4 player. And today we got a front row seat to a beautiful 1d4 positional masterpiece. And it's a completely different way of approaching chess than my own. And a lot of the games I look at aren't that approach. So I'm sure some of the people in the chat relate to that, because a lot of amateur players, new players, they also focus on the tactical. And I hope that maybe more people today were inspired by Ju Wenjun to, let's work on our positional chops. I'm with you. Let's do it.
Let's do it. And certainly this Women's World Championship match has been extraordinary. It's been absolutely wonderful. And I'm sure you can all join us once again in giving a hearty congratulations to Ju Wenjun, worthy 4-time Women's World Champion. And it's been an honor to commentate alongside you, and also to be a bystander commentating on this absolutely historic moment and this match. And with that, we are going to leave you all with the best moments of the final game of the Women's World Championship. And Jennifer, it's been a privilege. And for everyone at home, my name is Ivanka Hauska, and thank you everyone for joining us. And we'll be back with some more awesome chess content right here on chess.com. So thank you. A decisive result today. We'll see dreams being made and broken.
And look at that, there's a question mark on the move, and oh no. And there it is. She played instantly. She's still in her prep. Oh yeah. No.
Now Lei Tingjie in strategical trouble, because A5 is coming, and there we see knight to C5. Uh-oh.
This just looks devastatingly beautiful position for white. Okay, but something else happened, I think. What happened? She's played E5. We thought it was a bad move.
It is a bad move. Knight F5.
I see that knight.
Knight B1.
Nice, beautiful, well spotted. But right now, I just see pure stress.
But the Ju Wenjun looking very calm.
Oh yeah, look at those expressions. Oh, I know people are suffering along with her. Not only a new chess queen. There it is, rook to B8.
There it is. That's it. The handshake. Wow, amazing congratulations to Ju Wenjun, 4-time Women's World Champion.